He can do something with this, at least a kill.
Get one, shouldn't be getting more, but he will. Boomich goes down. Nexa, more bullets, and he had to kill.
Here we
He's gonna pull
go.
out the pistol instead. What a defense from Nexa, holding on to the site.
Oh!
So good. He lands 2 more headshots after the first.
FaZe are gonna get backstabbed at the start of the round. I can't believe he's gonna find the bomb and everything.
They're not reading it. Rain is thinking, no, he must have smoked it off to fall back, surely.
Oh my god.
It's Zywoo with a deagle. If he hits one, this gets super uncomfortable for Imperial. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Already Zywoo finds decent. It's only Henny in a clutch. He can get the bomb down. Zywoo wrapping around. A couple of body shots or one to the head. Henny's going to be getting sweaty hands here. Picks up an AK-47, hiding on the site. Nothing in the smoke. We're just waiting it out. Henny with it all to do for Imperial. He spots him on the fade. Zywoo will clutch, and Imperial, they capitulate. They've lost it.
One long. I'm going long. I have long.
Mana. Yeah,
Long. I have a long.
Nine left banana before. Yeah. Build some money here. 3v1. Up, sound. Con. Banana. He was above con. Don't need to push.
Nice! I'm so fucking insane.
Yeah, you had a
so
insane. You're
insane,
so
bro.
good, baby. It's insane.
Let's fucking go.
Hey, I
Sit
was
down.
about to say they should be able to smoke him off, but I guess the AK-47 will get the job done anyway. 2 versus 3 here.
I think JT might be able to pull this one off. Maybe. Well, Jim Fat doesn't seem to think so.
Techno in the clutch. This one, very winnable. Oh, even worse for Lux. Wasn't expecting Palace. Holding it. NQZ just holding it. And it's a lovely clutch for Techno. He's not even holding this. Not even considering this. Nice angle find. Good work. Senzu. Deleted. What are we doing? They're pushing, and they're running straight to their demise. NQZ onto Senzu. It's a one-on-one, and none other than Mazinho to save the Mongols. Mazinho's holding it. NQZ! Oh! He doesn't hit it! Mazinho extends play! Big Uzera with an opportunity, but Mazinho on the floor. Spray connects, Techno low. It seems like this is the final round for the Mongols as Big Uzera takes them all. Pain Gaming live on in Copenhagen.
Responds with the first. It's ugly for Zontix. Can't take it any further. There's still more support. Lies in wait at the back of the site. JL trying to be this hero figure that Na'Vi can depend upon. A lot of damage done, but not the kill. Instead, it's going to fall to Bit, who's been spotted and now dealt with. Shiro down to the clutch, down to the 1v1, and it's wonderful to be. Could decide this. Magic swinging out from triple, looks to make it so. Bomb away from Na'Vi, and Magix continues. A bastion of resistance up in the A site. It falls to Shiro and the wonderful AWP. 1v1, and Shiro walks him down.
Ecstatic, it's going to be desperation to try an entry versus 3. Patty, it's a double. This one's supposed to be done. 15 to the clock, a separated 1v1. Oh no! This would be so big. Patty, he's got this sitting in front of him! Smashed by Patty!
Yeah, 100%. Pure beef patty, baby.
There is nothing that they can do to hang on. This is a flawless T-side coming together. They're done, they're dead, and the hometown heroes live on to continue this fight.
Never fear, ladies and gentlemen, the PGL CS2 Major Copenhagen 2024 is back on your screens. My name is Henry G, and of course, I'm joined by Anders Bloom, and we're bringing you all the action today on the B stream, or at least some of it, Anders. I think we're doing the first game, but still, it's an exciting game. I'm very excited to be here. How are you doing today?
I'm very excited. I'm a little bit fearful as well. This game could have some massive implication. It really could. What a match it is. Imperial versus FaZe.
That's going to be a banger. So to kick things off, we can have a look at the standings, perhaps, of how the tournament's gone so far, and look at the elimination stage as a whole. So Team Spirit and Mouse, to be honest, with those 3-0s, I'm pretty happy with that. That's not a crazy result for me. I think both those teams are expected to go to the playoffs, but Mouse, questionable maybe on the big stage. Any other results on that leaping off the page for you?
I mean, I guess the G2 going 1-2, and I think FaZe maybe the other one where you would have wanted them to be in a better position. Those two teams, they really stand out here.
So we've said goodbye to the Mongols, unfortunately, and Furia. To be fair, Furia had to recover, a 0-2 deficit in the opening stage as well, so you weren't expecting them to go too far. Eternal Fire at 2-1, love to see that. Complexity might have a rough ride closing this one out. They went 2-0, but now after that loss yesterday to Mouse, they're going to have to be playing against the likes of Vitality and FaZe to make it out, Anders. I'm a little bit worried for them.
Is it even a loss if you don't even show up to play?
I guess you're right. Yeah, they didn't really turn up whatsoever, but they won such a hot streak. Is there anything else on there we can talk about? I think that's about it, but still, it's been a very interesting major, and we've got the boys of FaZe Clan getting ready right now. So they're in the 1-2 bracket, FaZe, and Anders, that's not where we expect them to be, is it?
No, it isn't. It shouldn't be, right? They have all the pedigree. They've got Carrigan, you know, one of the most well-respected in-game leaders of all time, really. They should be in a better position right now, but they've had some huge slip-ups here that are kind of hard to explain, to be honest. Like, I don't even know where it's coming from, but you want to see a different version of FaZe, no question about it. Like, this is a bit unacceptable, to be honest.
So, in the elimination stage, they've lost to Heroic 13-10. That was an Ancient. They took down Furia, the team that's gone 0-3, 13-7 on Ancient. Yeah. And most notably, they lost 13-1 to Eternal Fire. Heaviest loss that this 5-man unit has gone through over 41 maps. Doesn't really set a promising tone for the squad trying to get themselves forward into the playoffs. Maybe a wake-up call was required, but they've certainly got that. Imperial versus FaZe Clan. It's a 1-2 game. The B stream often full of heartbreak as we move on to Ecstatic and G2 after that as well. Also 1-2, and then Heroic and Pain Gaming. For me, though, Imperial FaZe, I've got a feeling, I don't want to say it.
Go on, Henry.
Got a feeling Imperial might be able to do it.
That's the thing, isn't it? Like, why is that a feeling in the back of our minds? It shouldn't be. It should be the case that FaZe are going to show up today and you're going to rely on that experience. You've got some unbelievably heavy-hitting people on this one. Really reliable people that pretty much always show up, right? So what we think about when we look at somebody like Robs, like, he's always going to be having a good game. And even like a middle-of-the-road game for Robs is probably going to be enough to beat a team like Imperial. But I share some of these concerns. I'm not sure I'm scared as well for FaZe, I really am. I don't want to have to go hard against them, but if they can't beat Imperial here, this is disastrous, right? It's unacceptable.
And this is the new look phase as well. Frozen being brought in, and at this major at least, hasn't looked his best. Like, he is a world-class talent. We're all aware of that. And just at this particular tournament, when we've commentated him in other matches as well, we've seen like 0-7, 0-8, not really getting going. And yeah, it's a little bit rough to watch.
I'll tell you what, on the other side of the coin, though, the thing that also makes me a little bit scared is that the game that Imperial had against the VP, which they won, they looked so well prepared on. It was like a level of preparation that is astounding to me. They knew everything that VP were doing.
That's a massive win, isn't it? Against VP, to take them down 13-7, that's not like a fluke. Like, you owned them.
That's really huge. Now, obviously, it's a best of one, so it's a little bit different prepping for a whole best of three. You don't really necessarily know what maps you're going to be playing and everything else. It is a bit different, but if they can bring the same level of prep here, Imperial, I think they could do a lot. Like, that, I was persuaded watching that game. I thought, all right, this is actually a lot more exciting than maybe it could have been. So, yeah, and even the newcomer, I think, in Norway was playing very well.
18 years old, Anders. Why are there so many 18-year-olds at this tournament that are absolutely smashing people up? Yeah, we're going to have a look at the Veto as we get into this best of three tournament live on the line for both these teams, of course. You win the series, you're not through to the playoffs, you're going to the 2-2 bracket. FaZe Clan will be picking up Nuke, and then it's going to be Anubis. Should have brought my glasses today. And then the final map, not Inferno.
All right, so we're not going to get the classic Inferno decider.
Not really, I guess, of days gone by. Mirage. So, Anders, all jokes aside, can FaZe get this one done 2-0? Is it going to be a comfortable victory? What are you thinking?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure.
Oh, it would be such a rough way for it to go down. They don't even make it to playoffs.
I think if they turn up at the beginning of Nuke, if there's not a slow start, I think they've got a pretty good chance of doing this.
Well, they'll have the T starts on Nuke. If you win the pistol, that can be a blessing in disguise. You build up some momentum. Who knows? But yeah, we'll have to see how the team looks today, because they got 13-1 by Eternal Fire, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Like, Eternal Fire looking very good. Don't get me wrong.
They are.
And they're a team that's looking likely to make it to the playoffs.
It's not even that. Like, it's not even if their opponents are good. It's the fact that FaZe aren't showing up. They're not even arriving at the games. Like, that's the issue. If they lost to Eternal Fire, but at least there was some banging rain moments, or, you know, something wild out of Brokey. I can't even remember Brokey doing anything in any of these games. Like, where is that impact that we're used to seeing? That has to come back. I don't know where FaZe have gone, but it is literally do or die time for them here. This would be a horrific result, like in the history of what FaZe have done in the past, like with this core. They should be able to qualify for the next stage of this tournament. Everyone is expecting that. We're going to find out if that's the case right now. FaZe starting on the T side, it's Imperial on the CT side, and we are off to the races.
This one, I'm a little nervous for this.
Yeah.
Should be a good game, whatever happens, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 1-2 bracket. Imperial on FaZe Clan's map pick. They're going to have the CT start here on Nuke. That's where you like to be. And in terms of the setup here for FaZe, we have a smoke and a single flashbang. Not going to be easy to get to cross, but looks like things here got themselves to red, and they are indeed going to try and get it towards the secret position, but taking some light damage on route. It's going to be Henny, though, taking a few Glock bullets to the chest as Frozen waits for the rotations, and Vinny will present one, but no death just yet. Until Phelps gets stuck, he'll find Robs, and here comes a swing on all these dual elites.
They knew how many people were crossing, so they just try and sandwich it in. That's really good. Decent with a headshot. Bomb going down. Brokey, you need this kill, and he will get it. Couldn't really afford to wait that one out, because more backup is going to be coming rather swiftly here. 2 versus 3. Shots missed by Rain. He's usually a master of the pistol round, but that got a little bit sketchy. No Way has gone down, and Phelps trying to see if he can open it up. They are about to get shot in the back. This has gone wrong. Brokey spins around. He's got no more bullets. Oh, but Phelps has run out as well. And just like that.
That should be it.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the kit. 10 seconds. He could maybe sit back there, but he knows he's going to get hunted down. It might have been enough here. Phelps will get the kill, but I don't think without the kit he's going to be able to win the round. So FaZe, I mean, it is such a hard round for them to win, but they'll do it at the end.
It's one of the scrappiest rounds of the tournament so far. I've never seen a dual elite player run out of bullets and have to go back and reload. You get 30 available to you, Anders. And Phelps going to be kicking himself. He got himself a few frags there. Hit 100 HP down towards lower. Looked like the round was done. I was getting ready to say the usual line of, at least they got the bomb planted. This is the moment. He's got 9 bullets at this stage. And then he had to reload, and there's just no time. You're right, with no kit. It all falls apart as Imperial, close but no cigar. It's going to be FaZe Clan, like we said, on the T side, winning that pistol and finding some early momentum here. It's going to be a full eco now for Imperial. Just USPs, I'm afraid. Bit of a gimme, as FaZe will be going through the motions and just dissecting the map. No need to rush, no need to force the issue here. Feel the map out as they deploy the initial utility. Smoke down towards main and indeed garage to allow Rain to investigate the prospect of the secret steps.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing of excitement happening on the Imperial side here, so should be just FaZe once they figure out what's going on. Worst thing that can happen in a round like this for FaZe is that they somehow surrender an AK. I guess in that sense, Rain is a bit on his own. There's no way picking up 1 kill here. So far, it's not a big deal. They're going to be fine with it, but Brokey, he's quite lucky to be alive there. With a grenade in hand, they're going to be able to clean it up anyway. But yeah, there was a couple of turns there where that could have gone the wrong way.
Yeah, a couple of opportunities. 2 kills on the full eco. Nothing to snub that. We are going to see the guns being deployed now for Imperial. A team in this best of 3 that could do some serious damage, but it's a decent start here for FaZe Clan. 2-0 on the board. And they've got the Galils in hand for Frozen and Carrigan. We are going to see the AWP for Henny. He'll be towards outside, presumably, as we get into round number 3 here. No initial smokes from T-Spawn. And we are going to see Rain working towards outside once again. They got Frozen towards that silo position. And we've got to play it down towards lower. That's Phelps. I assume he's going to be going towards secret steps early. He's holding the vent for the drop.
Okay. It feels like if that drop's going to come through, it's going to be quick, right?
Loves a lurk smoke. He loves to sneak down there, so they're just making sure they have protocols in place to make sure he's covered.
There we go. Wall has been set up. Henny setting up himself for that one. Got to be careful. That is an AWP on the other side. The shot will not connect, but risky to try and cross in that moment. Okay, well, they've got a substantial amount of the T-side force down below.
This is looking quite nice, Anders. You've taken no damage en route. You've got 3 players down towards lower, but as we know, Phelps was down here early. He's aware of the tendencies of FaZe Clan. They'd like to get across down towards Secret. They can still fully execute down towards this lower bomb site. They've actually got great progress. It's Frozen. Unfortunately, he is found out. Rain in towards the vents, and we've got Phelps on the bomb site itself now. So what's the final commitment here? The final play. 35 seconds remaining. Trying to spam out Phelps, no bullets connecting. They're going to have to continue down towards the B bomb site. Carrigan's there with the bomb, and they've got so much CT presence here. I'm not sure FaZe will be able to make this one work.
Yeah, I think that's a bit too steep of an angle to wallbang that position in Rain, unfortunately. Robs will get a headshot, and that might open things up. They spot out Phelps, just barely get to catch him. Decent, going to be going down next. The defense at the B bomb site has crumbled. Ooh. Nothing that Imperial could do about this. They might have left it late, and they might have lost the entry there for Frozen, getting taken out by Henny. But the B attack itself was flawless.
It was very nice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
CTs were more than ready for it. They had all the intel. The FaZe were heading down towards lower, but the protocols and trade potential there of FaZe, they only give up 1 single frag, and that was Frozen against the AWP. Everything else went perfectly for them. 3-0 start for FaZe. Imperial will save an M4A4 in the hands of Vinny, but that's nothing to really write home about. I feel like they have to go for a partial buy in the next round, and now on the CT side, this is starting to fall apart somewhat. Very early days, but FaZe going to have incredible amounts of momentum now, and they're going to have tons of money and confidence here. A decent start, because bear in mind, historically, FaZe are known for having these terrible starts to a series, and it takes them a while to get into it. It's quite rare to see them actually win a pistol and convert the rounds following it up.
Yeah, they are known for the slow starts and the big comebacks, which they haven't really been able to mount many of so far. A bit of a wacky shot from Brokey, I've got to say. But this kind of a beginning, like I said, I mean, FaZe, at least on paper, they should be the favorites coming into this one. It's just that the recent results for them have made everyone question whether or not they're actually going to be able to do that. But with this kind of a beginning, hopefully, like you said, the other losses were a bit of a wake-up call. Hopefully they're going to be showing up today feeling red hot, because they are facing elimination.
So, not much of an investment here. We have got some 5.7s. Bit of Kevlar as well, if we said a partial buy. Phelps. Oh, I thought he's got away with it there, but takes quite considerable damage and has to fall back himself. Oh, that's rough. Got the MP9, I suppose he could still seal away a cheeky kill or two, but it's going to be Vinny challenging first with that M4A4 saving the previous round. Henny, though, makes it work with the USP. Does he ever? Double kill found with the pistol.
If he could have got away there, Phelps, maybe it would have been interesting. Henny got blown up by a grenade, so some pretty swift kills coming back in return, but there's a real moment there.
Yeah,
I think Decent is thinking about moving forward. I think he is. See if he can catch Robs.
This round is not impossible to win. No Way has been having a fantastic tournament. Dead now, of course, as we see Decent. Yeah, that's the power of the 5.7. Can be pesky, close range, and now he's got the AK-47. They know where he is somewhat, but Brokey, I was going to say, that's a wild and audacious maneuver with no trade potential there. The spacing was all off. I think Decent, I think he wins this round, Anders.
He's walked right out. You're absolutely right. He's got it. That's a 1 versus 3 for Decent to pick up Imperial on the board. Oh my God, Henry. Why did they go straight at him? They knew where he was. They had the bomb. They had time.
Brokey's just thrown the round. I'm sorry. He doesn't. You know where he is. You've come elephant footing across main entrance with no spacing, no trade potential, giving him a freebie and put your teammate in a horrible clutch scenario. Now that's the first signs of trouble here for FaZe. I can't really tell you why they did that. You know he's in towards lobby.
Yeah.
At least go, if you're going to do it like that, go together and trade it out. Why is one person with the bomb as well running in 6 feet in front of your teammate? That was pretty dire. Like, fair play. They just made it work with pistols here, but FaZe,
I think when this kill happens, they're actually all the way down secret. They have to run back to get here. So it's a very clear decision that they're making. It just... That's really hard to understand.
They had a smoke as well. They had to re-smoke it after he went down. So could have smoked Squeaky Door if you really wanted to do that. Smoke Squeaky and then focus towards the hub.
Yeah, that's true.
Could have done anything else but what they just did. Just trying to get it over with as quickly as possible. That is alarming.
Well, you know, a little bump in the road, Henry.
Little bump in the road. Not a huge deal, but still, it's leaving a sour taste in my mouth.
Yeah, hopefully suspension's going to hold here on FaZe and not taking too much damage. Do have the AWP back on Henny, but it's a very impactful round, potentially for Imperial. We'll see if they can keep it, rolling it into the future rounds. If FaZe bounce back early on, maybe it's not such a big deal. Carrigan with the Tech 9 here, and they're pushing towards Decent, looking for a bit of revenge. The flashbangs are doing absolutely nothing, and he'll get the first kill there.
Yeah, that flash is designed to get almost everyone, but Decent obviously watched the tape. He knows what flashes they throw, and will be taken down. 1-for-1 trade, so FaZe will be pretty happy with that, but this is, I was going to say, a guaranteed kill for Henny, but Rain absolutely bests him with the rifle. That's the AWP remove. The bomb's going to be planted, and Vinny, I don't think he can deny. Advantage FaZe, 4 versus 3, as they reposition to set up the post plan.
If they weren't in so deep, you could make a good case for Imperial saving these rifles here. They don't have a lot of money in the bank. 3 versus 4 is a very, very hard bomb site to retake right now, given what they have left. A 1 smoke in a kit, maybe, if you can throw that up and no way can run into the smoke, that might be one way to do it, but otherwise, I don't think it's going to be happening here. Oh, nice shot onto Rain. Still 3 people left on the other side. They tap the bomb. Oh, they're finding the kills. It's so quick. They get frozen as well. And they are on the defuse right away. With the kit in the back pocket, it's going to be Imperial to win the round. That is remarkable. FaZe, they should win this round 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, back-to-back blunders for FaZe Clan. You were gifted the lower bomb side there. Some great trades. Rain had to go above and beyond to find that kill on Henny especially. You got a 4-on-3 advantage. With the post-plant scenario down towards lower, then absolute pandemonium ensues once the retake is attempted by Imperial. Somehow they get away with it. The defuse goes in their favor, and we're going 3-2 now. FaZe are starting to shrink. The sort of nonsense that got them in this 1-2 bracket.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're not wrong. Scout out here. All right, get some tags in there. Yeah. I want to see Brokey do this, but with an AWP. Think about the impact he has on some games when he is just a loose cannon and nowhere is safe. I haven't seen that yet from him in this tournament. It's been... Sure, you might be getting some kills, but you're not getting that real Brokey effect. Which is horrifying to play against if you're an opponent of Brokey. I mean, that's something you dread.
Oh! Ole!
Let's go!
That's quite a nice little shot. Henny with the collateral, through the smoke, through the silo, as we go into a 5-on-3. This was a partial buy for FaZe, bear in mind as well, so still a complicated round. We are going to see a pretty clean finish, though. Carrigan and Robs remain, and poor Carrigan, that's on an island here. Does get quite a nice shot towards Phelps, to be fair to him. Can he do anything else, though, Anders? That's the question. No, Henny, after getting the collateral, will close things out with the hat trick. And Imperial are looking very good now. A couple of questionable rounds from FaZe, especially against those 5-7s, but the lower bomb site, I suppose that happens, but need to pull their socks up now.
They've lost a 1 versus 3, a 4 versus 3. These are, I mean, especially the 4 versus 3, the bomb's already down. Like, it's hard to excuse this, unfortunately, it really is.
And this is their map pick. Right, they look pretty calm, I'll give them that much.
They are on the T side.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, it's still early days. It's just so hard to forget about some of the other games that FaZe have lost here. Rain gets taken down, it's an aggressive push from Henny. Sometimes it can be very hard to get out from these positions. Good shot from Rops, will take down Decent. It makes it a 4 versus 3, well, only for a second there, 4 versus 3 now. as Phelps was trying to sneak on through.
Okay, another 4-on-3. Lots of time to work with here.
Well, look at the gamble from Imperial, though.
2 players down towards lower, leaving Vinny in the upper bomb side pretty much alone here. He'll have an HE and a flash. Fortunately, he's got a bit more firepower with the AK-47. If they go towards upper, I don't think there's much of a chance he can fend them off.
They're actually pushing out. Robs, though, he might get a kill for free back here.
This is quite smart from Robs, you're right. If they go towards Hell, though, he might not even get the timing they've rotated. We'll see if it works out for him. Henny's going to be walking into his crosser, but the looks of things, oh, they're ready for it. Fantastic awareness from No Way. In towards upper we go. As mentioned, Vinny is ready and waiting.
Yes, he is back here. He doesn't quite get the shot, and unfortunately, Carrigan crouches into it. That's unfortunate. It's a bit of a flash coming up. No Way would love to get up to the high ground. He does have a Molotov, so he can put some pressure on from up there. Grenade lands on him, and the Molotov doesn't really hit anyone, so they can stick by FaZe. This should be their round again. 9 times out of 10, you win this. The bomb is already down. You've got a 1-man advantage. CT side having a hard time putting this one together. Henny's just patiently waiting back there. Gonna get the kill on Frozen. Tries for a wall bang, but they're running out of time very, very swiftly on this one. He's still moving forward, though. AK on the high ground, not gonna make it work. And I think Henny knows that is his time to call it quits. See if he can pick up that AWP maybe again. He'll be shooting Brokey in the back. At least make it expensive, sure.
Does he survive this? I don't think so. Everyone goes down, but FaZe at least winning the round and is pulling one back after conceding 3 in a row. Imperial couldn't hold on. Vinny was the linchpin of that upper bomb site. If he could get at least 1 frag, maybe they stood a chance there. A decent retake attempt, I will give them that as well. And they kept FaZe very modest by taking all 5 players down. But Brokey showing some form here, managing to take down No Way. That was the crucial kill. Problem is, though, for FaZe, you can see it's reflected on their full buy, as it were. They've got 4 Galils. Bare bones utility, and that's after winning a round as well, because you only get $3,500 for winning a round via explosion. So they have to make do. As we go towards outside once again, this time a quick cross, the traditional wall of smoke, Sanders. And they're going to send, it looks to be 4 players down in total, with Robs watching the extremities of lobby, and presumably will be going for the backstab and controlling the rotations event.
Yeah, I like seeing him playing it as far back as he is right now. There have been some lobby crunches already attempted from Imperial, and quite successfully, so you don't want to be alone back there. Grenade, maybe it goes a little bit further than it could have been, but still does some damage. Softens him up a bit. Molotov to stop the rotation. Vinny tried to run right through it. Brokey was ready with the Galil on the other side. It's Phelps to come through next. 1 more trade, and it's in favor of FaZe here as the bomb gets planted. No Way. Close range with the 5-7, and he picks up a Galil instead. Another 3 versus 3 here. But that is a really fast bomb plant, and there's no kit in play on Imperial. It's a very tricky retake. Don't know if, no, I don't think he saw the gun barrel. Henny, he's got some idea. This battle could be everything, and it's Rain to come out on the low side of that one. Carrigan and Robs left. FaZe need this round, and Imperial need to be lightning fast. I think they might have almost run out of time already. They've left it very, very late in the round. I don't think it can be done.
I don't think it can be done either, but they can keep FaZe very modest all the same, but it will be a 5th round on the board. Carrigan confirms it. He'll make his way out towards the ramp room. 2 Imperial players survive, so this is already shaping up to be quite a nice half with a couple of fumbled rounds in the mix as well. So FaZe in a pretty promising position, coming to life now in this lower bomb site gambit. It seems to be working out for them time and time again. So that was quite a simple little pocket strat at the start. 4 players towards outside. The traditional wall of smokes, 4 players down. They're realizing they're getting decent control down there. They're managing to get the bomb planted, post-plant scenarios, and sure, they've given a couple of those away, but the fact you're getting advantageous positions with the bomb down suggests it's the correct strategy to be calling.
Double Zeus round, Henry.
A double Zeus round, you don't see many of those. On Nuke, though, seems to be one of the most effective maps for that particular gun. I say gun, it's a taser. Decent, pushing in towards the ramp, and he's found Robs through the smoke. Early advantage now.
You know how I know the Zeus was going to be better in CS2?
How?
It's because you were finally on board with it. You hated the Zeus in CSGO. And
hate is a strong word, Anders, but you might be correct here.
Despised.
I despised it.
Strong loathing for the
Yeah,
for the Zeus.
I hated the shotguns as well. I'm somewhat coming around to them.
Okay.
You know, like,
it
hasn't been the shotgun major, has it?
No, it really hasn't.
We haven't really seen any. They've gone out of fashion. We need simple here.
Well, there's one more Zeus in play, and Vinny got in a cheeky position right now. Got to be careful.
It's the Rob special.
back. They got 50 seconds. They can't really walk all the way back outside. I mean, no ways out here. Yeah, they're going to have to redouble their efforts towards the ramp room instead. There is Henny waiting at the corner or so. He's locked in. He's all in on this position. I don't like this position that much. I feel like it's very often just going to get traded out.
I think it could work here, Anders. It definitely doesn't, though. I appreciate it. It means you're willing to take fights. You know, you're standing tall. But this time it doesn't really work out whatsoever. We're going to have a 3 versus 2, but bear in mind, this was an eco. They saved 2 guns from the previous round. Going to give it a little look in, though. We have no way rotating with Vinny. He's going to be on the end of the fishing rod here. See if they can get a couple of kills if possible. They know exactly what both these players are, and it's Vinny opening things up. Brutal grenade lands at the solo door, and for now, that should be it. 2v1, and No Way has no chance. With 30 HP, no Kevlar. And just going to be saving that AK-47 by looks of things. But FaZe amassing a huge haul of rounds here on the T side. It's going to be 6-3. Very comfortable scenes.
You know what? Those 2 rounds, the 1 versus 3 and the 4 versus 3 that they managed to lose, that was a bit of a car crash for FaZe. But they're walking away from it now. Like, they're still alive. They're stumbling out of the wreckage and actually getting some pretty good rounds out of it. So I guess we have to give them some credit for it. I was getting very nervous, but I was nervous coming into this game. It doesn't take a lot to get me back there.
Yeah. That's fair enough. Headphones are off for Rain. Suggests we've got a slight technical issue. A chance to catch our breath, a moment's respite as we look at what's happened so far. If you are just joining us, welcome. The CS2 Major continues to roll through. We've got a 1-2 bracket game here for you. It's Imperial taking on FaZe. FaZe haven't looked their best this Major. It has to be said. Yesterday, getting absolutely battered by Eternal Fire on Overpass, 13-1. That's like a mainstay map for FaZe as well. Overpass. You've got Brokey and Rain on the same team. And you get 13-1. Like, great game from Eternal Fire. They're getting better and better. Xantares and Woxic on Overpass is like a force to be reckoned with. They're very strong, but still, 13-1 against a team like FaZe Clan, you just don't see that. That's their biggest loss they've taken in the history of this 5-man roster. They played 41 maps together, and you don't want to be having those sort of records broken at the CS2 Major, the first one. But they did take down Furia. They've also lost to Heroics. They find themselves here in the 1-2 bracket. So whoever loses this series, they're going home. They're not making it to the playoffs. If you win it, you're in the 2-2 portion of the tournament, and we'll get back into the action here. It's Robs with a pretty chaotic frag to open things up. Phelps will go down early at the squeaky door, but Vinny will respond in kind.
Just trying to redouble his efforts, get through the squeak door, it looked like. And gets caught. A good read. Vinny able to reclaim the round a little bit here. Back into a 4 versus 4 we go. Vinny is down below, speaking of which. So, that's a smoke that lands in front of himself. I think that's meant to go around the corner. Maybe? All right, maybe it's fine. That looked like he almost smoked himself off. I think they've managed to find a good crossfire instead, so not going to be too much of a problem here. Frozen looking to walk through. On the other side, Rain is doing the same thing, and they're both going to get caught. Absolutely brilliant setup coming out here for Imperial, who now, on the other hand, do need the rounds. They're starting to fall really far behind.
Brokey, he knew that Decent would be coming for him, and it's going to thrust Carrigan into a pretty much impossible 3v1. I say that because the bomb is down in a pretty precarious spot. He's just going to be looking for any straggling CTs, and he's actually done a very good job of finding No Way here. Down to a 2-on-1 now, 35 seconds.
If he had the bomb.
Henny's in the garage, I believe, so I don't think Carrigan will be checking this particular position, and down he goes. Well played as Imperial bounce back, and at least post another one here on the CT side. You can see we've got all the stickers on the broadcast today. It's pretty nice.
Yeah,
There's
that's
videos.
really cool.
What's that, like a sausage?
It might be, yeah.
I haven't actually looked at the individual player stickers yet, so this is cool.
Yeah, I haven't at the time either, I'm not going to lie. But, yeah, it's good.
Robs always has bangers. That's not bad. Not bad. Frozen Eva, enjoying that.
Yeah, it's straightforward.
Carrigan, that's lovely.
Those look like Nordic runes almost, don't
Yeah,
they?
that's what I was going to say. Rain. Look at that, it's like slime.
Yeah, but I like that. It's very easily readable, right? You're not in doubt. Like some of the other ones, you have to like squint your eyes a little bit to figure out what exactly does that say. So I do kind of like that. Okay, sticker review is done. We're into the game once again. It's a 4-6 scoreline. Very open game, I've got to say. I mean, I would say FaZe are calming my nerves a little bit. Starting to make something work. Broky's playing very well. He's got 11 kills at the moment, so putting in the effort. Everyone is on the server right now. There's actually nobody's really lacking behind, so this could be a fiery game on Nuke. I hope it is.
Henny with the AWP towards ramp this time. This is a force buy, and it's just a note, so this could be a couple for Imperial. They picked this one up comfortably. I dare say we go 6-6 here, which we splitting it right down the middle. We're gonna go towards ramp. Bear in mind that's where the AWP resides. Carrigan down towards Seeker of a scout. Not the ideal weapon for the task. Henny with the AWP should be absolutely fine for 1 kill, then dropping off. But we'll see if they flash him off first. Willing to stick around for the next challenge. Oh.
The angle's broken, but it doesn't really matter. He's going to get the shot on Frozen anyway. He's aware that someone could be down here. He does have a teammate that could probably help him out, so doesn't have to be too concerned, I feel like. But we'll see if Carrigan can break open the window and actually make a run for it before Vinny catches him. It's a big ask. You see the MP9 is admittedly behind the doorway down there towards Toxic, but you never know. 40 seconds on the clock here. The force up, like you said, they lose. Oh, it's another 2 for 1! Henny optimizing the AWP to a level we haven't seen very often. He's finally going to go down.
Carrigan does sneak out of the window, using the sound of death to mask his footsteps. And we have got a potential bomb plan here, but Vinny looking to sabotage their efforts. I think it's a nice safe plan, but can't be covered from ramp. And Carrigan continues to actually show some impressive form
7 seconds
with this scout. But yes, indeed, no time, no space. And it will be Imperial to pick up the penultimate round of this first half of the best of 3. Their opponent's pick of Nuke, and starting to bring this one back to life. The final round coming up next, but bear in mind, that was the force. And no bomb was planted. It'll probably be more of the same. You're going to see like Galil's Tech 9s, Mac 10s going forward here. Won't be pretty. And you'll probably see an outside wall of smokes deployed by FaZe. That's been their go-to strategy. It's amassed the most success for them. Seem to get those post-plant scenarios time and time again. And with the Tech 9s and Mac 10 sort of situation, that's probably their best port of call. So they'll take a tactical timeout. I would say 6 rounds on the T side of Nuke is more than enough.
Yes, I agree. And also just the recovery they had from losing out with the painful rounds. I think that's in itself a good sign. I think some versions of FaZe that we've seen throughout this major so far, they would have already been tilting quite hard, but they managed to make it back, shake off some of those losses, continue to play well. So I'm not too upset at the moment. And you can always win a round with Tech 9s. You never know. It's been done before.
A few times, I believe, yeah. I haven't got the data with me, but it definitely has happened. We said the outside wall of smokes were likely. Phelps playing in front of them, however. Oh, 99 damage, and it will be converted by Rain. So that's a nice little feather in their cap. And it's to recover an AK-47. Rain has been tagged in the process, though. Might struggle to get down towards Secret, considering the smokes are expiring momentarily. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. T-side waiting for any sort of reactions towards the lobby. And he pushes at Squeaky or the HUD itself, but it's Vinny playing quite a passive setup here as he nades towards the back of Squeaky. Rob's laying right in front.
Rain has a Molotov, but he's in the wrong position to use it for anything. Otherwise, they could put some pressure on Vinny here. He's stuck out in the yard and can't really get very far from here. 50 seconds. Problem is he's solo on health as well. Taking a fight at range is... You have to hit an instant headshot to try and win this one. Walking towards the garage, there is a player holding that. I don't think Rain's coming out on top of this one. Yeah, timing not with him either. Now just down to the pistols for the rest of it here. Vinny, not exactly the most precise round from him, but I think in the end they're going to be fine with it. Decent, lining up a couple of kills, and it's going to be tied up at 6-6 at the end of it. Imperial, you can see, yeah, started to get warmed up. Henny trying to get his squad fired up once again. It's a very open game.
It's wide open here. FaZe started to fizzle out towards the end of the first half, but as we mentioned, getting 6 rounds on the T side, that's a pretty decent result. I don't know, just don't see their usual selves still. I would say down to the pistol here, like the Imperial can definitely pull this one back as they switch over to the T side now. Another little collapse situation, this time with the M4. Very convincing finish. There's Henny as well, enjoying that final round going in their favor. So we'll have a look at the pistol setup here. The Brazilians will be bringing out a Molotov and a smoke in the hands of Henny. We've got Vinny with the flash and the HE as well. So the HE, purchasing that and suggests they'll be blowing off the squeaky door, smoking main, and potentially using the Molotov for a post-plant scenario. That's what the HE's normally brought out to do on the pistol round.
I mean, that Molotov to the high ground, if you can actually get the bomb planted, is super devastating. If there's like 3 or 4 CTs locked up there, not a bad idea. We'll see if they are going to be able to do anything of the likes. They've already managed to land the waterfall smoke towards Mini. So, yeah, it's the one you're seeing right there.
There's the nade. The squeaky door should be open at this stage. Phelps, ready's getting towards main. Here's the flash. Here's the execution. It's quite a nice pistol so far, but Brokey will find first blood.
Yeah, the Molotov behind the site. There's no one down there. Decent's down already. Rain looking to see when he can pounce up out of the vent. He needs someone else to distract a little bit, just to pull the attention away so that no one's looking in that direction. They do not have a flashbang and they do not have a kit, so with the bomb planted, the pressure's on FaZe. Even if they have the amount of advantage here, this is a huge pistol round for them, and Frozen and Carrigan, it's a strong start already. It could not have been better.
Well, that's the first time they've looked like FaZe Clan today. Very convincing finish. All 5 players survived, very calm, very controlled. As the bomb is defused, it's FaZe Clan with a very important pistol here.
Yeah.
After a 6-6 scoreline. Brokey the opening frag. It was pretty nice execution there from Imperial as well. The waterfall smoke, as you mentioned, and the fact that he got the bomb planted cleanly, but it was all by design for FaZe. He wanted to retake the upper bomb site. Clinical. As we see now, presumably the force by the bomb planted, it would suggest they'll be bringing out Galils. That's what the book suggests, but they've gone for a more conservative approach. They're going to have a real full buy, Anders, going forward here. So some light investment like Zeus's and Desert Eagles, you really don't see this too often.
No, you don't.
I guess because they got 0 kills in the process, they're like, well, let's make sure we have a very strong buy going forward. But it does enable FaZe to keep 5 alive here and also have a pretty strong look in the following round. It's going to be out of the squeaky door we go. Not really much to report here, as you might expect. FaZe Clan mopping them up. They've got the bomb down on the site floor itself, and just 1 player remaining, and that's Henny.
I'm just going to crowbar this in because I've been building this narrative about how well prepped Imperial were against VP, and if that could be the case, could also be that maybe Vinny is saying, you know what, we have such a lockdown on what you guys are going to be doing on the CT side. We have a lot of well-prepped strats on the T side ourselves. We trust that we're going to be able to do this. I hope that we can see something similar, because gotta say the calling against James was really cool. So my eyes peeled for this one.
Speaking of James, he's playing against Eternal Fire right now in the qualification 2-1 bracket. They are battering Eternal Fire 9-2 on Overpass right now.
God damn, okay.
That's their map pick. It will be Vertigo next, and that's a specialist pick of Eternal Fire. So we'll keep you updated. You should ideally have 2 screens up, but we'll definitely check in with that one as well. Round number 15, ladies and gents. And bear in mind, Imperial, an interesting decision, like off meta, to take the full eco after getting the bomb down in pistol. They have brought out the AK-47s in the 3rd. And got themselves a decent buy, of course. They've got all the utility they could require and all the kills.
You wallbanged him down.
With the wallbang, that's an opening frag on in-game leader Carrigan. That one stings. And they've got some decent outside control as well. There will be no AWP to defend, of course, so...
Okay, let's see if they have an idea of the rotation here of FaZe, because that's how you would know how well prepared they are, really. There's 2 people down below, 1 wall towards Heaven and Hell, and 1 inside of the A-bomb site, so... Could be a huge wraparound to the outside here. They are going to be smoking off and sending a couple of people down below. It's Frozen, who has a Molotov still. My God, that grenade could be massive for him if he can time it right. 35 seconds. If you throw down that Molotov right as they're trying to get in, it could be brutal for Imperial, even with a man lead here. Rops on the high ground here, and Frozen gets nothing done. Doesn't throw the grenade or anything. They've cleaned their way in. Decent with the headshot against Rain. That is a clean round coming out from the Brazilian side.
Oh, it all started with a cheeky wallbang as well, but very clinical in the finish. Didn't really give anything away whatsoever. Zach's enjoying it, coach of Imperial. And they put their best foot forward here. And that was the wallbang for Carrigan. That is wild. Phelps And Vinny working in tandem towards this lower bomb site, getting the job done. As we have a very clean one there. That's actually setting the tone for their T-side campaign. This is all by design. They wanted to have absolutely everything. AKs across the board, all their utility. And we're not going to see the force from FaZe. It's going to be, I guess you can call this a half by 3 players of Kevlar. Brokey going to be flashing in, Robs in towards the ramp. Oh my goodness, he's got away with one. He's got an AK here as well. Surely he doesn't get away with this.
What?
He has.
He ran past one of the players.
So now he can give that AK up to someone else who's got high HP here.
That is borderline criminal that he got away with. I actually can't believe it. Even Wild Spray probably would have caught him, but they stopped in the middle of it. The AK now hunting for more teammates. Robs doesn't give it over to anyone. He just wants to hold on to it.
Not going to throw it. So 5 on 4. Imperial do have some outside control here. Phelps slowly but surely getting closer to Robs and should find him here. There he is.
Oh, God, that's scary. It took him a second. Against Robs, you could be dead.
Yep, true. Well, that AK's gone now.
And they're getting timed. That's horrific. They are pushing up from the hut, walking up behind them with a P250. Oh, but they let go of a bullet. You need the kill right then. Sure, there's a second player, but the other 2 players are dropped down below. Frozen, it's a nice kill, but he shouldn't be able to do a lot more than this, and his teammates cannot help him out. They're not able to get up out of that vent, so the bomb is going to get planted here, and that should pretty much secure the round for Imperial. There were a couple of ways this round could have got exploded. Now it's down to the Deagles, and it's been a while since we've seen really good Deagle shots. I don't know what's happened. They're all gone, Henry.
The Deagle luck is diminished, Anders.
We spent it all in CSGO.
It's all done. No CZs either this tournament.
That's true. Which, I can't even really make that make sense. If the Tech 9 is going to be used, surely the CZ could also be used. Maybe we just don't have the players for it. We're missing some of the CZ abusers.
Well, Desert Eagle, no headshot, but a frag found at the very least. Phelps and T-Spawn has no way closes things out. This is looking dangerous for FaZe Clan now. Money is tight. They get an opening kill there, but it was a little partial investment. I won't call it a half buy. They had 3 players of Kevlar, a couple of upgraded pistols, but didn't commit too much there. An interesting AK-47 found by Robs, but couldn't really dominate with the weapon. Would have liked to see him throw it over to someone of high HP, but doesn't matter too much. It's going to be round number 17. All for Brokey, got 15 kills. Frozen as well, turning up with 13. We'll see if they can get back to their winning ways. Imperial might be able to do this on their opponent's pick. It's a pretty compelling showing so far on the T side. Very calm, composed, utilizing their advantages. And Phelps will meet his maker in the form of Rain. He's on for a double kill here. He seems to be very aware. No way will take care of him though. And in towards main we go.
They need a Molotov back here to get rid of Frozen though. He's already got 1 kill. Yeah, they know that he's here. They have the grenades. Surely someone can find a way to toss one back there, Carrigan. Strong headshot. And that grenade no longer means anything. Frozen has gone down, but Henny's alone. I think FaZe have found a way to secure this round. Even if Henny's playing well, he's got 16 kills. They know exactly where he is. A lot of time, I guess, on the clock, so maybe even time for FaZe to make a mistake. AWP right at the corner. Brokey, surely he will never miss this shot. And he taking a deep breath. He's hoping, he's dreaming about someone walking into the crosshairs here. There's a flank coming in as well. That actually did damage to him, so tags him up. If they hear that, they can still be quite sure where he is. And it looks like, oh my God, the timing is scary. Robs not quite moving.
Okay.
30 seconds.
30 seconds indeed. Henny, is there anything left to be said about this round? I doubt it. Robs will have him contained in towards the lobby. And FaZe, indeed, back to their winning ways here. Wasn't too much momentum built up for Imperial. A few rounds in a row. But there it is. A nice, convincing finish after Rain finds Phelps and Frozen and Carrigan. Set up a brick wall in the upper bomb site. Brokey finding some form of that AWP as well. Like we said, Robs in that final frag. No bomb planted, of course. Should be a buy available for Imperial. Quite a strong one. Concession to be made for Henny, though, who's gone down to a Tech 9 as they fully invest into round number 18 here. FaZe looking for double digits here on their map pick. Initial excursion towards outside, thwarted by grenades, but Phelps still going to give it a good go. You can see how brittle that smoke is, the waterfall one, and Robs is helping himself to the trophy room. He's got a player right next to him, Anders.
Inside of the smoke, he has no idea. And Decent doesn't know it either. The whole round could be hinging on this one interaction between the two players. Separated by a smoke, and it's Rops taking down Decent on the other side. Rain even wins this fight, and it's suddenly a 5 versus 3.
They don't need to challenge too much now.
Nope.
Rain knows it as well. 2 players outside. Information garnered. Take that and run.
Yeah, take the W and just walk away from this one. You don't have to do it. No way, gets one. Rops walks into the shot in his back into a 3 versus 3. FaZe, they knew. The call came out. They fell away from the engagement.
Yeah,
and then they just get a bit curious.
I don't understand why. You've got a 5-on-3. You've peeked. You know there's 2 players there. Outside is not a bomb site. And now this is quite a precarious spot. 40 seconds. And they seem to know that Frozen's coming as well. They are just peeking one by one and throwing this round away. No. Excellent work from No Way. Don't get me wrong, he's got himself a hat trick.
Absolutely.
Perfect crosshair placement, fantastic awareness, but this was a 5-on-3.
They could even Molotov out one or both of these positions. Well, not both, but one of them. All right, Molotov goes the wrong way, so both players are intact for now. Flashes into the site, missed shot, and Carrigan is on his own.
10 seconds.
9 seconds on the clock, a headshot comes out. Can he hold on to the drain? He gets another one. It's a massive clutch for the captain of the team.
Oh my days, a sigh of relief, Anders. That was getting messy. I can't tell you why. They continue to peak, player after player, throwing away that huge advantage that they picked up. It was a 5-on-3. But Carrigan delivering the goods, always solid on the upper bomb site. Good for a clutch every now and then, and you can see what it means. Doing it on Danish soil, Carrigan takes FaZe to double digits, 10-8. It's going to force out a partial buy here from Imperial. Tech-9s, Desert Eagles. As they look to answer back, they'll be kicking themselves. They knew they had a real chance there. No Way set them up fantastically well. And towards the hut we go. Maybe the ramp. They have no utility to speak of. No Kevlar either. So this is more of an eco than a partial buy. Damn.
That round could easily decide this map. What a play from Carrigan. He's under pressure. The time is running out. They're coming for him. One missed shot in that engagement, and he is probably going to get double peaked and just die right away. Okay. What have we got left here? 2 Tech-9s, 1 Deagle, a Glock, and a P250. Hard to weave a really compelling story about how this round is going to be working out well for Imperial. Again, I would have said in the past, we always used to say, oh, this Deagle will play. You never know, you get Deagle headshots. This must have been... Someone look up the stats. Is this the major with the least Deagle headshots so far? I feel like it has to be. I'm just not remembering many. Brokey started to get warmed up, which is unbelievably bad news for Imperial. You don't want to see that. Third kill coming in. He's a 19 overall.
Got a bit
Latvian of a laser.
Shooting gallery here. But now down to 7 points of health. Probably going to let his teammate deal with this one. Rops will confirm the clean sweep. Yeah, it is an important round coming up. Trying to post map point first. I have to say, this is not the phase that is instilling confidence that they're going to be winning this major. It's not looking like that championship form team from what we can see right now.
No, no one can disagree with that. Like, you'd have to be crazy. The only thing you can hold on to if you're taking a really deep breath of copium here is that in the past they have managed to revitalize themselves out of nowhere, right? We've seen this from FaZe in the past where they're not looking good and then suddenly they're looking really strong. So that's what you have to pray for. But I've got to say, it's even that, it sounds bad when you're saying it out loud. You can feel yourself saying, oh, well, yeah, but it feels different somehow. I will say, Brokey, that's encouraging. Even if it's just against pistols, it's not even that. Just overall, 19 kills, hitting some shots, getting himself warmed up. It's 11-8. If they win this next round, especially if they deny the bomb plant, FaZe should be able to win Nuke. It's lined up. It's on tracks, Henry, once again. They're, roll it forward slowly, but surely don't make any mistakes.
I mean, they still need a couple of round-handers. difficult to find those, and it's going to be a triple nade setup. They've actually naded each other. Oh dear. No way, and Vinny like just took a nade to the face.
But I don't understand how.
Yeah, I guess they haven't really run that too many times. That's a little bit awkward.
Need to see the replay. That's a bizarre way to start the round.
Yeah, they tried to triple nade the bomb site floor, and one player just completely fumbled his nade, and now they've actually caused himself a bit of a boo-boo. So, a bit discombobulated, but back into usual proceedings here. Smoke towards outside. There's one at main, one towards garage. So, 45 seconds now. They haven't really got any territory on the map to speak. Oh, they've missed the smoke as well. Get him out of here.
Oh no.
This round is done.
This Molotov is not going to hit anyone. It's towards the back of the
Got to
bomb
hit this
site.
one. There we go. Successful nade.
Yeah, it's a good Molotov, but there's nobody they're not putting any pressure on anyone. They're still down to 30 seconds now as they're trying to take the ramp. This is very, very late in the round. Rops, he could fall back and play it safely, but he's going to stick around, and that might get him killed. No way! FaZe, you're not losing this round, are you? 19 seconds. Rain at the back of the silo, down below B. He catches a player mid-air, swings for a second kill, and he's got but 8 bullets left. 10 seconds on the clock. Oh, look at how smart he's playing it. He lured him in. Rain is a genius, and that's how they win the round.
What a round that was. What an absolute shit show.
That is the best description.
In all my years, I haven't seen anything quite like that. Started off with them nading each other on the T roof, missing the majority of the utility outside. 30 seconds remaining, and they just kind of go, right, let's go for a ramp rush, I suppose, and somehow got a double kill. And thankfully, Rain, last line of defense, stands tall, and like he said, just being super frustrating to play against. He's just tucking himself in, making sure that bomb can't get planted. Bit of a nightmare round, yeah. They should be quite frustrated at themselves, to be honest with you. So, there it is. Map point has been found. Imperial will need 4 in a row, and it all starts with a very complicated setup. Rain will get the opening frag here, 5 on 4 on map point. The Tech-9s are out, but Carrigan raining down death from above, but it's not going to be quite enough. Down to a 3 on 3, Anders.
Well, maybe it could be done with quickly. Vinny's very, very low on health, although lack of grenades on that CT side. Rops, it's one good kill as the bomb is getting planted down in front, but it got delayed once already. And that is a nice flick. Rops to take down decent. Vinny all alone, low on health. The Molotov, Rops surely going to be pushing forward, and it's the pistol to finish the job. FaZe survive a scary outing on Nuke to take their own map pick, and they are looking a little bit better once again.
Yeah, totally agree. But still, they win both pistols, and there are a few awkward moments in there for both teams.
Shockingly so, yeah.
I wasn't super impressed with either side there. The fact that FaZe get the win, yeah, fair enough. It's their pick, though, but Imperial definitely had their kind of awkward moments themselves. Missed utility, nading each other, running out of time over and over again. But still, they got the job done, and it will be a FaZe victory, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, some of the concerning rounds, obviously losing the 1 versus 3, and then in the very next round, they lost a 4 and 3. Then they had the round where they got 2 opening kills and they kept peeking, and even I think they won that round anyway, but just some small things for FaZe where you're looking at it thinking, like, why are you almost throwing away rounds that are basically already won by just peeking an awesome amount? So, yeah, it's a good job, and I think if you're a FaZe fan, you're going to, obviously, compared to what was happening yesterday, you're going to be super excited about this. But they don't look themselves. They really don't.
No, this is not the FaZe clan that you think, oh, they're going to be winning this major. They've absolutely dominated throughout this bracket. They're now down in the 1 and 2, and there's like, I don't know, a myriad of mistakes and just weird rounds and uncharacteristic sort of setups and fumbles across the board. But maybe I'm being too harsh. Maybe I expect too much. They're kind of making sure they're getting themselves back in the zone, I suppose. They've got the win. I guess that's all that really matters, as we will see Anubis coming up next. But that'll be the pick of Imperial, based on those strangers to that particular map. But I don't know, Imperial didn't necessarily impress me too much either. They had their individual moments, so we know no way it's going to be good for a few rounds for your team. He's so individually skilled, but still an enjoyable game, I suppose. We had some chaotic moments, and the expected result came through.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good summary right there. I guess there was one moment at the start of the second half where it looked like maybe Imperial could have really broken FaZe. but they just couldn't win that third round. I think they won 2 in a row.
If they took down that round where Carragher got the clutch in the upper bomb side, that 5-on-3 that FaZe almost fumbled there, thankfully we don't have to talk about it too much. They win the round, so we can't really criticize them too much. But they had a 5-on-3 and they had the information, 2 players towards outside, picking them one by one. Everyone goes down. It was difficult to watch at times, but you can see that was around that mid-stage of the second half, and they managed to close things out with 5 rounds in a row. So no harm, no foul, as we like to say around here. It's 13-8 for FaZe Clan on Nuke here. This is the 1 and 2 bracket. Elimination is on the line. The B stream is nothing but heartbreak today, and Imperial, their tournament could be ending earlier than you might expect. We've got Anubis and then Mirage if required. Do you think we need Mirage today, Anders?
I have a feeling we will need it.
I have a feeling as well.
I actually have a feeling that we might. It would be cool to see FaZe revitalized by this victory. You know, it's been a while since they've had any victories, so it'd be nice to see them really come alive after that one. But I could see Imperial sticking through this. Like, they're used to battling it out and having their backs against the walls. I think this could be a long game.
Could be a long game, and with that in mind, we're going to go rest our voices and get prepared for Anubis. Hope you're enjoying the show. Go check out the A stream as we take 10 minutes and get ready for Anubis. We'll see you there.
We're dequizzing the bomb here in Copenhagen, and I've got FaZe Clan's Brokey with me here. I believe you will be a mastermind of this. Are you ready, Brokey?
I'm ready.
You're ready? Confident?
Yes, I'm confident.
And you've got the bald buff, or semi-bald, shaved head buff?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly that. Okay, put your hand on the mouse. Press the dequiz of the bomb letters, and it will begin.
Just press mouse? I see now.
Yep, on there. There we go.
I'm ready. Let's go. How many seconds does a moto last? 10, 8? There's no questions. Oh, no, never mind. 8. Is it wrong?
CS2.
How many seconds does it take to defuse the bomb with the fuse kit? 5.
Nice.
How many seconds? No, what caliber is there up in CSGO? I don't know. 330? No. Which player from Canada consistently ranked in the top 20 from Twists? What is the caliber of the SSG 08? No idea. 7.62 maybe?
Woohoo!
When was CSGO released? August 2012. Yes, let's go. How many CS majors have there been so far? 20?
It's 19 because this one hasn't finished.
But this one counts as well. Which team won the first major? Of NIP? That's Fnatic maybe. That's one of them. What caliber is M4A4, M4A1S in CSGO? No idea. 45556. Correct.
Done.
Who was the top ranked player in 2017? Podzera. How many seconds does it take to defuse the bomb without the defuse kit? 10. Who is the only player from Estonia to have drops? Which CS player, active or inactive, has the most majors one under his belt? Dupree. I won.
Easy.
So easy.
Easy.
So easy.
And you are fast, Brokey.
I just read half of the question and I'm done.
Half of the question and you got it.
Only the problem was the names of the, like the M4, like 556 or whatever. That's one of the hardest.
That is really hard to understand, but I said you'd be good at it. I'm very impressed. Congratulations. Take that energy, take that success into the major.
Yeah.
Another major coming?
We'll see, we'll see. Can't promise anything.
Always wise with your words.
Bald buff, maybe.
Changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
It's time to de-quiz the bomb, and I've got FaZe Clan's Rops with me. How are you doing, my friend?
Good, good.
Now, I picked you because I wanted to see how your knowledge could be tested. We know you're so smart of all the things in the game, but this is also general knowledge of Counter-Strike. Brokey did pretty damn good. Are you ready?
I'll try my best. Let's go.
Do you want to beat Brokey?
I mean, I don't. He's my teammate. It's fine if he beats me, but okay, I can beat him.
Okay, you can beat him. I believe in you, Robs. Put your hand on the mouse,
Yep.
and then click the de-quiz the bomb letters, and it'll start. Get yourself ready and choose the answers quickly as possible. I believe in you.
Okay. Good take from name. Unarmored. I don't know. 98 or 99. 98. Oh, the first CS2 major is gonna be held in Copenhagen. What caliber is the AK-47? 762.
Oh, you know.
Which is there's the most MVP awards. Simple. It's not decided.
You done it. You done it.
Oh, it's done?
That easy.
Oh.
Because you took hardly any time at all. You didn't think about anything. Robs, that might actually be the fastest we've ever done. Since the RMRs until now.
I thought, did I get the first one right? Was it the unarmored?
Yeah, you got it right, yeah. Every time it goes up. You didn't get a single one wrong.
Oh, I thought I got the first one wrong.
If you think you got it wrong and it still went that well, I'm impressed.
Oh.
I am so happy that the big brain man of Counter-Strike continues to deliver the way we expected. Robs is currently the champion.
I thought there's more questions.
We're here at the CS2 Major, separating the wheat from the chaff. A few teams need to go home before we can proceed to the playoffs, and we're currently in the midst of Imperial taking on FaZe Clan. The first map is complete. Nuke wasn't the most exciting affair, but still, FaZe got the job done. Their map pick, 13-8, and we move on to Anubis now. Just to note as well, VP did manage to take down Eternal Fire pretty convincingly, 13-6 on Overpass on the A stream, and I guess it seems like just business as usual today. Nothing too crazy going on in the realm of Counter-Strike.
No, not yet. So, very few highlights really on Nuke that made you feel like, okay, this
the
is
Carrigan clutch, I guess, was about it.
Yeah, I would say.
That would have been a deal breaker. If they'd lost that one, I dare say that maybe goes overtime, maybe they fumbled the map. So him winning that just made sure it was just a usual game. In the grand scheme of things.
Throughout the long stretch of it, it was really brokey, I think, playing very well. I think Robs had some cool walks through the smoke. Like, there was a little bit of that. But FaZe don't look quite themselves. Maybe it's a good thing. Like, they're not 100%, but they're still beating Imperial. So, you know, if they warm up...
I guess the objective for now is just get to the playoffs, right? That's all they really have to do, and they're in good stead to do that. They win this game, they go 2-2. The problem is you've got some other big names kind of hovering around that bracket.
That is a problem.
Your VPs, your Vitalities, your Complexities. It's going to be an interesting day. That's for sure. Plenty of Counter-Strike to come. This is the first game of 3 on the B stream as we get ready for the second map of Anubis, the pick of Imperial, of course. Look out for players like Henny and No Way, who will be kind of lighting the scoreboard up and showing us that they can compete and hang with the big boys here, trying to take us to the third, which will be Mirage. There's Carrigan, who's always decent, I think, on the upper bomb side of Nuke. He's always solid for a couple of frags there, and does very well to fend them off, deny those plants. Anubis, though, definitely seen them had some questionable results on this map in the past. It's one they play very often, and I think they can 2-0 this, though, Anders. I feel like that's where my head was at when we came into this one. You were somewhat on the fence, I would say.
Yes, I definitely have been very, very nervous about this whole thing. But a 2-0, I mean, from FaZe's point of view, I hope that's the case, because you kind of want to see FaZe at this major for a bunch of reasons. Obviously, you know, in the most memeable sense, this is the first Danish major, and there are almost no Danes here at all. If we lose Carrigan as well...
You need Carrigan in there, don't you? At least for a quarter-final.
At least.
Just to get the people going. I guess we've got Ecstatic as well. They're looking like they could make it. Like, every time you doubt them, they seem to make it to the next stage of the tournament.
I mean, they've been so impressive. Like, it's wild.
We've got the core of Heroic as well, so it's not completely over for the Danes. But yeah, it's weird that we're in Copenhagen and it doesn't seem like we're going to have a fully Danish squad. Astralis kind of ruined that for everyone. Would have been a real historic major if they were in there being competitive, but wasn't meant to be.
About Astralis. Go on.
I don't want to. I think everyone else has done that for a while now. Like, I'm sure they'll turn up. I'm sure like players at Device will kind of come in and wave at one point, you know.
Yeah, I expect so. Yeah, that was a wild scenario for Astralis. It really was. But
probably for the best, for the looks of things, they changed the roster before the major's even over.
Yeah.
You would think most teams would be like, okay, let's not rush into any crazy decisions here. Let's see who's available after this cycle. Nope, straight up to sign Bro and said goodbye to Blame F.
Yeah, that's going to be... We'll see what happens with that squad of the future. Back into reality here. We do have Imperial versus FaZe. These teams, both of them at the brink of elimination. For Imperial, that ledge is a little bit closer now, having lost the opening map. Now we're on to the second map on Anubis. And I think for FaZe, like, I'm looking to see FaZe slowly rediscover and remember who they are in this game. They are a legendary lineup here. They should be able to have such an impact. So let's see if they can remind themselves just what a strong team they can be on the second map right here.
They'll let the T-side start, of course, Anders, and it's going to be a B execution. One smoke, a Molotov, and a flash. 5 players outside of the site itself. So they've deployed an early smoke. I think I've seen that a few times online. You can throw it from T-spawn and get it into the darkroom itself. And it's going to be 5 players challenging. Henny and Phelps' opening kill goes in favor of FaZe. Does it ever as they get a flurry of frags. And that's going to be a guaranteed pistol round for the FaZe boys here. Vinny and Decent have literally 0 chance of winning this one.
Yeah, you've the best you're hoping for probably get a couple of kills if you wanted to upgrade into something in the next round. It'll help out. But you're right, they're not going to be able to do anything to even get close to the bomb site. Well, that was very comprehensive. 3 kills for Brokey, keeping the same energy that he had on Nuke. That's probably a great sign. Rops, it's uncomfortable. Dancing around the pillar. Gonna need some backup here to get rid of Vinny, who's kind of running out of bullets at the same time. They are putting some pressure on, and eventually it will be Rain to pick him up. So, first round goes to FaZe.
Yeah, another pistol round. 3 for 3 now. As FaZe one step closer to the 2-2 bracket. Bear in mind, losing this series will spell good night and goodbye for Imperial. They'll be out of the tournament. Very comprehensive victory. Smoke down towards dark. Molotovs deployed. Flashes over. 5 players made their presence known with a bombardment of bullets from those Glocks. And no force buy in the second. Imperial have played quite a conservative financial game today. Even after getting the bomb planted on their T-side pistol, they took a full eco in round number 2 to get out those AKs in the third. It worked out for them, to be fair. And we'll see if they can do anything on the CT side. Bear in mind, this is like the most T-sided map we have in the pool. So winning the pistol here is a pretty big deal. If you can build some early momentum, you can run away with this first half. So we've got a B stack and Rain inquiring to where they're set up right now. He's got through towards dark. Smoke's deployed towards Temple and the Obelisk. It's going to be a Molotov at the platform. You see 3 players waiting by the Ivy as the swing start to come through. Rain and Brokey opening things up here. It's a little bit awkward as Henny will push through the smoke and find a frag. That's the only bit of success they found, though, but a chance of a second. Rob's down to 20 points of health, but ultimately a very clean round there for FaZe. They'll be up against the M4s into the following round here. Maybe an Org or 2 as well. We haven't seen too many Orgs this tournament, but an Anubis is the perfect map to bring it out. There it is. Vinny's deployed it, Anders. I'm glad I said it.
It's quite a good weapon. I think it's been proven in the past, so yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, on Anubis especially, holding that A-bomb side in middle, it can be idyllic. We'll see if it works out for him. Round 3, Galil for Brokey, AKs otherwise. And we'll see if they've got a pocket strat in mind or just going to be running that default early Molotovs towards middle here. Instead of the set smokes, we're going to be inquiring towards the canal position as well, popping open the smoke and willing to challenge. And that challenge is successful. Phelps gets a double kill. Takes down Rain and Brokey. Vinny not happy with that advantage. Will continue to push and probably kicking himself now. Not necessarily required, and you've given them a sliver of hope back into the round with Phelps down to 13 HP as well. This one is not done or indeed dusted. Oh, Carrigan, if he took his time, might have had a freebie there.
The timing was brutal for Vinny because Henny was actually throwing a flashbang from inside of the A-bomb site for that peak to come through, so a little bit closer and he would have had the flash and probably would have had the kill as well.
So if Carrigan can keep these 3 players towards B and his teammates heading towards the A side, maybe he can do something with this. They're going to explore and push him. He's got a decent position though, Anders. He just needs one. He just needs to contain them. Don't think it's going to happen. His next peak, I would say he goes down, but a good smoke. Like that starts spamming him momentarily.
He's going to sit there. He's still occupying them. Yeah, he's in a lot of danger, but he's still there. They're starting to get Carrigan. This is such a brilliant play. No way pushing through, but Carrigan wasn't ready. If he had the rifle out, he might have had the kill. But either way, he did a lot of work in this round. Bomb is planted. Rops has got to be careful as he nearly gets shot through the smoke twice, and he's down to 25 health. Frozen is hearing them, walking up behind. He's got the AK out. There could be a quick headshot here, but no way crouches into the fight and will take him down instead. So it's all on Rops. Soft from earlier, 1 versus 3, and they do not have a kit right now, so one quick kill could make a difference here. As the bomb's being defused, he's being locked in here, and Henny will find a way to take him down. It's a close round here. Carrigan almost had it lined up for them, but it will be Imperial to pick it up.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame there for Carrigan. He had multiple players around him, and he pulls out the grenade at that very crucial moment in the interaction, but still they got the bomb planted. It was essentially a 5-on-3 after this opening gambit from Phelps. Gets that nice double kill, and they did well to actually make that a realistic round on the FaZe side, so it's absolutely fine. They got the bomb planted, money should be absolutely fine.
I think that's an interesting mind game, because Phelps pushes in front of the smoke. They then underhand a grenade into the smoke to blow it up, so when you're peeking on the T side, you're expecting for there to be a CT player that's peeking through that smoke that's just been blown open, but in fact, what you're finding is Phelps who's out all the way on the left side, so that could be a little bit rough. You're probably going to have your crosshair in the wrong position, and that could be enough. Wow, quick trade here to begin with. Phelps and Frozen, both of them down. And the next, it is Robs finding Vinny through the smoke. If Decent goes down, and he will, Robs probably winning the round on that kill. I don't think Henny in no way can do a lot in this round. So much time on the clock, and Robs actually just walking onto the side saying, you know what, it's empty, boys. We're good to go.
Yeah, bring that bomb over. It's all the way back in T-spawn. Slight issue, I suppose, but shouldn't have too many ramifications. Rain patrolling the rotations, Carrigan holding the extremities as the bomb does indeed come through T-spawn, courtesy of Brokey here. 4 versus 2, Henny and No Way. Not really much they can do, just some self-preservation. At this stage, trying to stay alive. You got No Way on low HP towards the beach. And then, of course, Henny holding the B-bomb site, hoping for some reason they might just walk into his crosshair and give him a couple of kills. But FaZe Clan got this one under lock and key. Can they keep 4 players up, though? They'll be going on a bit of a hunt here. Bomb finally planted. And it's now up to Henny and No Way to try and keep their weapons in hand. Carrigan not going to be able to win that duel. Henny will take him down.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame for Carrigan, but ultimately, I think for FaZe, the important thing is going right back to your winning ways early on. It's a very, very T-sided map, so you kind of don't want to let Imperial into the game early. You don't want to have them build an economy, keep them low, and keep winning some of these rounds. Robs playing well at the start is very bad news for Imperial. Brokey's still doing well, but I think Robs is just such an enigmatic player that once he's let loose and he feels comfortable, I don't know if Imperial has anyone that could shut him down easily. Match has been paused, so...
Well, we are yet to get super hyped about this particular series so far.
I think that's fair to say.
It's been pretty run-of-the-mill. Nothing too electrifying being presented. It's just FaZe playing pretty average for their level, and it's enough to have a nice convincing lead against Imperial, yeah.
Do you think that's a cause for concern, or is it the fact that even if you win this game, you're not qualifying, you're just not knocked out? So it's like, I don't know, there must be, maybe it's a weird atmosphere on both teams. They're kind of like, such a long struggle ahead of us. But I would want to see more energy out of some of these teams when they're winning rounds.
Yeah, I feel like with the playoffs, you got like a 3-day break between the elimination stage and the playoffs. I feel like that's when they're going to get themselves in their zone. That's when they're going to find that killer instinct once again. And right now, FaZe, I think they're just trying to make sure they don't overstep the mark. They don't get too excited. They just need to focus on the job at hand, and that's absolutely fine. They don't need to win the major here. They know that the heavy favorites going into this one. There's been some disastrous results for them, most notably 13-1 deficit against Eternal Fire. Speaking of which, Eternal Fire are on the A stream right now. I'm going to go check in on the score because it was Virtus.pro picking up the first map of Overpass 13-6 pretty convincingly. And now in the second, they've won the pistol. It's Vertigo, the pick of Eternal Fire. They're up 2-0. So it looks like in that game, that's the 2-1 game. So VP might be the next team through to the playoffs here. Okay. We've already got Mouse and Spirit, of course. And up next for promotion would be either Cloud9, Vitality, VP, or Na'Vi, or Complexity. But I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm worried about Complexity. Yeah. They're playing against Vitality today, right? So
I'm worried
sure,
too.
you're like, oh, you're in the 2-0 bracket. And then you got absolutely owned by Mouse. Like absolutely destroyed. They barely turned up. And now you got Vitality to kick things off. And then you potentially have to play against FaZe. Then you'll be down at 2-2. FaZe win today, that's where they'll be. So you could have Vitality and FaZe just to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, you could put on that Mouse game from yesterday and probably watch it while you're eating a sandwich. You're going to be done, like, by the time you're finished. It's so quick.
Like, that was beautiful. If Mouse can keep that sort of form up, they can be in contention for the trophy.
Yeah.
That's the thing, but...
Another route for Denmark to have a couple of people in there with Sip and Cyclone.
Yes,
We're
good
sneaking
point.
Danes
Didn't
into
consider
the
that.
slowly.
Zipex is the assistant coach. I forgot that was even a thing.
We're slowly smuggling more Danes into
So out of the Astralis core, the Dynasty lineup, the only one that's made it is going to be Zipex as the assistant coach. No Device, no Glaive.
Yeah.
No Zonic.
Yeah, you're right. Oh my God. It's, obviously Dupree.
God, yeah, Zipex might be the only one. Damn. Well, he will be, I suppose.
Yeah.
All right.
We're back in it.
We are.
3-1 the scoreline.
Weird complexion of a buy. They've got a couple of saved rifles, of course, but like USP, CZs, and opening frag. Rops goes down courtesy of Nowhere. That's the AK-47 brought from the previous round. They've got a man advantage here. Carrigan being a nuisance towards middle, and I think he goes down here. Not loving that one, I'll be honest. That's pretty ambitious.
A bit risky. He did spot two people. I don't think he saw a third. We finally got the CSET 75 out. We were asking about that on Nuke, so someone's still using it. Smoke down towards the beans. Rain is stepping right on top of the merchandise there.
Coffee beans and A main. An advantage still for Imperial. They're going to investigate mid-position. Vinian goes down here almost certainly. Does considerable damage to Frozen. Doesn't anticipate a couple more players here. So still 3 versus 2 in favor of Imperial. These rounds have been pretty sloppy from FaZe.
I mean, yes. Even if Carrigan, like his team wasn't even able to help him out when he was pushing.
So they've done a nice smoker. They've thrown that from the canals and actually smoked deep in CT spawn, hoping to keep the 2 players on that side of the map. But Henny, he's here and he's holding bricks, so he won't be taken down quickly. They're assuming the side should be open, but now spotted. Henny, he'll have to just hold his nerve. He can't necessarily do anything about this. Have to hold for the rotations. And now we're into a 3 versus 2. Make it 2 on 2 as Henny fighting back here. Should be the trade for Decent, and it will be another round in favor of Imperial. And yeah, that's pretty ugly from FaZe. Just running into bomb sites with solo players taken down, and piece by piece it all fell apart.
I think that's what we mean when we say this hasn't been the most exciting game. Like, some of these rounds just feel very, very flat. Just a couple of people, you know, like fighting very separately. You're not seeing any grand executions. Like Frozen in the middle, alone, Carrigan before then. Rain and Brokey kind of tried to team up towards the end when the round is kind of falling apart. It's like, that's not the kind of Counter-Strike I want to see out of FaZe at all. You'd love to see them actually have a grasp of what's going on that CT side. Like, manipulate the defense. Try and see if you can force an over-rotation somewhere. Sneak someone in the middle of the chaos. Like, there's a lot of other things I associate with the kind of play that you normally think of when Carrigan is playing, but not the perfect buy either coming out of FaZe here. Got the Galil and a
They just lost the USPs and CZ, so I'm sure they can make this one work. Round 6, and this isn't the dominating FaZe we know and love. So they just look a bit flat out there. See what they've got in store for round number 6, though. AK's Deagle for Brokey, Galil for Carrigan. Flashes towards middle. Henny got his signature AWP in that position. Smokes down, starting to dissipate now. And it's going to be an opening frag once again. Rob's dealt with by Vinny. He is looking as sharp as usual.
Yeah, although Rob's winning that fight quite a bit, so it's interesting to see Vinny come out on top this time. That just from an individual point of view, has to feel pretty good for Vinny to be able to turn that around. 5 versus 3 now.
Okay,
Carrigan. Yeah, he's at the beach, not looking to get a tan, looking to flank them.
He needs to get multiple kills. If he can find both B kills, that would be significant, but I think they're aware there's a potential gap. They should be watching this to some extent. Apparently not. Carrigan doesn't present any trigger discipline. Does get the information of 2 more here at the very least, so he could fall back off this. Doesn't decide to do so. It's going to be now 2 players still in towards B, 1 towards Dark, and here comes the rotation. Bomb to be planted, Frozen and Brokey this time in the clutch. Molotov will buy them a bit of space and time as he recovers the M4 as well. A fighting chance here, a slim chance of success for FaZe.
So if Imperial screwed this up, look at that, there's another flank. They've already planted the bomb. Now he's gone back through the tunnel towards CT spawn. This could be huge. Frozen. This might have been the 5. Oh no, he just fires right away. I thought he would try and line it up. It might not have mattered because Brokey's on the other side, hitting headshots, and they will win the round. I think for Imperial, that is a disastrous loss. They should have been winning this round every single time.
Oh, they know it as well. And Carrigan, you're right, like, it's not like they're kind of, the je ne sais quoi we expect from top-level CS. As soon as they spot a single player, they're spraying the bullets.
What's the urgency like?
Yeah, instead of like just kind of saying, what's the most I can get out of this? Like, how can I guarantee this round? But still, difficult to poke holes in it when they win the round. As we will see Carrigan with a nice backstab in towards CT spawn, finds player at the pillar, and stays alive. That's absolutely fine, as we will see another backstab from Frozen, who went around the beach position as well. Gets the penultimate frag, and Brokey to close things out there with the M4A4. Zach needs a new pop filter. There it is with the Galil. And they managed to segregate these fights. No way, couldn't do much. And Brokey, as soon as he wins this fight, it looked like it was a done deal with Frozen taking the aggro in CT.
Okay.
Is he still fired up over there? Good job, Carrigan.
That's good. Yeah, I want to see that. There is so much on the line. It'd be a dark day for FaZe if they get knocked out of the major by Imperial. You want to see that they understand how much it means. Brokey explodes no way as he tries to go in there. Henny's picking up the AWP. Nice little grenade from inside of the A-bomb site. It's a classic nowadays. Those little grenade tricks aren't really going to be saving them. Rops. He's been very confident in taking these fights, and now that he's up against pistols and an MP9 on the other side, I mean, you've got to favor him. Even if it is the Banana 5-7. They're starting to move forward. They could find Robs, it'd be something, but a flashbang. Timing is amazing for that one. Robs didn't swing it, but still it kind of forces them back. Smoke on top, and Robs is isolated from his team. They use a Molotov to counter it. It's a lot of, you could tell, rock, paper, scissors being played here with the utility. And Rob's now looking to commit to the fight. He's got to be a little bit careful because he does have that AK that could be lost. Henny, they lured him into it. Rob's thinking, okay, it's just a 5-7. I'll take this swing. Did Vinny see that? He surely did, right?
Looks like
no.
Phelps will be ready for it regardless. He's got to kill a Carrigan. Okay, nice work, Carrigan. That's a very important kill. Make it a double. This was starting to look a little bit questionable there for FaZe, but he's managed to find some space. And Decent won't be able to deny the plants here. So do they save the AWP or do they try and win out in a 3 versus 1? I think that answer has already been presented as Henny will be so far away. AWP in towards the A side of the map, just has to try and save it here. And it will be 5 rounds on the board for FaZe.
Captain Carrigan saving the round once again. If he doesn't get that cheeky double in there, if he dies to the C set to begin with, they would have had very, very little time.
Yeah, I'm not sure they missed the smoke towards the camera position as well. Just a weird game today. Like, if you took away the names at the top of the screen, I wouldn't say we're watching FaZe. But they are winning. Just to reiterate that again, it's all fine.
No, but I mean, I don't know what people at home watching are thinking about. I share the same feeling. It's like they are winning. It doesn't really feel fine. It feels like, okay, if this is the level that you're going to be bringing into future matches, there's a long road ahead, right? You win this one, you still have to play another best of 3 to keep fighting it.
Well, here's round 8. Henny does have the AWP. Always going to be problematic. But the problem is his teammates don't have much else to bring to the party. B execution looking likely here. Initial smokes, Molotovs, flashes being deployed already. Could be a double pump though. Oh, nice boost. I think this is a guaranteed frag, but the flashbang from Carrigan enables Brokey to have an extra half a second to clear out that proximity as we see a 5-on-4 ensuing and lots of damage through that smoke. HE will be catastrophic to the CTs here. Oh, about 70 damage inflicted, a kill found, and should be bomb planted here.
Okay, but you know what? That's a round that you look at and you say, that flashbang for the setup with the peak on the AWP, those are the little details. I mean, yeah, I expect that out of a team of FaZe caliber. That's good. So many of the other rounds, even if they win them, they look like they're way more down to just, let me see if I can get something done in the middle. Oh, I died. Oh, it's a bit of a shame. Robs is already out hunting it. They know they've won the round, and they know that the AWP was saved in the previous round, so they probably want to try and see if they can find that. I don't necessarily mind it. They do have a bit of money on at least a couple of players there. You could justify trying to go for it. 6-2. Imperial looking uncomfortable at the moment. Still Henny and No Way that are doing a lot of the work. And they've been shut down in a lot of their aggression. They've tried to push from dark into the river. They've tried to push out of the A-bomb site with Vinny getting flashed in. And a lot of the times, FaZe are actually able to beat them in those pushes. So now Imperial are kind of forced into a more passive setup. They have not tried any mid pushes, Henry. If they wanted to, they could.
We haven't seen much in terms of...
Like, they could try and push 2 or 3 people in the middle, go wild
CT little flanks and pushes and gambits. It's been pretty run-of-the-mill. 6-2, round 9. Imperial, what have they got up their sleeve here? The ecos are over. They've got the AWP once again in the hands of Henny. See Molotovs towards middle. Throwing them in the hut and double doors to deny vision.
Grenade from the A-bomb side once again, but it's a bit late. Rain Oh, he wanted to. He really wanted to push, you can tell.
It's okay though, right? This is early round and you baited out a lot of utility, like important CT utility as well. Those grenades do no damage to the FaZe Clan outfit. And you can see they're on high alert on the CT side, trying to gain an advantage, get something going in their favor. Not the cleanest spray from Carrigan. I guess we'll take it, considering he trades out with Phelps. And this next kill is everything, and it's going to be not quite the double, but it's man advantage now as we see a 3 versus 1 ensue. Imperial surely can put this one to bed up against Brokey.
Well, traditionally, this is the kind of round where Brokey actually can be super dangerous, right? I don't think we've seen many real Brokey rounds yet at this major. I don't think I've seen any, really. Even if he's playing well on Nuke, it just wasn't that Brokey flavor that we all cherish, but they have a chance to maybe do it now. He's made a bit of a huge fake. He's run back for the river, hoping that someone's chasing him down to the Heron. Then he goes back up onto the bridge, now back to the middle. But they're kind of not moving, so he's really faking nobody at the moment. Wasting a bit of time. And the problem is, when he gets to the bomb site here, he's going to be heard, and they should be able to get on top of him, although he's pushing forward. This would have been the way to win it. If he could have found the fight against Vinny and won that, he could have planted the bomb and been a 1 versus 2. So he's not wrong. He just couldn't find the shot.
Well, there we have it. The 3v1 never really got going.
No.
Which has been the kind of headline of this series. Round 10, dying stages of this first half. If Imperial can get 6 on the board, that would be amazing. We might even have a third map. But we'll see.
Well, even if they get 4, right?
Yeah, I would say 4 would be a pretty admirable half. But we've got the AK-47 in the hands of Decent. Then you have 4 kills, though. And just see 2 players through the rugs. This could be more of an A-lean. Here's a bit of aggression, Anders. We're going to see the orb boosted above the smoke. That's pretty cool. No one there. Oh, Carrigan might be offering himself up momentarily.
He doesn't know it, but he has evaded death, at least for the minute. It was an episode of Final Destination. Death will come back to haunt him later, Henry, if you remember.
I haven't seen that film since I was about 13.
Which one? There's like 10 of them now.
The one with the truck. Oh no, the one where they're in the gym and he's using like he's pumping iron, it smashes on his head. Or the truck with like...
You know, they get progressively more and more bizarre when you do it. It's actually worth going. It's so stupid now. Vinny, doing the secondary AWPing, Imperial have resorted to a double AWP to try and claim a 4th round. This is really important. There's not that much money on FaZe. If they win this one, Imperial, they can start something, and they absolutely will. Not a chance for FaZe to get onto the bomb site. Brokey and Rain left, and Imperial, just don't make any silly mistakes now, and this should be your round.
Should be. Can't imagine a world where they give this one up. Just another underwhelming FaZe round. No damage inflicted. Everyone destroyed all at once. And nothing really gathered in terms of map control or causing any sort of threat on the bomb site. Rain will pull one back. 2v5 begins here. But there's only 13 seconds at this. So Brokey has to get this kill and then go plant right now.
Well, even that might be very, very difficult. He's slightly hidden, but not enough. Decent will find him. You know what? Fair play. I appreciate that they went for that one. It's a 4th round for Imperial. I think that's enough of a foundation. It's something to build on. Light fist bumps coming out on the Imperial side, and they could feel the pressure now. Losing the opening map. Falling a bit behind on this half here. But it's not completely done with.
Yeah, that kind of says it all. Robs doesn't look like he's
Why are they
chasing a major trophy right now?
Why are they so dejected? What's going on?
Because that was a pretty bad round. Like, they did no damage, got no map control. They just look flat.
Yeah, but...
And no one's really hitting any shots. Like, Robs is dying at A main pretty much every round.
Are you allowed to... Can you bring, like, smelling salts or something to the main?
Let's get everyone, like, fired up a bit. Like,
there's gotta be some way to do this.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Like I said, I guess it's not a massive game for them. They pretty much know they're going to win, I suppose. But another buy, a weak one with a Deagle for Brokey, Robs with the Galil. Yep. Almost no utility. You can see Rain's got nothing to speak of, but...
Again, so much of this is being carried on the back of Brokey playing well. It was the same on Nuke. I mean, that in itself is something to worry about, right? What if Brokey isn't having
Aggressive.
a couple of really good maps here? Yeah, this is something, although got to be careful you're not just basically delivering this AK to the enemy side.
Like this from Imperial, smoking top of rugs and steps, so you can see they've got full canal control. FaZe are on high alert, they have no idea what they're up against, no vision towards middle either. So Robs had a pretty rough time out there towards A main. Vinny will be ready and waiting for him. He's got the AUG close range. You can get a one-tap headshot with the AUG if you basically stick the barrel in their skull. It's the only weapon on the CT side. They've made a sound cue? Damn. So the element of surprise is now gone. Vinny fancies his peak. Freebie.
But he goes down. That's not necessarily worth it at all.
Yeah, considering they can upgrade the Deagle to a rifle now.
Also, Decent is alone on the bomb side. He's got no grenades at all. He couldn't have flashed Vinny into the fight anyway. It looks like they are starting to rotate over, so they're going to go for a bit of an execute. Could be a powerful one. Grenades raining down. Imperial, this is a big opportunity for you to win a 5th round here. You need to actually follow through. 25 seconds. Smokes are up. Some counter Molotovs are coming in to try and slow the progression here for the FaZe side. It's Phelps. As the smoke fades, he'll take down Carrigan, and no way couldn't have had a better lineup there. Rops and Brokey, the only 2 people alive here for FaZe, and they're going to get swiped as well. Phelps from Dark with a triple kill. Not bad.
Very nice hold from Imperial, but FaZe seemed quite surprised there was a player in towards that dark room, and it's the one position they really overlook. As we go for the motions again, this is falling apart for FaZe Clan. It's Phelps just gunning them down. The execution doesn't really work out whatsoever to Tech9s, and this pretty underwhelming T-side showing. FaZe will have a Desert Eagle in the hands of Rops and Brokey. Tech9s otherwise see if they can close things out with a bit of success here. 2 players towards middle. Smokes deployed in towards the B bomb side. Flashbang to follow it up. I guess they're going to drop down from middle and try and split from the dark room. Full spray committed here. Oh my goodness, Carrigan. Hell of a shot there on Decent. Phelps will offer himself up. So now a fighting chance here. They're actually going to send all these players towards middle. Smoke down towards the temple side of mid. Phelps to push through it and maybe find another kill here. Tenny fighting back. That AUG is a real nuisance. As now we have a 3 versus 2. Imperial looking good to tie things up at 6-6 here. It's Brokey on the Desert Eagle joining Robs. And they're both in towards his beach position right now.
Yeah, but I don't think they can. Noe is in dark, so he can stay there, basically guarding the A bomb site from this position. He doesn't have to worry about a flank. He knows there's a flank coming, but who cares? Even if they go plant the bomb on the CT side of the obelisk, he's going to be okay with that one. Just don't die. Wait for the teammates to get here. Vinny's already moving a bit closer. I think so far this round is very well played by Imperial. They have a good read of what's going on. Yeah, allow the bomb plant. It doesn't matter, it's a 12th round. Just make this a comprehensive 2-on-3. Vinny sneaking up behind. Brokey's dead, and Rops very low on health already. He's going to get a bullet to the face. And Imperial will get a 6th round. So nicely played 2-on-3 from the Brazilian side here, and I'm starting to get concerned for FaZe once again.
Very average T-side showing for them.
Yeah.
Very average. Not bad, I suppose, but average. It's one of the most T-sided maps. You're the absolute heavy favorites. FaZe are in the conversation to win this major trophy, and they are looking pretty dejected. Ropt doesn't look his usual self in and out the server. Brokey, like you said, he's fragging. It's a bit of a messy game.
If Brokey was performing at the same level to his teammates right now, this would be Imperial winning instead. I think Brokey, he's the difference between win or lose. It can't be down to one person, right? Where's the rest of the squad?
All right, well, they're going to be on the CT side now. Bear in mind, they've won all 3 pistols. So that's 6 rounds with a pistol victory and a 3-0 conversion. So the gun rounds weren't that interesting. Opening duels for Robs is 0-3. So he went down at that A main entrance without any sort of response 3 times. Not what you expect from a player of his caliber. It just seems like something's up with him today. We are going to see 5 players make their way towards A. 4 specifically at the rugs. I assume just execution by the looks of things here. You'll be smoking heaven.
But they haven't seen it. They don't know about the walkout yet. Decent. He didn't peek deep enough on the second go. So Rain sneaking up, Carrigan at range, and now they can fall back. Frozen, great headshots, defending the A-bomb side.
That's more like
Frozen will get the last. That is more how we like it.
Yeah, you know, like some convincing headshots, a good setup, no one whiffing the bullets. And it will be a comprehensive victory for FaZe. They go 4 for 4 on pistol rounds now. Nice little push. Carrigan setting the tone for the round. Double bean stack here. Frozen, his best sequence so far, hands down, in this series.
Yeah.
No bomb planted and a full eco. FaZe, a chance to stretch their legs here in round number 14.
Yeah, it should be fairly smooth sailing here. Maybe you could justify some of the MP9s looking for extra cash. Try and be a bit disruptive, but generally speaking, you want to be sure you win the round. No bomb plant. Didn't even get close to the site, did they? Rain flashed in. Every single team member in the middle. They are just going to be slow walking it. Contact play. Once they encounter something, they're just going to go for it. And there we go. Brokey, got to be careful you don't run out of bullets. But he's got some backup in here. And only one casualty on the side of FaZe. Very smooth round. Better start to the second half here. They're not really celebrating. They're not fired up. I think this is just about focus, hopefully, on the FaZe side of things. As Imperial will take another timeout. So they're having a chance to talk this through for their first rifle round that's going to be coming up. Right, they're feeling the pressure too.
Oh, yeah. Like, tournament life on the line. I know we're talking about FaZe a lot. They're more of the main character in this series, I suppose. The antagonists, Imperial, though, are putting up a decent fight. You have to say that. Like, they can only convert the rounds presented to them, and they've done a good job. Haven't made many mistakes themselves. First gun rounds, it's going to be 3 Galils and a couple of AK-47s. See if they can start to make a dent here on the FaZe defense. You can see the odds coming through. FaZe still the favorites, of course. Round 15. No AWP available on the CT side or the Imperial forces, but we are going to have an MP9 for Rain. We've got grenades ready and waiting. Outside B main. Guess they're waiting for a particular timing or a tendency they're aware of for FaZe, and then they would double nade it. Smoke down. So that's going towards Temple. Trying to bait out some initial utility on the CT side. Robs, you think someone snuck through there maybe? It's paranoid?
Yeah. Well, because you're paranoid doesn't mean someone's not out to get you, Henry.
Yeah, it's a good point. Good to double check, I suppose. I don't think he's feeling it though. He's just going to fall back as we see Molotovs delivered towards double doors once again. 1 minute remaining.
The mid is wide open. Imperial could get in here. It's getting watched from camera by Frozen, who's just kind of, well, not even Frozen, Rops, who's just kind of looking in there.
Yeah, very defensive. They've still got the majority of their smokes here, which is very powerful. Frozen watching the Temple side, and then Rops, as soon as he gets any sort of contact towards camera, he'll drop his smoke. Speaking of smokes, there's a nice defensive one towards the dark room. 35 seconds. Not a ton of control here for Imperial. Going to go in towards middle now. It's going to be a beat split from the aforementioned Temple side. We said Frozen was there, ready and waiting, so we'll see what kind of positional control he can find. Oh, he gets caught with his pants down, Anders.
Absolutely. Sent down onto the beach, dead. 19 seconds here. They're pushing the bomb sites very late in the game for this round to get kicked off, but they'll get the kill on Rain, and they overwhelm Carrigan, and suddenly they have a bomb plan. They still have Phelps, who can be controlling the rotations here. If he's patient, Robs is going to be surely dead. Walks right into it. Brokey on his own. Imperial leaving it to the fading seconds of the round. But they managed to power their way through.
How strong did Frozen think his position had to be? Like, you knew they were coming in middle. It was looking like you had the perfect spot for it, but he just wanted to elevate himself 2 feet in the air. The moment he jumps up,
well, also,
that's when they come through.
Given how little time was left, he didn't even have to get a bunch of kills, right? He could have just
trading out there would have been fine.
Yeah, get one, fall back. You know, you can help out at the A-bomb side. You can call it into your teammates.
That's rough. Oh, there was over 25 seconds left. The moment he goes to jump up on the ledge, for some reason, wasn't happy with his spot. Here's a nice off angle. He's guaranteed at least one kill there. And like we said, caught his pants down.
What?
That is... God, what is going on? with this team today. Oh, I'm worried for FaZe now. Just not looking their usual selves. I'm sure you can all agree that's the moment it all fell apart. 25 seconds and Rain, if he gets a double kill with the MP9, maybe there was something to be said, but it's just sloppy again from FaZe. Rob's having a rough time out there. Doesn't seem to... Yeah, David knows. That's on him. It's unlucky, I suppose, like, but all he had to do was just get one kill. Didn't need to reposition. I don't think that was the difference maker. And now they've lost Carragher, hit things off. This is unraveling at the seams for FaZe. Brokey having a rough time in the last few rounds.
What?
What's he doing?
The stabbing decent Brokey. What is going on? He pulled the knife out so early, swinging it inside of the smoke.
What is happening today?
This is a wild game. Again, everything is on the line. You're gonna get eliminated from the major, losing the series. And it just doesn't feel like it has the gravity from either team. Like, I'm very confused. Robs and Frozen holding on to it, but they're already walking away. They know they can't win this round. The bomb's planted. It's looking to tie up the game, make it an 8-8 scoreline. It's kind of some stabby action. It's not enough.
You're right there. That's a wild decision to make. Like, so early on the round, sure, it's hectic, you're in the smoke, but the knife, like, I guess he gets the kill, so it's
Fair
whatever,
play.
but like, it's just seems like they're just constantly caught off guard and not ready for what's being presented towards them. But Imperial tied things up. I dare say they've got this map in the bag. FaZe are starting to crumble. Mirage might be required here, as Imperial can't believe their luck. It's chaotic, but they're finding the kills, no problem, and the rounds, as you see Brokey, like, I see this at the highest level very often.
Bro, what's going on? I don't know what's happening. I just can't believe it.
Okay, well, timeout. Yeah, probably for the best.
Like,
yeah, like, that kind of says it all. Rob's, his head's not in this one.
He
seems, he's kind of mentally out of it.
I think he could have just reloaded inside of the smoke.
Could have just fallen back to the pillar, like anything, but like I said, he got the knife kill. I guess it's not the deciding factor, just a weird round that FaZe just looks so uncomfortable. There's no setups, and it's just everyone's in these weird, isolated fights. Yeah, got the kill, I suppose.
Yeah, but
I'm not really sure that's going to win you the round, though. They'll take an eco with these two saved M4s, Rops and Frozen. One of these two needs to step up. This game is ugly. The series hasn't been great for FaZe. Grenades will absolutely wreck Brokey at the start, down to 27 points of health. Rob's holding towards A main. Flashbang over. Smoke as well. There's the flash. Not feeling comfortable. He knows the Molotov's up next.
They're not going to be catching anyone here. The bomb's still quite far back, so Imperial could go back and pick it up once they feel like they've done a little bit. A little bounce off the corner there. Actually 4 people in the middle. They don't have a flash to set up anything for here, so they're just going to use the strength of numbers to try and see if they can find favorable fight in the middle. Imperial are actually kind of showing up for that fight themselves. Henny take down Carragher to begin with, and that's a very nice swing. AK penetrating that wall is just a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think FaZe might be done on this map, Anders. I think we're going to Mirage. Not seeing much that convinces me otherwise. Imperial just loving it out there. They've got another clean sweep. Money will be nice and strong after this one. We're on the strongest T-sided map, and for now, Brokey, like I said, 27 HP. Can't really do much about this apart from save the scavenged M4A1S.
I feel a really strong level of discomfort watching this game. Like from the start.
Something's not quite right, is it?
It just, it's very odd to see it. There's no strength, even mechanically speaking, on FaZe. We talked about this a little bit yesterday when we talked about the difference between complexity and mouse. And yeah, sure, mouse were completely on fire for that game. But I want to see some of these FaZe guys, you know, like assertively winning some battles where it's just like, ooh, that was it. Snappy 1-2 punch. Here's a couple of headshots. It's a quick 5 versus 3. Like, there's very few rounds like that. Everything is a long, stretched out, labored fight. You're barely squeaking through some of these rounds. You're like, oh, thank God we survived on 14 health to try and get that last kill. It's like, it's all the time just so hard to do anything for them.
Well, just checking in on the A stream, it looks like Eternal Fire might be able to take us to a third map. They are winning.
Really?
Vertigo against VP. It's currently 10-5. The third map there would be Inferno. That looks like it's
cool.
a game that's heating up. And FaZe Clan starting to spiral here on Anubis. After pretty underwhelming first half, they have won all pistols in this series so far, and now on the back foot against Imperial. A team you'd think they would put to bed no problem whatsoever. Also
that would be impressive for Eternal Fire if they were able to do that.
Well, bear in mind, as Eternal Fire, the 13-1 FaZe Clan.
Yes,
they've had a bloody rough tournament.
You could say that again. We may have to say that again.
Yeah, like, if this is how they go out, it'll be really sad. Imagine they lose this series now, and that's their major run. The first CS2 major, that's how it goes down.
That could absolutely happen. Like, this is very hard to get inspired by what we're seeing on the server, unfortunately. Hate to say it, but it is true. Very tagged up.
Yeah, this round's already done, I think. Yeah, Brokers goes down with nothing. Oh, this is a really wild game to me. I don't know what team I'm watching, and it's not FaZe Clan. So many solo fights that the B hold is like just woeful. Not really causing any damage whatsoever. Carragher's now left with 20 HP. Your in-game leader trying to hold it together. He'll be executed on. There's almost zero chance he can find more than one kill. Well done to Imperial. They're making the most of it. Molotov's in. Let's see if Carragher proved me wrong. No, definitely not. That's another save. It's another underwhelming round. Not even close to being competitive. Everyone's collapsed. No damage done. What can you say about this one?
I'm trying to, in my brain, think about like what level of discomfort I'm experiencing here. Like, what is it equivalent to? Like, is there something in the real world that, you know, that could sort of match this? It's just really, really, really awkward. I like watching someone who's read one of those pickup artist books and is now trying to talk to people behind it. They're like, hey, what is your weather like? And it's just, you're just like, oh, please stop talking. Don't do, like, you feel like second and third hand discomfort even being near anything that's going on here. This is actually unbelievable. Especially because apart from being, you know, like one of the most revered in-game leaders of all time in Carrigan, he's also, outside of being like a tactical leader, he's also just a leader, right? You'd want to see someone with that level of experience being able to summon
a captain, right? Yeah.
And they've got Neo, who's got like, even, like, impossibly, almost even more experience than Carrigan. If it was even possible to have that. What is happening?
I'm not really sure. Maybe there's a time that they just need like one of those rounds to turn their fortune. Like if they can win this one, for example, with some Deagles and Rob's M4, but he hasn't found a kill in what feels about 5 or 6 rounds. Looks very dejected out there. Looks like the whole squad's almost given up. We'll see if he can do anything about it, though. They are making their way in towards A main. Robs will hear those AK-47s firing off, spamming the smoke. A chance of a kill here. They bait out his last bit of utility on this side of the map. Gonna sit towards the fountain. Bomb down at T steps, just
well then
taken down. That's not gonna feel good at all.
It's the only rifle.
Oh no.
2 Deagles
That's
left.
unlucky, but still, sure, insult to injury.
Just adds to the overall atmosphere, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're just like, of course, that's happened. The moment I reposition, you've spammed the smoke, and down I go.
Yeah, I get quite passive-aggressive when people do that to me.
Yeah,
sure,
same.
okay, cool, yeah. Who does that, right?
Well, that's round over. They'll plant, and there's no way you can retake this or even consider doing so. Feels like Mirage is locked in. FaZe have completely unraveled at the seam. Going to be 11-8. We've got Eternal Fire looking like they're about to find 12 rounds as well. They're going to find map points and take those to Inferno. We are pretty much guaranteed Mirage at this stage. FaZe have got nothing left in the tank.
How many ways can we say it?
I don't know. They're done, aren't they? It's just how it feels over.
It's just a broken record of two casters saying they're not looking
They've won
good.
the
It's not
pistol,
good.
right? They got the 2-0 start, and now it's 5 rounds in a row. Like, I know it's a T-sided map, but like, the rounds aren't even competitive.
What's something really uncomfortable you've experienced in your life, Henry? Have you ever been in like a social situation where you really screwed it up and everyone's looking at you? You're like, oh,
every day almost. I find myself with my foot in my mouth more often than not. Anything that's really bad, that's appropriate for the broadcast.
True.
I'll get back to you, but definitely there's going to be multiple instances where I've made an absolute twat of myself. There you can see at the top of the scoreboards here, on the top of your HUD, I suppose. 5 rounds in a row, just in cruise control. Yeah, FaZe, please wake up.
Well, you know what? Maybe on the flip side, we should be saying Imperial, they're playing, sure, they're playing a team that's not maybe themselves 100%, but they are playing well. They are actually looking to win the second map, so maybe it's worth just talking a little bit about that. 11-8 right now. They're 2 rounds away from taking FaZe onto a third map. That is really impressive. No way again. Young kid here at the major, up to 15 kills, and the rest of the squad is there. Like, Decent is a little bit further behind, but not disastrously so. I would say this is looking like a pretty, it's like a pretty well-rounded team at the moment. There's been some slip-ups for them as well, but overall, they look better composed than FaZe. No one can doubt that at the moment, at least on this map. Looking to see if they can take the last 2 rounds. FaZe, do they have anything left for Anubis?
I'm not sure. Round 20, this is Imperial hunting for map points. Flash towards middle, trying to get some intel here. It's going to be an A finish. All 5 players on this side of the map. Smokes deployed towards camera, and indeed they're having position. And the bomb site itself, Robs will have a lack of vision now. Can they fend them off? Does it all end here? It's the first kill for Frozen. Finally an advantage, but Robs, they can't hold on to it. They're getting absolutely ravished here, Anders. Robs can't get anything done.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they had to put down the smoke to stop the Molotov from burning Robs, but then it's uncomfortable. Normally, he's someone who's very, very good at playing around those kind of angles. Like, at least find 1 kill could make the difference. A retake being attempted.
Gotta go for it.
Yeah, you have to. Brokey and Rain, you might as well give it a shot. You've got a smoke as well, but I don't know if there's a kit somewhere on the site. There might be one up at the high ground here, but either way, if there isn't, they've already run out of time. Yeah, I think Rain picked one up. I don't think it's going to make a difference any longer. Henny will find the shot, and no escape for Brokey either. Henny getting himself fired up. And that's 1 step closer. They have almost done it.
I've commentated some flat performances from FaZe, but this is obviously in the forefront of my mind right now, but this is one of the most underwhelming looks they've ever had. Robs just doesn't even seem involved in any of these fights. Like, I can't remember the last time he even got a frag. That's going to be, what, 6 rounds in a row now. And they had the opening frag in their favor. They knew it was going to be an A-side attack, but just kill after kill. Imperial are outskilling them here on Anubis. You can have the buy now phase, 12-8. Aggressive towards Darkroom, and, well, first frag and the second in favor of Imperial. I think we're done here, boys.
Yeah, looks like it's 90-night time for FaZe. They did come half sleeping into this second map. And the results are pretty much what you would expect from that. Brokey and Frozen are left here, 2 versus 5. Imperial, with Henny getting warmed up. Those AWP shots look very crisp. FaZe, how do you recover a team? How do you resuscitate a team for a third map on Mirage? And even now, they are patient. They do not want to let go. They do not want to walk into anything crazy. They've checked out most of the bomb site here. No way. He's quite sure there's no one on the site. They can fall back. They can join him. They don't even have to walk into the A bomb site stack that's about to be assembled here.
So just to reiterate, both pistols in favor of FaZe. They haven't posted a single gun round on their CT side. Haven't even got close to winning one of these rounds, honestly. Like, I guess there was that. It all started with that huge fumble. Like, this game's over. It all started that huge fumble with, like, Frozen, like, in back of CT spawn. He had jumped up. That's when things just, like, they kind of gave up after that round. And, yeah, they haven't even got close to even a frag or anything. There's another clean sweep. They haven't even done any damage again, Anders. Like, this is over. Like, I'm not I'm not going to get
We're not
excited for
commentating
this
the
one.
game
No, we're not
anymore.
commentating this one.
We're done with that.
It's over. Oh, this is the best looking phase. They literally can't win the round. This is the best looking sequence they've had all half long. They won't amount to anything though. FaZe are in trouble. FaZe might be going out of the major early if they can't pull their socks up. Great performance from Imperial, good team effort.
Hell yes.
They've done well here. They can only play against the team that's on the other side, and it's FaZe that just didn't show up whatsoever. No one can get going. You can see that no one's really high-fiving. Like normally they'd be hugging each other, going, "Oh no, don't worry, it's all good, man. We've got this." Everyone scared the hell out of that quickly, and for good reason. That was not FaZe Clan. That was something else. That was a different team. I don't know who it was, but it ain't FaZe.
Yeah, I'm experiencing a lot of discomfort in this whole thing. I don't disagree with what you said. Like Imperial, very well done, very cool.
Yeah, I'm trying not to make it all about FaZe, but they're in the conversation to win the trophy, right? Unfortunately, Imperial are not.
Yeah, I will say this. I mean, again, like it's not like Imperial haven't been facing a lot of pressure throughout the second stage of the tournament, and they are still alive. Like they are reinventing themselves. They're keeping the energy. So, I mean, Imperial are kind of doing what FaZe are failing to do at the moment, which is just keep enough fire burning that you can actually get some good rounds, that people get a little bit hyped up. You're getting No Way out there, you're getting Henny activated, like there's something to fight for.
They just posted 0 rounds in the second half. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, you win both pistols, and that's the performance you put down in your CT half. That was, like, borderline embarrassing. I don't know what's going on here today. It's Mirage next, and in terms of fragging ability, FaZe have fallen off the edge of a cliff. Like, Imperial might have this one all tied up. Like, they're hitting their shots. No Way and Henny, as you might expect, are looking very sharp out there. 13-8, that kind of says it all. Like, look at that flying start FaZe had. And then it all just fell apart around, what, round number 8 or so. 4 rounds in a row for Imperial, lay down the foundation, then lost a pistol, and then got, what, 7 clean rounds in a row with 0 resistance from FaZe. Barely any damage received. No clutches, no close moments. Everything was comprehensive. And Brokey, like you said, he had some decent moments. He got the most kills on the server. The majority of that was in the first half. Frozen, same story, but yeah, just pretty uninspired. CT showing. Imperial, good team effort. Everyone kind of showed up and got the job done. It was Henny at the top with 16 kills and No Way up there with 15. Vinny, most ADR. But yeah, the headline is we're going to a third map. FaZe Clan are 1 map away from being knocked out in the elimination stage here at the major.
Yeah.
Most people would have them as lock-ins for the playoffs. Not with this sort of performance, though, I'm afraid. 13-8 was Nuke to kick things off. Anubis, same story, but this time in favor of Imperial. It will be neutral ground in the form of Mirage to see who will be going home next. And even if you win the series, you're not going to the playoffs. You're in that 2-2 bracket. It means you have another difficult series up against you. I'm not sure either of these teams have what it takes to make it to the playoffs with that in mind.
Like just from this map alone, I'd probably prefer Imperial to play like even another best of 3. Like just generally speaking, they just at least look like they are putting in a little bit more effort in some of these rounds. Wow, I'm so shocked. We've been counting Counter for a really long time between us, like over 20 years or something like that.
Yeah.
I really don't know what I just saw.
We're going to go recalibrate. We're going to go get some good vibes ourselves. I think that map really kind of upset us, left a sour taste in our mouth. I'm not really sure what that was. I hope you join us. We'll take about 15 minutes and be back from Mirage. And hopefully the quality of Counter-Strike will go up exponentially because that was pretty woeful. We'll see you there.
It's time to guess the team using the emojis. I got FaZe Clan's Rops with me here. Now, you're big brain when it comes to the game, but this is a different style of test, Rops. How are you with emojis? Are you a big user of them?
I use some of them for sure. I mean, I am younger in a way and more used to emojis, but we'll see.
We'll see how you do with it. All right, the first one, nice and easy. I think you'll get this instantly.
Yeah, Vitality.
Boom. But they will get harder from here, I promise you. This next one?
Virtus Pro.
Second, straight in the bag. I like this. Now, what are you seeing here?
Seeing someone who's maybe sick. The syringe, the temperature thing, there's I don't know what the...
Okay, so think of the thermometer for the temperature of that country.
Yeah.
And the toucans also from there.
Brazilian team?
Yes.
Okay.
And the syringe.
Oh, syringe.
right? You're in hospital, you're probably in some sort of like...
Yeah, you get a vaccine.
A vaccine? But it might be, well, it might hurt you, right? You have the injection.
Oh, okay. I mean, okay, you're giving me hints now. There's pain.
There we go, yeah. That one is a bit tougher for sure.
Okay.
This I think is quite nice and easy. Describe to me what you're seeing.
Well, I don't know what the first one is. Well, it's obviously a bear and a teddy bear and sunglasses. I don't know what the first one is. Like a lamp, sort of. I don't know.
Kind of. What country would you recognize these from?
Is it China? Is it Lin?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
You see, so the lantern, the bear for the logo, and vision glasses.
All right.
This one, this is rough. Because the horse could represent basically any country in the world. But when you put the two pictures together, you might get a better view for it. They're quite a surprising team.
I know, just wild guess would be Mongols.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. It's playing pretty well.
You're doing very good, man. You're very good. Okay, this one.
Oh, the emoji with the glasses. You got the globe. You got a medal.
What did you think straight away when you see this?
I mean, it has to be some nerdy guy, I guess. Just in the first emoji, I don't know.
Yep. Who's really smart at Counter-Strike? We consider them to be probably the smartest person, especially for CS2.
Oh, you're just giving hints at me? I don't know. Well, I'm not that egotistic, you know, obviously, but can't get past it. It is what it is.
It is. It's you. Yeah, you are. So I would say the emoji is not a fair representation of your face, but it was the idea of the very smart player, the world, and a lot of championships, and that would fit you. Okay, this next one.
A crown, a beach, and this.
We call them maracas.
Yeah, okay. Somewhere where they have nice beaches.
Yeah, definitely a good start.
Yeah.
A meme team as such, or a stream team, more than an actual competitive team.
Oh, okay.
They went for a dance.
I understand. Yeah. Imperial.
There we go. That's Imperial.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Robs, and good luck going into the major.
Thank you.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
But one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Yeah, what's popular? It's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
We're at the elimination stage here at the Copenhagen Major, and I've got FaZe Clan's Carrigan with me. And I remember we did our winners interview when you qualified through at the RMR. We were very happy because you said you could finally have a boot camp, you would finally have some time. So just tell me, what did that look like? How long did you boot camp for? And how have things gone?
I mean, obviously when we are a top ranked team, you play every single tournament. There's no time off, right? So the first thing we did was, I think, 5 or 6 days off after the RMR. Like when we had break, I was making kind of a whole new playbook because you need to do that sometimes, prepare new stuff. So we got to work a little deeper, and I think that's needed for us to get the last percentage to kind of lift the trophy again.
Okay, and I love that you say lift the trophy again, get this extra percentage in there. That's what I wanted to look at when it comes to you guys, because you're the #1 team in the world right now, right? But you're also the most consistent team we've had in CS2. So do you think that's all you need at this point? Is like you're just missing that extra percentage since having Frozen in?
Losing a player changed the dynamic of the team, but I think we have recovered really good under the pressure. When you are FaZe Clan, nothing but a final is not enough, and not even winning a trophy the last 3 times is not enough, right? Preparation is not a question anymore. I think we should be integrated Frozen. Now we just need to make sure that we are firing on all parts of our game.
Okay, I love that. So you're saying you feel like you're at that stage now where Frozen's in, Neo's comfortable as well, you've had the time you need?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, we had finals, we had losses, we had wins, even though we lost the first best of 1 in the group stage. And I think we just have to see how we get rolling. I'm feeling as comfortable as you can be at a major, but things can turn really bad on first day, and that's where I need to have the mentality. That's one thing we haven't lost at all, the mentality of the team that we have built for the past 2-3 years. No matter how the circumstances, there's always a way in and a way back, and I think we're known for that, but we just have to keep proving it over and over again if we have a bad start.
You just said something very interesting about being destined to win. If I think to Stockholm, it felt like that was Navi's. We felt to Antwerp, it felt like it was yours. This one feels like there's a few teams, maybe yourself, Spirit, Vitality, G2 Navi. You can look at these names and put them in that pool. How does it feel for you? Do you feel like this is one you are destined to win, as you said?
No, I think when I look at the paper and look at how everything has turned out the last few months, I think there's 3 teams in the race, but holy moly, there's many teams right behind us. And if they work the right way before the major, I think a team like Mouse is dangerous. I think a team like Navi is dangerous. Winning a major is not pure skill. Winning a major is hitting the right time of your career. If you want to win a major, you need to hit peak as a leader, as a team, as a players.
You have had so much longevity. You mentioned it, 1.6 all the way until now. We've even got all the way to CS2. Everyone else has come and gone around you from the old guard of players. Why do you think, and what have you done to make sure you have stayed in this position for all this time?
I think one of my attributes to be where I am, I've never been arrogant to myself. I've always been self-reflective, like you hear in interviews when I'm saying I'm
so
playing
open
like shit.
and honest, yeah.
And my biggest issue I had 4 years ago was self-talk. I might say something into, I might even talk worse about myself in my head. And I think my wife fixed that in that sense that I am already honest about myself and how I'm self-reflective, but I cannot speak bad to myself. And by changing that narrative of myself and believe more in myself, I think that changed the mentality and the leadership I have. One thing I learned the last few years, nothing is given. Like, you have to enjoy every moment. Sometimes hard, sometimes good. I have a lot of fans, I feel like, around the world that also help me push. And I just want to make them happy and want to see them smile and cheering my name, of course. But most of all, I think, as long as I lead by example for my teammates and trust me, I know I can win tournaments.
I'm very interested about the psychology side of things, very interested to hear all of that. I think I could do some of that at the same time. Garrigan, thank you very much, man, and good luck at the major.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready. It's another map coming up, the final in the series here. You know, I thought about something, Henry. I think back in the 7th grade, there was a girl that I was interested in, and I told some of my friends, and they said, you know, you should ask her out. Like, if you're into, like, why don't you just, like, invite her somewhere? And I was like, it's a bit awkward, you know, but I'll give it a shot, you know? Okay. And they were like, no, you should, like, go do it, you know? I said, all right. So I, like, really thought hard. I was like, all right. And I was like, do you want to go to a movie or something together? And she said, no. And I remember that with way less awkwardness than what just happened on that map. Like, I have a better feeling about that, even then, than watching FaZe just get completely crushed on this one.
Yeah, they just didn't turn up whatsoever, did they? I looked on Twitter after the game. I thought maybe we were being a bit harsh. Maybe the general consensus is they'll bounce back. But no, people were being, like, harsher than us. People were not happy at all with that FaZe performance, and it was pretty woeful. Again, I don't want to just focus on the negatives here. Imperial, and they're playing a very good game. They do look fired up. They are playing like men instead of boys. FaZe has looked dejected and kind of coiling up in their own shell and not really showing any character or guts on the server right now. It's really difficult to watch, and if they do crash out in this manner, I don't want to say they just deserve it, but like this level of performance is certainly justified if they do get sent home. As we've got 1 minute to go, it's Mirage. And bear in mind, they didn't even post a single CT gun round on Anubis. They didn't even get close. I don't think they really did any damage after the second round. It was a clean sweep, clean sweep, clean sweep. Get your knife out, jump around in smoke. It's just really weird.
I think, to be fair, I think if they crash out in this way, I don't think Carrigan is going to be saying, oh, we tried our best, and it was like some and some. Like, I think
he's going to have to give it. Can't wait for that loser interview.
Yeah, like that. I think Carrigan is going to be super honest about it. Like, there's no way they think this is acceptable either. So,
because it wasn't unlucky. It wasn't like a weird. No. Oh, we lost a clutch. You won both pistols there, and everyone just like gave up.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to watch. Like, especially for the veterans here. Some of these players. Like we talked about Neo and Carrigan, but I mean, Rain has been playing. One of the last sort of standing members of Norwegian Counter-Strike that disappeared for whatever reason. Yeah, this is really quite something. They do have a chance to shock and impress us. I must say, I would be blown away if FaZe were able to recover themselves. And you know what, for Imperial, it's just about having that same energy. Just don't fall down to the level of FaZe. Keep it up, keep going, keep powering through, and maybe you can stay alive in the major for yet another match. It's elimination time for one or the other team. It's the final map coming up on Mirage here. FaZe starting on the T side, Imperial starting on the CT side.
I like that, Anders. Let's get some energy in the room. It's been sucked out of us after the previous map, as we are going to see Imperial now look to knock FaZe out of the tournament. I think that's the focus of this particular map. It's Imperial actually looking to knock them out. It's the more likely outcome from what we've seen so far. The Brazilians will be on the CT side. Julie's available for them, and oh, what a flashbang that is. What a pitch-perfect flashbang. Deployed towards the A ramp. Another beautiful shot from Henny.
Remember, FaZe have been winning the pistols.
They've won all the pistols in this series so far. They are 4 for 4.
They start losing pistols as well. Can they even recover it? Nice shot from Decent. You like to see it. Carrigan eventually overcoming that ramp position. So still a 2-on-3. A bomb plant is kind of hard to find right now. They don't have any smokes or anything. Like you said, you're sort of out of the round for a couple of seconds there when you're planting, but Phelps wanted to take a peek a bit early, and that'll get him killed. Vinny has to be careful. Flashbang in hand. Henny feeling the pressure. The flashbang lands in between them. Henny can't swing on it either. 30 seconds here. A little bit of an engagement. They might have done enough damage. They're hunting him down. Henny, he's in trouble and he's dead. 27 seconds. FaZe recovering a huge deficit in this round, but it's back on once again. The duelie's been picked up. Vinny, 28 bullets, looking to see if he can reclaim this round for his team. And the bomb is finally going to get planted here. He misses the first outing. Carrigan sneaking on through. Vinny's in trouble. They're all around him, and Frozen will take him down. FaZe find a way to win one more pistol.
Another pistol in the bag. It was labored, but that's more like it. FaZe actually recovering the deficit, didn't give up, and managed to make that round work. It all started in a 5-on-3 against them as well. Henny, lovely shot towards that connector, but Rob's coming to life. Finally showing some form. He just fell off the edge of a cliff on Anubis, and Carrigan working in tandem with him, managing to isolate these fights in CT spawn, and then Vinny with the dual elites couldn't close things out there. And there it is. Starting to look like they're up for it. Once again, it's going to be an eco from Imperial here. Round number 2 should be a bit of a walk in the park. So Now 5 for 5 on pistols now. FaZe Clan guaranteed a 2-0 start here unless something absolutely catastrophic comes forth, but I doubt it. It's looking like a B stack here. Imperial have 4 players on this side of the map, boosting one in towards the Parmans himself. Smoke down window. And yeah, just going through the motions here. It's gonna be an A split and a guaranteed round.
If anything, I can't even remember the last time FaZe won a round that just looked very comfortable. So I would take that right now if I'm FaZe. Just say, all right, cool. Let's get around here. We're not really, there's no sweat being broken. We're just having a decent time. Maybe get a kill or 2. Even if they, you know, run away from the rest of it, who cares? Just start to lay in some of the bricks to build something on top of here. Smoke going up, it's fine. Take all the precautions you possibly can. And they're out searching. I mean, especially the MAC-10 might as well. It's a huge benefit if you could find a couple of kills with it. So I would say send Rain in. All right. Manning the cash register, but there are no customers, Henry. They're not.
No.
They're not coming.
They're not buying what he's selling. We'll see if Rain can farm some money of his own. With brute force, takes a bullet to the face though, I'm afraid. As he might disengage at this point. Frozen. I'll try and make it work with the glow. You don't really need these kills, Anders. If anything, you're just risking losing a rifle or 2. Like, looks to be absolutely fine, I suppose. They lose 2 though. Yeah, they lost 2. Yeah, wasn't worth it at all. Really? Like, yes, you got rid of their USPs, but you've lost 3 guns en route.
Yeah, that's a lot of, like, you have to think about it, right? It's the rifles, it's the Kevlar. If you had any grenades on you or anything, like, it's a lot of money being flushed down. I think if they would have picked up 3 or 4 kills with a MAC-10 and lost, you know, a couple of rifles, maybe you say, all right, lose the MAC-10 and maybe it's okay, but
yeah, it's actually kind of a big deal. They lost 3 players there. We'll see if they can bounce back, though. It's 2-0. Here come the weapons for Imperial. 4 rifles, a Vinny MP9. As we get into round number 3 here, ladies and gents, Carrigan working towards that A ramp. But speaking of this A bomb side, we've got a double palace push. Deason will be at the balcony itself, and Phelps seems to have an inkling of players there. Yeah, you can see him. Minimal damage, 7 to be exact. Throws the incendiary, they're going to have to respect it and extinguish the flames.
okay, that's a bit more. Forward position for No Way. Drops on the other side, but he's going to disengage. I don't really blame him. Going down on the CT side early on like that's not really worth it. And you know that he's pushing up there. It's a bit of information to work with. They are pretty heavy towards the middle and B side. Does even No Way, I think, in an awkward position here. Setting up a flash from inside of the A-bomb side, but they're sticking around even after the flash obviously is no longer having an effect. Nice grenade, Molotov on top, but it does land inside of the smoke, so at least he's not going to get burned alive here, but that was risky for Imperial. Peeking sort of beyond the longevity of the flash, you don't really necessarily want to do that. We're down to 35 seconds, a little bit of a spray for No Way. He's got no more grenades, but he still lands a kill, and he's getting a chance to reload. He should have been swiped out here, and finally he will be. He stayed alive for a lot longer than he should have been.
Well, here we go. A bomb side is under FaZe occupation. We are going to see a 3-on-3 ensue. Phelps low HP. There are kits available, but are they going for this one? Pretty far removed from the equation. 2 coming from the connector position. We've got Henny and CT Spawn. They have little to no utility. A single smoke as Phelps waits for his opportunity to strike from the window. I don't know, time is of the essence, Anders. They don't seem to be moving with much pep in their step. I guess they're saving now.
Oh, well, especially falling off the ledge like that. Frozen. That's also the smoke gone. I think that smoke was an essential component. Like you said, like, that's the only utility they have. If they could have smoked the bomb, they could have tried to defuse with Vinny, but when the smoke is lost, maybe not so much. Okay. FaZe winning another round. So first buy round for Imperial that falls a bit flat. Again, for FaZe to revitalize themselves, this is in line with what you need. They still don't look super great. It's still like really overwhelming. But winning that first rifle round is obviously massive.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be the A finish there from FaZe 3-0. As Imperial do save a couple of guns. Not all is lost, I suppose. They'll be able to purchase up into this with the loss bonus and see if they can bounce back. They do not have the luxury of the Henny AWP, however. So FaZe starting to get themselves together here. Phelps Jumping up towards short, be joined by No Way. Takes some damage there. Trying to probe the top of middle. Utility being exchanged. Carrigan could backstab. Flashbang's very effective, but No Way doesn't commit to the swing.
Yeah, starts to fall a little bit back. Looking down towards the underpass, but No Way. Good double headshot, and Henny just at the right time. On top of the smoke, he'll take down Robs. It's a favorable trade, but Carrigan, he somehow brings it back. That smoke was disappearing, and Carrigan even putting in a Molotov, actually forcing him forward. Yeah, Frozen was at the top of mid. It's Carrigan's Molotov that's actually setting up that kill for Frozen, who started to play really well all of a sudden. Vinny gets one in return, and suddenly, with a minute on the clock, it is a 1 versus 1. Frozen on 30 health with the bomb in his back pocket.
Do you just run now? Yeah, I was going to say, there's no point walking. You might as well just hightail it in towards A, get the best plan you possibly can fathom, and try and win out in this 1 versus 1. He's got a lot of utility to work with. Can almost guarantee that this side is open. The bomb goes down. It's a default plan.
Where do you want to go for the after plans?
So I'm assuming there's a kit. Indeed, there is. That is. Oh, okay.
But that's a way to win a round, Henry. Yeah, that's how you do it. He didn't even get to escape. Oh no!
I don't.
Oh no!
Get that.
He had like 4 grenades with him.
Yeah.
He could have done many other things.
Oh well. He's got the bomb planted, I suppose. It was always going to be a difficult 1v1 with the lack of HP, but there it is. It's Vinny finding that initial kill, and yeah, just spotted him, gets the wall bang in. Can't believe his luck. And not Frozen's best work, but like I said, got the bomb down. Would have liked to see him just make it uncomfortable. Just, you've got that utility, you could just even play in the palace and flash him off and Molotov the bomb if possible.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking something like that. Yeah, but you're right.
I guess like you wanted to get CT spawn so he could do all that with the utility. It would have been the best like avenue of approach in that sense. But yeah, it is unlucky. He had low HP. Gets found out. In hindsight, I guess he could have flashed towards connector before crossing. But yeah, hindsight's a wonderful thing. Here we go. Imperial with their first round. And the money is pretty weak for FaZe. They're going to be bringing out Galil's, Mac 10s, Tech 9s, and a couple of AKs. We head into round number 5 here. Frozen, as you mentioned, doing very well. Keeping the dream alive. Couldn't quite close out that 1v1 though. That would have been a monumental round to win, but Imperial back in this now. Important round though. Both teams on the edge financially. And we're going for this to B rush. Straight through the Molotov, and then we go as flashes.
Yeah, I like that. I like the speed behind this FaZe. Get a little bit warmed up in here, although the early engagement's not working out in their favor. What a flashbang to set it up. Vinny. Roki, just no chance to do anything. He was so blind behind that one. Frozen gets a headshot in the middle. No Way caught jumping in. Rops was hiding in the corner. And Decent, if you lose this fight, the round is cracked open again. Frozen walking up, Rops walking up behind you, in fact. And he's going to get the shot on you. I can't believe FaZe have found a way out. It looked like they had lost everything on this bomb site, but Henny making his way through the window, not even checking to his left-hand side. He should be able to get this one for free, and he will. Knows that Rops is on the other side. A little bit of damage already. It's a one-shot headshot here for Henny if he can find it, and he can. Rops is dead, and a huge clutch once again going in favor of Imperial.
Yeah, Rops just looks like a shell of himself right now. Doesn't seem like he's in the running for a lot of these clutches. Henny helps himself to an absolute freebie. They had to fight 2 for now. We said that was a significant round. And they did very well to even have the 2-on-1 advantage, but pretty convincing in the end. And Robs just offs himself up. Just wanted to get out of it, it looked like. As we go 3-2, double rounds for Imperial. We are going to see an eco, I assume. The FaZe is a hero AK for Robs. 7-3. He's finding kills, but yeah, just out of the server. This looks a little dejected. Something's not quite right. Another important one here, but not too many resources invested into round number 6 from FaZe. Got themselves a smoke and a couple of flashes, one of which could be used towards middle as they try and get some basic map control here. Oh, the nade's gonna sting.
Yeah, especially on the AK. We've said it many times, but you don't need to do 50 damage in a nade. You just need to do enough damage that the M4s become one-shot headshots. It makes a huge difference. So tag them up like that for 20 damage and you're good to go. Boost up. It's a nice little trick. It's a good idea. You could definitely get something behind this. And he will see if he's a little bit careless. They do make quite a bit of noise coming back off the boost, so someone should have known. Rom still gets a headshot, not quite checking it for a second player. And Henny, oh, it's a fadeaway shot. That's pretty dirty. They'll take down Frozen. 4 versus 3 at 38 seconds. No Way seems to be pretty crisp in this bomb site right now. You could tell he's ready to go. Brokey and Rain can't do much in this round, unfortunately.
Not much at all, I'm afraid. Rain, PT50, 20 HP. Let's get the dink. Impressive damage, but I don't think it'll be converted. Brokey will be dropped as well. And we are tying things up here. It's going to be 3-3. Imperial, again, after losing the pistol, coming to life, Anders. Like, if they could win a pistol in the second half, they might be able to knock FaZe out of this tournament. Because that seems where FaZe are thriving, is in those opening stages of each half, but then they fall off the edge of a cliff. 3-3, round 7. AK's pretty much across the board for FaZe. It's Robs who got the hero AK in the previous, so we'll have to make do with the Tech 9. What sort of player we got here? No one towards the A side of the map. Looks like a quick B split is on the cards. When I say quick, it kind of has to be because you don't have any information towards that A ramp or Palace if anyone's pushing. You have maybe a 20-second window to get this short control under your remit.
He doesn't do much of anything. But yeah, basic mid-control protocol here coming out from the FaZe side. You just want the window, you push underpass, you've got some people at top mid. It's all pretty default stuff, not to say that it's necessarily bad. But a lot will be decided on that first kill. They've secretly snuck somebody in. Nobody knows about that. That could be huge. Rain getting a lot of kills in the middle, and Carrigan following it up. A slaughter on the Brazilian side here. It's just Henny, and he's going to be dead as well. That is a convincing round. That's the first sign of life from FaZe in a while.
Yeah, a nice comprehensive victory. Looking much better there, FaZe. Going for that mid-control as a 5-man unit. Hitting their shots, winning out the duels. Brokey, Rain, Carrigan on that third kill as well. And then Rob's knowing there's a player in towards the window still and finds with the Tech 9 upgrades to the rifle. Brokey trying to keep morale high. You can see he's trying to drag this team over the finish line. They can just win today. They'll alleviate some pressure. They'll be into the 2-2 bracket. Hasn't been the prettiest performance, but if they just get the result, that's all that really matters. See 2 players in the underpass. Eco for Imperial. Frozen. Oh, he's in trouble now. Freebie. They'll take an AK.
Not a big deal yet. It's a bit annoying, but it leaves open the entire side of the map. So they should be okay, Henry. It's not. I'm not worried. I'm not worried.
They didn't commit, though. They didn't actually get in towards A and take that advantage of no one being there. Thankfully, the CTs are not swarming the bomb site. So they might just be looking to save the AK-47. They're starting to rotate now, and still, FaZe will have to smoke down the CT spawn, I assume. It should be okay. As soon as that bomb planted, we should be out of the danger zone.
Yeah, a couple of boosts really on either side here. So again, I think just looking to see if they can get another miracle hit. But yeah, they're quite far away from the action. Decent on the one side. It's I think USP boosted on this side, but they've seen nobody. So yeah, maybe look for a couple of exits. If they had a kid and a smoke, there are some hilarious chances for crazy diffuses at the end of rounds on the A-bomb sites. Happened in the past a couple of times, but they don't. So it's all just theoretic at this point in time. Brokey, sure, whatever you can do. Flex a bit, get a couple of more kills. Get anything at this point in time. But they give up the AK. I don't think I care that much. I just, FaZe 5 rounds so far on the T side of Mirage. It's pretty good, Henry. We're okay with that. We're happy seeing this.
Yeah, this is much better than what we saw in Anubis, that's for sure. As Rob's slowly but surely getting himself back into this major. It's been a rough couple of days. Yesterday losing to Eternal Fire 13-1. Just got blown out of the proverbial water on Anubis as well by Imperial, but course correcting. Not over till it's over. They have the lead on the T side here. We get into round number 9, the closing stages of this first half of the final map. Back to some more mid-control. Well, they presented this setup before. Resulted in 2 players towards underpass and 5 eventually fighting for mid, but we did say it also could lead to a beat split, which is looking likely for what they're going for right here. Smoke goes down to the connector. Needs to be very careful now. Rain will get the first kill, but as that orb in towards connector, secondary smoke should alleviate that pressure. And now they've confirmed the orbs on that side. That's the B split being confirmed now.
Yeah, you feel very confident going for this. All the pressure on Vinny.
Oh, Carrigan, this could be perfect timing.
It actually could. Oh, this is so sick. Spins around looking for the double, and he nearly had it. Waited into the second, he probably does, but Vinny gets blown up. He had the AWP back there. He should have been favored to get at least one of those kills, but crystal clean with the shot on him from the AK-47. 50 seconds here. There's nothing the rest of Imperial could do. FaZe going to be at 6 rounds. They actually look like they're warming up a bit. I say it very hesitantly
They're
because...
starting to show some of that swagger again. They're hitting their shots. They're trading out kills. They're going through safety protocols to make sure they don't lose the round in a ridiculous manner. So yeah, they're starting to look their usual selves. That's something to be happy about if you're a FaZe fan, because that's going to be 6 rounds on the board now on the T side of Mirage. Closing map of this series. It's a 1 and 2 bracket game, meaning the loser does go home. Imperial have put up a good fight, but FaZe Clan starting to get into cruise control here on the T side of Mirage. 2 players surviving though, decent, and No Way holding onto their rifles. Looks like they will do.
Well, to make a very mean joke, but it's the major.
Yeah,
we'll save it.
We've been pretty rough on FaZe today.
I feel bad. Yeah. A timeout being called for Imperial. I can understand why. This is on the other flip side of the coin, right? From the high of winning Anubis, you're now coming into a 3rd map, and you can feel it is slipping a little bit here. You don't have the money on the CT side. You cannot win a pistol round to save your life. Like, a lot of things have started to go wrong, slowly but surely. I'd be worried too for Imperial.
Just getting into that 3rd map between Eternal Fire and VP as well. They're currently tied up at 4-4. That's a qualification game as well for the playoffs. So Eternal Fire make it, like, what a year they've had. Like, this roster, the last year it's been a little bit shaky with Major in and out, Boxing in and out. They've been shaking it all about. But, yeah, if they make it to the playoffs at a major, that would be a monumental achievement for them against VP as well, after dumpstering FaZe 13-1 yesterday.
Yes, it's time for some Turkish delight.
It really is.
Objectively the best dessert, by the way.
I hate it. It's really disgusting.
No.
Like, it's like rose
You
water,
haven't had the
isn't it?
right kind, I'm telling you.
Maybe. My dad used to bring it home for, like, business trips. I just remember, like, this. It was, like, the worst chocolate. I was like, this is, like,
You gotta get it. You gotta get it fresh in Turkey.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm telling you, it's super underrated.
All right. Take your word for it. Round 10. A few more rounds to go here in the first half. Difficult buy. Not fully invested. Bear that in mind, though. Imperial saved 2 rifles in the previous round. Bring out some SMGs and 5.7s. Just trying to bait out a reaction for the looks of things here. Like a double pump, we call this. You throw one wave of utility, try and see if it provokes any sort of rotation or grenades in response.
They don't have any grenades to
Yeah,
throw in
we don't have
response.
anything to throw, but looks of things. We'll see.
They probably would if they had, but it's only Henny here with a pistol. Like, no grenades. Nothing he really can do. I don't know. Maybe Decent could rotate in from middle with a Molotov and HE and do some damage. No Wave's got some grenades as well. Henny just needs 1 kill. If he can get that, I mean, it's mission accomplished. There we go. All right. He's early out the gate with that one, but getting shot at the back, trying to rotate on over by Frozen. Not exactly ideal. All right, Decent. Coming in from the side with a strong kill. 2 versus 3. Technically, still could be done. Kit's right there in front of Decent, so surely you pick that up. Yeah. There we go. Molotov in the back, some spam on top. Brokey is taking a bit of damage, but he's... It's not going to make a difference. That would have been a cool way to maybe get a kill, but it's FaZe at 7 rounds. They're actually doing it. They're actually waking up. I don't know what caused it. We need interviews to dig into this. We need to find out.
Yeah, we're on the
was it
B
that brought
stream,
them
though,
back.
so we don't get them.
Oh, well.
So they kind of get away with it. But yeah,
7 rounds.
we all saw it. It looks like they're absolutely fine, though. If they can just get through this, tomorrow's a new day.
Yeah, tomorrow's a new day, and hopefully you just... There's going to be some hard conversations to be had on FaZe here. Like, how do you not that long ago that they were able to do much, much better than this. Rob's up there at 10-4. So, you know, there's a couple of things here. I mean, that's not too bad. Bomb back in T-spawn again, so setting up for the default. Actually fairly quickly falling back from that mid position. Looks like they are expecting aggression, so they got Brokey, yeah. Set up with a scope pointed towards the middle. And the people on the A side for FaZe are just parked out there, waiting. Palace waiting bottom of ramp. Pretty default stuff right now. Haven't seen Imperial go for really mad pushes here, which you actually can do on Mirage. There's a lot of potential if you wanted to go be wild on the CT side. Smoke up towards jungle or top connector. Thrown all the way from across the map. Put some pressure on. Looks like there's going to be an A finish here.
So, penultimate round of this first half, and is Imperial need this one desperately. It will be Vinny to find the opening kill, takes down Captain Carrigan, and it's Henny to chime in for the second as well. It's looking much better, but still taking heavy damage on Roots. Huge grenade towards a connector. There's still a chance of a player towards a sandwich that they can take a bite out of this defense. Flash goes over, players in the corner, completely flashed, that's no way removed. And Rob's now starting to show some form. It was MIA on the second map, couldn't really get going, but now the bomb planted, Brokey in position. Oh, the reposition though, not ideal, and Robs will go down. Brokey pulls one back, and we'll see if he can keep things going.
Yeah, that was a bit ugly. That wasn't. Phelps didn't even need to peek him, shooting for the side of the box. Frozen here. What have you got for us? Oh, they're already on the defuse with the kit as well. I don't think he can do anything. Even if he gets the next kill, it's just already defused. That's really well done, Imperial. A much needed round. They had to win this one. They probably had to win the next one as well. 7-5 is not actually a very great scoreline in the first half, but it'll keep them in the running.
It's a lot better than 9-3.
True.
Oh, that was brutal from Phelps. Found the AWP for Brokey there towards Sandwich. And now, final round of this first half. 8-4 or 7-5. Time will tell. Double AWP set up for Vinny and Henny here. The latter of which in towards the window. You'd assume Vinny's in towards the B apartment, setting up a turret, and indeed that's where he is. Looking towards that underpass right now. He's actually got a nice aggressive angle. Means he can just have one player essentially in towards B. Ton of time to call for the rotations. Phelps can be a little bit more aggressive towards short here. Needs to be careful though. And he's been spotted. Rain knows he's close. He'll get himself in towards the lateral. Oh, goodness gracious me. Vinny has been absolutely destroyed in the apartment. And now Rain realizes there's going to be one player here. He heard him towards short and sniffs him out. Beautiful round. This is a FaZe round, Anders. These are the sort of plays we expect to see.
You're absolutely right. You're a FaZe fan watching this, you must be thinking, finally, something that looks like something I can actually recognize as FaZe. Vinny got rocked in the bottom of the hallway there. There's no response to that. Henny going to be found as well. An 8-4 finish of the first half here. FaZe showing signs of life. They might have been cannibalizing each other to try and stay alive in some of the previous maps, but finally, there is something actually working out for them. They are close to knocking out Imperial here at the major and keep their own dreams alive. Frozen. Yeah, like some of these connections here. We saw 0 rounds like this on Anubis from them. Absolutely nothing like this. It's finally here.
It was a very nice round, especially that shot from Frozen in towards the B apartments. Absolutely wrecking young Vinny up there. 8-4. Feels like a done deal. They move it to the CT side now, the more favored of the two. And if they win the pistol, which they have done in every single outing so far, they are 5 for 5 in pistols in this series. Can they go 6 for 6? Carrigan with the smoke and diffuse kits. Brokey, aggressive top and middle, covered by Robs. Smoke coming down towards connector. First interaction here. Not the cleanest, but a bit of damage inflicted, especially towards Vinny, and no way.
So many people. 4 people in the middle here for FaZe. Got to be careful. There's one. Head popped at the top of mid, and they kind of get the message now. They're like, all right.
Yeah, might have to relinquish control here. Maybe backing towards an A play. They've got a player towards the end of Palace. That's going to be decent. 1 minute 15 on the clock. In terms of utility, nothing left. So Imperial did drop a smoke towards the connector, but I don't think they can really do much with it now.
They also had a Molotov, and I think that's been expended as well. So some of the utility that they want to bring into the round is kind of for nothing at the moment. Smoke and a kit still on Carrigan. So they even have that late round potential to run in and defuse. I think it's worth buying that smoke kit on a lot of maps. This is definitely one of them. Sneaking through the middle. 35 seconds now, just about to be frozen. Tags up Vinny. Don't need the kill. I mean, again, you're slowing them down. They're starting to push up the connector towards where Rops and Brokey. Oh, come on.
He can't even believe it. Okay. If that doesn't inspire you, Rops, I don't know what will. They're just going for the plan at this stage. Can't quite deny it. Some damage done. It's a 4 versus 3 now. Vinny will pull one back. Remember, FaZe have won every single pistol round thus far across the 3 maps, but now starting to shrink a little bit. Decent finding them, picking them off one by one, and it's a beautiful finish. Talk about a decent play. He steps up and goes above and beyond just when Imperial needed the most.
Look at Henny, he can't believe it.
No, they needed that.
They did. That was sick. The first pistol round that they pick up just as they're about to get knocked out of the major.
Even after this shot, like, I'm sorry, like, Robs can't even believe it. They still don't win the round. Essentially a 5-on-3, then Phelps and Decent just go ham in CT spawn. Everyone rotates into their crosshair and it all collapses. FaZe Clan now. Conversation starts again. Will they go out in the elimination stage of the tournament? It's going to have to be a full eco for now. 8-6 locked in.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Just because they had one good half where there were some rounds where you started to say, okay, that's good. It obviously doesn't erase the entire atmosphere that we're all living in at the moment. Round number 14. Should be a walk in the park here for Imperial. 3 Galils, 2 AKs. Try and stay a little bit grouped up here. Just don't let him steal an AK especially away. Make sure you go as a team. Vinny's checking out this part of the map and finding it very empty. They're going to find the A bomb site just as vacant. And the B stack is well, for nothing at the moment. No one showing up.
Yeah, just going through the motions here. Job done. Imperial, very clean round. Not too much to report, I'm afraid. It's going to be 8-6. They're going to have a ton of cash, but FaZe will have rifles going into the next round. They took 0 investment. Those are Rob's 5-7. I missed that. He does get a headshot for his troubles. Pays off $300 of the 500 debt he was in, purchasing that gun. And maybe a kill here, but not quite hitting the mark. It's going to be frozen, taken out. Imperial feeling it now. That pistol has revitalized the squad. Closes the gap very quickly. All of a sudden, you feel like they might be able to do this. Let's have a look at this first buy, though. Should be M4s pretty much across the board.
I think it's going to be all hands on deck if they lose this round phase. So first rifle round. Remember, this is what happened to Imperial on their CT side, right? They ended up having a buy round. It didn't work out, and they went on a bit of a loss streak, and it just hard to recover from with the economy on the CT side.
Well, here we go.
Don't want to be there.
First gun round, an important one. We are going to see 5 players on the B side of the map going through the underpass, though, focusing on that mid-control, similar to what we saw from FaZe. Good flashbangs, and it's going to be Vinny to open things up. Carrigan answers back, though. I think they've walked past each other. Phelps was there in middle. And yeah, he's got an absolute freebie. Henny will beat him to the punch, though. Opening frags. And man advantage in favor of Imperial. Carrigan, known as the B bomb side anchor. Spots one. Should be a guaranteed kill on the first, and he's got damage from a teammate, Brokey. They'll snatch back the lead, and oh, Carrigan. Wasn't ready for the duel. It's now a 1 versus 1. They know exactly where Brokey is. Tucked away in that B side, but he's moving quickly.
This is Phelps gonna run straight for it to get the bomb planted. Maybe Brokey at least knows where he is. Hasn't heard any footsteps. Not quite sure if he's jumped away, but we can tell Phelps is just crouched back there. Brokey started to walk up on top. He can't see him just yet. He's just crouched in there. And Brokey will have to make some noise jumping down. So now Phelps has the advantage, and he's just crouched in, waiting the whole time. It's a very easy way to win that clutch, but it has a huge impact.
Well, there we have it. Comes down to the 1v1. Phelps, nice positional control, understanding the scenario who is in. Brokey on the other side of the map. Molotov off the key choke point, funnel him through the connector. You can focus on CT spawn, like you said. Didn't have to be too technical with it. Hold the bomb site, wait for the sound cues. Brokey gave him one when he dropped off from Sandwich. Didn't have the time to work with. And it will be 3 rounds in a row now for Imperial on that T side. Closing that gap. First time RU starting to show some signs of uncomfortable. We'll see whether they can actually resurrect this half. There's going to be a partial buy here coming up next for FaZe.
That step into the line of sight from Catwalk for Carrigan was so unfortunate, because if that doesn't happen, I think they're fine. They're not going to have any trouble winning the round, but he just managed to take 1 step further back than he needed to.
All right. Partial buy.
The Deagles that have done it, I really cannot. I don't think there have been any Deagle headshots at the major so far, Henry. I think there's been 0.
0 Deagle headshots.
Yeah, I don't think anyone.
I'm sure you're right.
Maybe it's like a bug in the game no one's realized yet. Like, you just can't actually do it.
Yeah, this patch broke the Deagle. Sticker update just nerfed it.
Yeah. Stop buying it. It's not worth it. Buy the 5.7 or the P250 instead.
So, some open runway to tie things up, Anders. I can't believe we're saying that. Could be 8-8. FaZe were in cruise control. Felt like they managed to shake off their demons, get themselves focused for the 3rd and final map in the 1-2 bracket. Elimination on the line. Before this major started, they're in the conversation to lift the trophy. Up there with the likes of Vitality, G2, Spirit. Right now, it's a little bit shaky, to say the very least. This is going to be tied up, almost certainly. But we have got Rain tucked in towards the A ramp. Problem is, he'd need a hell of a flashbang or some sort of setup to really do much more than 1 kill.
No flashbangs, so he is on his own, on an island.
So yeah, good for 1 maybe. He's going to have to turn away from that. And presumably, there's the first, and you get traded out.
That is close, though. I mean, it could have worked out. Brokey's done a lot of damage onto No Way. They're going to blow open the smoke and try and put some pressure onto the scouts. He does get 1 in return, but still, with the bomb planted, you would assume that Imperial are going to be able to fade away from this battle and just wait it out. There's no kit in play, obviously, on the FaZe side. They don't have the money for it. It's a pretty quick kill, though, taking down Vinny, and with Decent also tagged up. Henny has the AWP.
Oh, here we go.
It gets rocked. It's right back on. Brokey's found a headshot. It's all on Decent. Get that defuse going right now and put the pressure on. Yeah, don't fake it. Just 1 has to go for it. The rest are holding. I don't know why they're faffing about so much. Just go for it. Bros, getting that one. Why did they double tap the bomb that many times? That's so risky. FaZe will win the round, but my God.
We'll take it all day long. Well done to Brokey. A really nice sequence there with the scout. He did a ton of damage, jumping for information, hit the all-important shot on Henny as well. And sure, got a bit dicey on the defuse situation, but once they worked it out, the round is won. They are back to their winning ways off the partial buy. All started with that Brokey shot through the smoke. The MP9 coming to life as well. Really nice shot in towards the bomb site. And now they've got a nice injection of cash, and they've sabotaged the finances of Imperial. They're going to go Desert Eagle. No Kevlar, Anders. So this is a pretty much eco round as FaZe are gunning for double digits.
Just because we've been criticizing FaZe so much, I mean, that's probably a round you should criticize Imperial for, right? If you want to knock FaZe out here, that's a round you probably need to win every single time. So grenades raining down, and Phelps, wow, taking a lot of damage behind that Molotov. Will have to try and escape. Another Molotov lands in the same corner. This one, too much less effect. Some jumping around in the middle. 1 Tech 9 It's on Phelps. See what he can do with it. Well, not really much. Repelled by Rops. Seems like this round is working out well for FaZe early on. Rain, look at this forward position. That's so aggressive. I haven't seen many CTs ending up boosted up there. Now they're walking towards the B-bomb site. It's being held by Brokey. And even if you get past that, there's still Carrigan left. All right. First obstacle has been overcome, but falling a bit short on the second one. Carrigan, that's so low because Robs did so much damage earlier. But Carrigan is able to do quite a good job. No way. Denied even the bomb plant. Okay.
There we go. Easy does it. Third and final timeout here for Imperial. Get themselves primed and ready for the closing stages of this best of three. It's the 1-2 bracket. It's been a long old series here. Third map is going the distance. Imperial have shown some character and some guts in the second half to make it a very competitive game, but losing to the partial bye has made things so much more turbulent. Carrigan, 10 kills to his name. Not FaZe's best look today. They have looked very underwhelming at times. Uncharacteristic mistakes, but they are stabilizing. The most important thing is they get the win today.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter what we think about it. EK's in the hands of Robs and Frozen on the TT side here. Good stead, good position, got everything they need. Money's good. Double digits, a buffer of 3 rounds. Imperial ends up round number 18 here. Nice grenade at the start. 25 damage to no way. It's going to force him into the fight. He's already low. But Rain unable to connect the dots or the grenades.
Oh, but they're so focused. Tunnel visioned, hoping to hunt down Rain. And it gives Frozen what is basically a free kill in that corner. That's pretty good. Molotov here. I don't really think it was burning him, but he's going to put on a smoke anyway preemptively. They don't know if he's escaped right now. He could have walked out of there somehow, so they actually have to check it anyway. 4 versus 4. The bomb making its way up the ramp. Bit of a flash. Just doesn't even help out Rain. He's still dead, but Frozen should be winning this fight. That's a nice one. Back into a 3-on-3. Oh, and this is the bomb. If they find it on Henny, it's actually disastrous for Imperial. They must keep Henny alive in this corner, and they are going to be able to, even though he's low on health.
How is this falling apart for FaZe? They had all the opening advantages. Now Carrigan tested towards the window. Can't quite connect the dots on the spray. So he knows there's at least 2 players there. He saw him getting boosted up. Got to transition around towards the connector and to his certain death. Nice job from Vinny. It looks like this round is done. 10-8 as Brokey will be towards short. Bomb's coming out of Palace. Guess there's a chance he can find maybe 2 kills. Rushes the shot. Any chance he had of winning the round, Anders, has now been completely diminished and removed.
Yeah, and just to play the what-if game, if they hadn't lost to the Scout in the other round, this would have been tying up the game at 9-9 instead of it being 10-8. So there was so much riding on that one round. It's kind of crazy to think about what an impact it would have had. Brokey does have a smoke and a kit. I'm just going to point it out because historically on this map, there have been some really huge last-second defuses happening. So it can be done if you slip up. Let's say someone started the exit, maybe 2 or 3 seconds ago, and they run right into Brokey. He gets the kill, throws the smoke, and runs. And it's been done before. Not this time. Not this time. That's, I guess, good news for Imperial.
Terrorists win.
Okay, 8-10. They're still keeping the dream alive.
Oh yeah, this dream could turn into a nightmare for FaZe if they keep it going. And it was looking like a pretty convincing round. It was Frozen and Rain working together, getting all those kills at the A ramp, and then, yeah, they'd all started to fall apart very quickly. Vinny with some nice shots. Carrigan, he knew they were there. I'm not sure that was the challenge he was really looking for.
No.
Yeah, I think
he doesn't think so either. I mean, this has been a hard-fought game for Imperial, and I would say they're not really showing signs of capitulation, right?
No. They're still, they're fired up.
Yeah.
They're keeping their eyes on the prize. They don't look dejected. They know this is their absolute last chance in this first ever CS2 major. They've done very well to make the round of 16. No one expected them to be here.
Yep.
And now, looking down the barrel, going home in the elimination stage. But now, I mean, this is the round, and if they can win this one, the money will be in a questionable spot. And they're going for a B play by the looks of things here. Frozen boosted up towards short. Need to be careful. Will be Carrigan, who often gets focused and targeted on Mirage.
That's true, actually. That does happen. I feel like if he's maybe the weak link, maybe you can try and bend him out of shape. 50 seconds. Not showing any presence anywhere else on the map is risky for Imperial, but FaZe don't know.
They've smoke connector and Molotov the vent, so is this going to be a B commitment or just trying to lock the CTs in this side of the map? Carrigan suggesting to player in towards the van and providing himself a bit of cover as well. Frozen, the opening kill. They're going to have to commit now, and it's 25 seconds. Rops will find a second. Frozen doing God's work out there. And it looks like it's enough. Carrigan can spot another player towards the Palace, and he's making a bit of a meal of it. Does enough damage to secure the round, I would say, and indeed, no bomb being planted. And we've got an 11th round for FaZe here. But 3 players surviving. A little bit underwhelming there from Imperial. Didn't really breach the bomb site whatsoever. Like you said, didn't really show enough elsewhere on the map to pull those players away. They were very well established in the B bomb site. And now they're in a lot of trouble. $2,100 on a couple of these players. It looks like they're going to force buy. Elimination points up next, and FaZe have got some open runway here. Are they fully investing? You might as well buy, Phelps. If everyone else is, oh, okay, they're not going to refund. Okay, they're going to take just a Hero AK that's been removed, and yeah, I guess it is going to be series points. Not really much they can do now. The only player had a Kevlar. He's gone down. They were considering of the idea of investing a bit more, but it's essentially an eco at this stage. And FaZe can't really imagine a world where they give this one up.
Some truly wacky rounds. That last one, it's very, very late. 3-man stack towards the B bomb side, and they just could not break their way through. Smoke up again, so yeah, you're going to be wasted if you throw that. Molotov is not worth it. Rain hanging around down in the dark position. They have 1 Molotov, so if they throw it just to clear out the upper part of the deck here, that's not going to really bother Rain that much. And they don't have a second one to get rid of Rain, so this could be very troublesome. Roki in the back, they don't have a smoke to get rid of him. Again, that's the traditional way to displace that AWP at range. No smoke, just a flash. It is not enough to get rid of Roki. Okay, good Molotov. At least it puts Rain in a little bit of a harder position, but it doesn't matter. They don't check it. He's going to get the kill. They're going to wipe them out. FaZe up to 12 and 1 round away from knocking out Imperial. And more importantly for them, staying alive and making it past this hellish day.
Yeah, it hasn't been the best showing from FaZe, but it looks like they've got the job done. It's not over yet. They're not out of the woods, of course. Imperial, very skilled team. They can make it work. They took this calculated risk to take the full eco, allow it to get to series point. And you can see, even with that in mind, Vinny getting the Hero AK didn't do anything for them. He'll be down to just a Tech 9 here. I would say an execution is required. And we did talk about them targeting Carrigan in towards the B side potentially. And it's going to be opening kill for Brokey. Can't get the double, but it's Imperial that certainly can. No way. Big spray down towards the underpass. We're not done here just yet. Frozen taking matters into his own hands. Wants to close this series right here, right now. Detects a player towards the mid boxes as well. Ready for the swing. Doesn't quite connect though. Carrigan. This is a nice play. Instead of cowering in the back of the site, let's get some information. Let's close it out.
Yeah, again, it feels like this whole story has just been about FaZe trying to remember what kind of a team they are and how good they could be. And finally, here on the 3rd map, towards the end of it, they actually are starting to come alive. Now, he got into the middle, might have found a free kill. He's still in a good position, walking through T-spawn, going to be on a long flank. It does mean the rest of FaZe have to stay alive for the flank to actually make sense. Shadow is showing, Rain knows, a little bit of a pre-fire. Good return from Vinny, but again, they've got that ace up the sleeve in Carrigan walking through.
You say that, it might not matter. He's a little bit late to the party. He could catch the bomb. And here we go, Carrigan, can he close things out? He absolutely can. A captain's performance to seal the deal. Wasn't their best showing, Anders, but all that really matters is they get it across the line. That's all anyone will remember in the history books. They got through today. One of the most abysmal showings they've probably had on Anubis ever in the previous map, but you can see it smiles all around. I still think this was a very impressive major campaign from Imperial.
It was.
Nothing to be embarrassed about. Losing to FaZe is it's going to happen to a lot of teams, and they gave them a good run for their money and tested them to the limits of their ability. FaZe will go to the 2-2 bracket now. We do say goodbye to Imperial, but yeah, I think they're just happy to be here, happy to be competing in the first CS2 major and make it to the round of 16.
They had the chance. I mean, they put FaZe at breaking point. There were definitely moments here where it could have been Imperial moving forward instead, but FaZe, I mean, the match just managed to last long enough that FaZe sort of managed to wake up. Like it took all 3 maps, but finally on Mirage, you saw some of those really crisp shots. You can tell the difference.
It was
about time.
Definitely better on Mirage. Didn't win all the pistols either. They actually was they gave 1 up in the second half. So it was a nice game. I thought Mirage was fun. There was no glaring issues. No like stupid rounds of knives and smokes or any ridiculous clutches slipping by the wayside. It was just a pretty decent performance from both teams.
I'm 99% sure that Carrigan didn't see the bomb planter in that 1 versus 2. I thought he was, optimizing for a kill. I don't think
so
he saw
too.
Him. I think he just straight missed him.
Well, he got the nice 2v1 clutch, and considering the majority of his players had a rough showing today in this series, it's nice to see him find a bit of glory at the end and just get them the hell out of there and into the 2-2 bracket. But things don't get much easier there. Bear in mind, you've got some absolute titans of Counter-Strike in that bracket as well. It's going to be difficult to make it to the playoffs, but they did what they had to do today.
Yes.
All that really matters is they got the result, and they can go back and look at the demos, because we know there was some glaring issues, especially in that second map. It looked like they were defeated, didn't really have much to respond with, and Imperial really got them quite frustrated. But overall, Mirage pretty clean, and it is Brokey with probably the play of the series here on that scout.
Yeah, that changed everything.
Yeah, some beautiful shots and got them right back in it just when things felt like they were slipping away. And this is the final round, and Nowhere got a lovely double spray down. Frozen and Rain working in tandem, but there was Carrigan with that long flank from T-Spawn, managing to close things out. So
check this out. He's
right in front of him. Yeah, he didn't even know. Yeah, you're right. You're dead on.
He didn't know.
He had no idea. It was like camouflaged in. He was just so focused on the first.
That's scary.
Well, there we have it, 13-8. Still an exciting one. Frozen at the top is 17 in terms of ADR. Brokey 18, Robs 18, Rain 11, Carrigan 13. Decent. Had a very good tournament, if you ask me. No way, considering all the hype around him and the potential we know he has, he'll be gutted he didn't really get going in that third and final map.
Yeah.
It's a series score, kicked things off on Nuke. FaZe looked like they were pretty comfy there. There was some strange rounds, but they got the job done. Anubis was a bit of a horror show for them. Yes. And then Mirage was nice and clean. I would say like that was it wasn't a good FaZe showing, but it was acceptable.
It was pointing back towards what we associate with FaZe, definitely. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to think about. I think one of the issues is when you see that kind of meltdown that we saw in Anubis, I feel like that's normally reflective of some sort of internal struggle on the team that's unresolved. Like, you don't have any time to resolve that. Like, it has to be right now. We're in a little bit of trouble here. We do have an interview, I've heard, with Vinny, so we're going to throw it over to that.
That's right. I've got Vinny here standing by the side of me, and still somehow got a smile on your face. But this was at least one hell of a fight from you guys. And that's what it's been like in all of your games. I want to start on this Nuke, though. It was 8-8 at one point. We see the crazy play coming from Carrigan. Do you feel like that's when the game slipped away from you guys?
Yeah, definitely. Like, that round should be from us like 100%. We just weren't coming enough, you know. Like, Henry just could have waited for like 3-4 seconds to be like pick together. But I think in Nuke the problem was on CT side. We knew what they were doing, or like we had some idea, we were just not playing with the info. And one round, like, we stacked 3B, but we're like just miscalling, you know, like I'm not holding that angle, and someone was dying like from the other angle, stuff like that. So I think we had good reads, but not calm enough to finish the map.
And in terms of finishing the map, though, Anubis was great, and 7 T rounds on a row. That was impressive. But I want to see, did that give you some extra confidence going into Mirage? Did you feel more pumped up after that? Because that was fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. We had a great game plan on how to play in that map. But after winning, we knew that Mirage was going to be a little bit hard. I mean, not not like this. But I think we just played really bad on CT. All the situations that should be us, like I think it was a 5v3 on B. The guy killed me on bench. Like the guys were in the market. It turned out like a 1v2 for Henny. So we couldn't have a good economy. And they're just like messing us in the map with the communication pretty much. Like they're doing stuff on B. One guy was dying on A, and everything was happening on middle. Who won?
Probably Eternal Fire by the sounds of that.
Okay, yeah. But I mean, yeah.
Other side.
Someone's gonna be like this right now with me. But I think they are just better, you know. Like they are the top 2 team. I think we show some good potential, but definitely a lot of flaws. Like so we're not doing the right things, missing the flash timings. Like we had a set strat and people were just spotting themselves before the strat was happening. So these little things that we can fix for the next tournaments.
A little bit too overeager at times, right? And it's something you can learn from for sure. And I want to talk about your whole major progress here, because from the opening stage, you put up some good fights. You had some notable results as well you can be proud of. You make it through 3-2. And even though you've gone 1-3 here, just overall, how do you view how you've played here at the major?
I think we played good, but we have the feeling that we could go further, you know? Even facing all the hardest opponents possible, like we get a spear. Yeah, we got a spear with Vitality and FaZe. I mean, it's not easy, but like after seeing the reviews, it wasn't that far, you know? Only spear. Spear was like a case in part, but FaZe and Vitality, we could have won if we would like maybe do some things differently, or just some timings that if we were a little bit more calm, we could get the points. But I think we're just really happy with the progress. It sucks to lose, but I mean, we did an amazing run, and just back to grind.
Back to grind, that's what it's all about. That's what Counter-Strike's all about. And you guys did show a good face here, so I think you can be proud of what you achieved, Vinny. Thank you very much. Anders, Henry, back to you.
Thank you very much, James. Good stuff. Vinny, like we said, I don't think there's any cause for concern. Like, he kind of summarized it all very nicely. FaZe are a top 2 team in the world. Yeah. No one's expecting them to dominate FaZe and run away with it. Even on catching FaZe on an off day, like, they're likely to win the series overall.
Maui Snake has said that Vinny is the only pro you cannot hate. I'm starting to see why he's saying that. Like,
based on what? Is he the nice guy, or...?
He's just like, even in
he's a likable dude.
Smiling, super likable.
I mean, I've never considered hating any players, but yeah, I see where he's coming from, I suppose.
Yeah, the point is you couldn't hate Vinny, even if you tried him.
I see, right.
You can't, like, it's not possible.
All right. Well, yeah, well, there it is.
Might be right. Yeah, I mean, I think good perspective from Vinny, obviously, like just like recognizing that this was always going to be a tough major for them. They made it further than most people expected. Hey, it's pretty good. They
recovered some pretty tragic scenes there. If you remember, like Henny and Vinny having those pretty crazy arguments when things were going wrong earlier in the tournament. They managed to. What a journey they've had. The fact that we're even at this major, those names are still relevant. Like names like Vinny and Phelps and Henny. Like those are names like they've been around for a long time. Like Phelps back to the SK and like. Kind of Luminosity days, kind of in the young gun back then. He's now 27 years old. Yeah. And do we have an interview with FaZe as well? Let's go. Yes. We've got Carrigan. Let's see what he's got to say about that questionable performance.
That's exactly what I want to try and find out here. And I want to try and find out about what's going on throughout the whole tournament for you guys so far. Because at least in the opening day, okay, you lose out to Heroic, but then you beat Furia. It's the Eternal Fire game, though, when I started to see maybe some more alarm bells, because you normally fight so well against them. So what did you make of it, Carrigan?
I think they play a great game, right? I think they just won against BP as well. Yeah. I think they are an underrated team, right? And they beat Vitality as well in the opening day, right? So I think we came wrong in on T-side Overpass. I think we had chances in the beginning of the game, but the second you go 7-8-0 down on Overpass, they start doing the correct pushes. There was no chance, right? But I think we played better today. We're still far from our level, not gonna lie about that. But today, I think we showed a B game, and thank God that was enough to kind of survive today. Yeah. But yeah, I think it was totally off day against Eternal Fire, even though they made us have an off day, so to say.
And remember when we spoke on the media day on day one, right? I felt like there was such a good mood for you guys. You spoke about the boot camp you've done, having some time to work on the strat book. Does this worry you that you've got off to this slow start at all? Does this make you think like, okay, did we make the right call here? Maybe we're learning more going through officials?
What can I say, right? We are in a situation where we practice, we prepared as good as we can as a team. But in the end of the day, you have to meet up on the server at the right moment, right time. if we win, I think that's a good sign that we can win our B situation. I know we can hit peak performance. We are not there yet at all. But we need a peak performance tomorrow if we want to make it to playoff. And what happens there, I think it's always a little harder to play as an arena. But we are still far from a level, right? And we have made 5 finals in a row on LAN. So making it into the playoff is a huge thing for us right now. We have to readjust our maybe little goals here, game by game, right? But in the end, I'm not worried until actually the game is over and I'm packing my gear. That's where I'm worried. So I still believe at any point in this team, we're even throwing a 5-on-3 now, letting them come back in the game on third map. So yeah, we're not that strong as we want to be, but I mean, how many times I've been here making the same situation or same talk about our team. I think I saw good things today. Overall, you didn't see anyone give up at any point, even though it looked rough. And that's the most important thing. The mentality, we can never let down.
And that's what's always key. You guys have always been able to come back into these things. But I want to ask as well just what these team talks have looked like at the end of the days and how you guys are feeling in order to make sure you can still fight the way we know FaZe should.
Actually, we haven't had a team talk. Okay. I think it was pretty simple on Overpass. Is there much to talk about? We can talk about the small details of the game there, how we want to execute next time, how we're going to do this and that. But overall team talk, I think just like we got smacked. Like, what is there to talk about, right? If you're losing a 13-11 game, we're throwing a 5-on-3, that should never have happened. I don't think I saw the Eternal Fire game and said that should never happen. But I saw things that we should do better, right? And that's a small thing, so no huge team talk. We know how we operate as a team. We know how to get angry at the enemies instead of ourselves. I think everybody went in the practice room yesterday for 2-3 hours, could quiet. But the closer we came to evening, the more the mood was lighting up, and actually that's what our team is about. Not fighting each other, but actually take it out on the enemies and just destroy everyone in our way right now.
So you're getting stronger and you don't have any real worries for tomorrow?
I mean, we played a 2-2 game in Paris Major against Navi, down 15-9. Managed to come back and say, welcome to FaZe Clan, right? It might happen again tomorrow, but let's hope not so rough game. But I don't care. As long as we win, if it means I have to play and call 30 rounds overtime, I don't care. As long as we win, right? So right now, it's in theory just one game. If we can't win this, we didn't deserve to be in the playoff, right? Simple as that. No pressure. Now it's just 2 good teams playing each other tomorrow. We don't know who we face, right? So right now, relax, prepare, and improve the last percentage for tomorrow.
That's what it's all about, and that's the FaZe Clan way. Kerrigan, thank you very much. Henry, Anders, back to you.
Thank you, James. Comprehensive interview. I think that answered all of our questions. And thankfully, they're aware of the problems they have right now. Like you said, it's their B game presented the last few days. But like you said, they've been here many times before. We've had many of those sort of interviews. FaZe have looked weak at the start of plenty of tournaments, and then they can often bounce back.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out in my own brain if I thought, am I listening to like a sort of a PR response, or does he really believe what he's saying? I actually think he does believe it.
I think he does. I think
I don't think this is bullshit. I think
FaZe have often looked very down and out at plenty of tournaments, majors before as well, and sometimes they just need to kick up the arse to get themselves going. Yeah. I agree with the Eternal Fire performance. You get 13-1, it happens. MR12, things can go wrong.
Yeah.
And yeah, they got the result today, and that's all that really matters. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got another few games in this stream. We're going to be vacating. I think I just saw Harry and Hugo outside. They are chomping at the bit to get stuck in. It's going to be Ecstatic versus G2. We'll leave you in their capable hands, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the day, and take care. We'll see you then.
We're constantly trying to save Copenhagen by dequizzing the bomb. I've got G2's Hunter with me. He's got a smile on his face.
Yeah, hello James.
How are you?
I'm doing good, how are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you, especially as I know that you will not let me down and you will save us.
I hope so, I'll try my best. That's what I can promise, at least.
I'll take that. Put your hand on the mouse, my friend.
Okay.
Press that button and let's see how it goes down.
So we're ready to go, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Good luck, have fun.
What is the minimum amount of M4, A4, M4 shots to the body to kill an opponent he has Kevlar? I would say 4.
Well done.
What is the max running speed of the model with Glock USP? I don't have a clue, let's say 220. Which player has most attended to the majors? Oh my god, shocks Dupree. Okay. Who is the only player from Turkey to have appeared in the top 20 rankings? Turkey, I think Voxic.
Cool, well done.
Which CS player, active or inactive, has the most majors won under his belt? Dupree, must be. What is the reload time of the op? Let's say 375. Oh my god, that's pure luck. This Brazilian player consistently ranked in the top 20 from 2015 to 2008 and must be Coldzera. Who is the only player from Israel to have appeared in top 20 rankings? It should be Spinks.
And he did it! Hunter!
Oh my god!
That was even the one you didn't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice guess.
You need some luck, yeah, in this one.
A little bit of luck will take you a long way.
Yeah.
And it takes you to a big win.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you very much, my man.
No
Good luck
problem.
going into the major.
Thank you, James.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
More bombs to be dequizzed here in Copenhagen, so I had to get Nexa from G2 to try and save the day. How you feeling, sir?
Not so confident, but let's see. A lot of lives at stake right now.
Yes, exactly that. Your major is at stake, the lives of everyone in Copenhagen is at stake, but I trust in your Counter-Strike knowledge.
Let's go.
Do you trust in your own?
No, let's go.
All right, put your hand on the mouse, press the dequiz the bomb text, and that'll start it, and read out the questions as it's coming out for me.
All right. What caliber is the AK-47 in CSGO? 7.62. Okay. How many seconds does a Molotov last? Let's go 7.4. Okay. The minimum amount of USP shots to the body to kill an opponent without Kevlar. 4. Oh. Who was the top ranked player in 2014? Whoa, I'll go get right. What caliber is the AWP in CSGO? I don't know, 420, let's go 420. What is the reload time of the AWP? The wrong guy to ask this. Let's go 3.5.
Oh.
Yeah, we're all about to die. Who was the top ranked player in 2018? Simple.
You're saving us.
Who is the only player from Turkey to have appeared in the top 20 rankings? Has to be Xantares, right? Voxic? Oh. But Xantares was never in top 20?
Quickly!
Just explode.
Just explode, what do you mean?
Just explode.
Nexa, you gave up. Just explode.
If Xantares was never top 20.
He was never.
That's a
Voxic was. You can go check it.
I knew,
Everyone
I knew about
it.
Voxic,
Yeah. But they said which one was the only? It's the only one.
But you know, you read Turkey, you see Xantares.
This question throws everyone for a loop. You didn't save us, Nexa, but maybe you'll be able to win this major and save your own life and future going forward.
We're slashing dreams here in at the Major as we have squads now where a BO3 decides their fate, whether they get to keep on fighting or if this is the end of the line in a 1-3 fashion. We've got G2 taking on Ecstatic as our first game here that we're going to be covering at least. Hugo, this one, little bit of a weird matchup, I feel like, right? On one hand, you've got G2 who are supposed to be coming in as like one of the big dogs trying to make a run into the playoffs. On the other side, you have Ecstatic, plucky Danish team that were able to run through the opening stage 3-1, only fielding that loss to Cloud9, but now finding themselves down here in the 1-2 bracket of the elimination stage. Yeah. Both these teams, the one win they have, it's Furia, mate.
It's over Furia.
It's over Furia.
It's over Furia. That's something at least. I got bad news, Harry. Last time at Paris.
How's there bad news?
There's always bad news. It's G2 playing, Harry. It's a little. It's scary for G2. Last time in this very stage, in the top 16 back in Paris, they went out 1-3. They only beat Furia. So G2 need to up their Paris performance without a doubt. And we have at least expectations that they should. Taking down Ecstatic, who, remember, came all the way from the open qualifier. They've had to grind for some time, and this is where it all is on the line for major continuance for Ecstatic. The one Danish full team left in Copenhagen, and they have to take down one of the biggest rosters in the world, one of the most expensive, one of the biggest brands, and some of the best players. So it's Ecstatic's biggest challenge yet, with their backs up against the wall.
Yeah, you know, and when we kind of look at G2's individuals, then on the other side, because you're talking about the sheer size of these individuals and these names, where, you know, the problem I've had is that it used to feel like, you know, even though this team was pretty turbulent in CS2, felt like you had a pretty safe pair of hands in m0NESY, and I think we can all agree with that. Yeah. But even he was quiet just the other day in their matchup there. Instead, it was kind of Hunter trying to pull them through. I don't know, man. Something's weird with this G2 squad at the minute, where you never have, you know, usually you have like this very insane kind of trifecta of firepower, at least you did towards the end of Go, in m0NESY, Nico, and Hunter. But getting them to all step up at the same time, that's not really ever been a thing for this G2 squad. And then getting them to step up even now as individuals is feeling impossible.
And when they do step up, you know, at least a couple of them at the same time, we see them take trophies, Katowice, Cologne, all in the same year. Like, G2 have had the highest highs, except that, you know, major run, oh so close, but close doesn't cut it here. And I mean, there's no excuses for G2 in a game like this, right? They're heavy favorites, Ecstatic. You know, they've already gone further than many would expect to get to this point, and FaZe just won that 1-2 game against Imperial, surviving another day. G2, they need to do the same. There's really no other way to look at it right now. So we're getting into the first map of the matchup in this elimination game. Winner goes on to play tomorrow for a final spot in the top 8 in the playoffs at Copenhagen. And we want to see G2 there. We expect to see G2 there, but Ecstatic feel like they're meant to be there as the one Danish team on Danish soil. Who's it gonna be?
We're about to have our first bit of action here over in top mid. And the big question is Queenix up for the job of locking it down? Because he's got the dualies. Good place for them, but domed right away from m0NESY.
Back in the pit, Nodios getting pressure from both sides. That's a good smoke. It's going to let G2 get control of Graveyard up long. Short players are where it's at. No kills connect for Nodios, and Huxi runs him down. I like that smoke for G2. Instead of throwing in one moto side, it's very deep. Isolates Nodios in pit, and it's a triple flank retake round for Ecstatic around the world, and they've already written it off. Rather just save their armor, knowing the likelihood of winning this round is a near impossibility. So Patty will hang around with less to lose. G2 take a clean pistol.
Yeah, clean as can be. 4 alive at the end of it. And cleanly done, just getting past that first man in Boiler. Yeah. They go on to win the round, right? And we so often say with Inferno, if you get 2 kills in the right place, man, you've done enough.
I want to see Nico styling today. That would be a great sign. This is a level of opposition that you feel like Nico should be able to... Come on, he's trying to get him in. For a game where you feel like Nico should just be the best player in the server, undoubtedly
provably.
Considering his run at the end of Global Offensive and the storyline there was Nico never won the major that he felt like he should have done, with the caliber of player he is. You don't want to open CS2 immediately, on this kind of tainted ground of a 1-3, not even securing a playoff berth for a team composed of the players that G2 have.
Yeah, and fair enough, G2 have had difficult games here, right? Like having to play Na'Vi and Cloud9 and not the rosters you are envious of them for, but they've made those close, more so on the Na'Vi side of things, and now they've got to do the bare minimum. But that pressure is always a factor, and majors are where upsets always happen. So with the run that Ecstatic have made from an online BO1 open qualifier all the way to top 16 in this elimination stage, you'd be silly to doubt them. They're going to give it their all today. Force up for the Danes, 2 Famises separated on different sites. A flash play ready as G2 set up and execute. Oh, that's terrifying. Smoke hits him, but they're coming through.
Yeah, flash ain't primed, so Kragen's got to fight alone, and he just gets fed to Hooksy on the entry. That will already be another one of these saves. Ecstatic just going to head out of here and try to run this round back in the next.
Some clinical rounds from G2 so far. Sure, it's only, a pistol and then an anti, but very just clean executes.
G2 fan mindset, 2 rounds in.
They are doing great, man. They are playing fantastically. Got to give them that. No, but
I mean, they've won 100% of the rounds so far, right? In this game.
That is a crazy statistic if you really think about it like that.
No, something that I hope bodes well for G2 today, because I don't want to say it, but I hope that we can see them power up, and I hope that we can see them look like, more like themselves.
Yeah, for their own sake.
This is the first BO3 that they've played, right? They've been in BO1 so far. The variance, the chance for upset there is far greater. So hopefully across a BO3, you can see this team kind of level out, even if they do face some pressures. They certainly have the edge in terms of the experience. So thus far, as we say, good for G2. 100% of the rounds won. Jonathan Wass here. G2. Let's see if they can keep the good times rolling in. It's that saved, force for Ecstatic. They still have all these guns in play. And so a chance to do something. They're going to split the defense up 3-2. And this time, wanting to make a few more moves early, you imagine, right? Not really worth saving at the end of this round. So let's try throw ourselves into the action. That's what Ecstatic are telling themselves.
G2's Inferno looks very good. Oh, there we go. Against Furia, obviously on the CT side, they were very dominant. They were taking a lot of fights in Banana. They were really putting the pressure on, more so than we've actually seen any other team do so at the major so far. Most squads have been very passive on the Banana side, using util early, occasionally some retake teams. But if you look at VP, for example, there'll be 5v4, and it will be Fame playing CT spawn and conceding the B site. We've definitely seen that let VP down. But everyone has their different approach right now to, dare I call it, the most controversial map in Counter-Strike at the moment. A map that has not been enjoyed as much as it has in history. And a map where the util, the CS2 util, a year on now, feels like it's extremely powerful on this map, suffocating even those smokes. Especially with the open skyboxes, lots of options open. I expect to see G2 take full use of that. Obviously, T-side start right now, another B execute, and here come the guns.
Yeah, let's see how Ecstatic want to approach this now in the first rifle round. 4 players, oh no, it's just 3. 3 players over towards A. Util lobbed out down towards mid, gonna divide that middle area of the map in 2 and stop G2 from pressuring up from the T-stairs. Good util to apply all this kind of early stress to the players down at T-ramp, and they will fight for Banana. Will Ecstatic, they trade their way to success there. You can see what that smoke does. m0NESY couldn't come through to lend a helping hand to Hunter. He had to go and clear it from alt mid, so it's good to just take the pace out of the round. G2 now grouping over here in alt. Man down as they set their sights on the A play.
It's a huge trade for Kraken to keep banana control for Ecstatic. If G2 go 2 for 2 there, they just win the round. But they didn't have a third player ready to trade out. The util does a lot of damage, but Ecstatic, they don't move a muscle. Still with the smoke at B, G2 are now walking into the stack, an even fight, and never the ones that you want on this T side. Hoping they can find a gap right now. And they have on long, Nodios actually playing towards a spawn, but he can take library late. Try and assist his team. Right now he's just ensuring that G2 are not going for a B wrap.
Yeah, I mean, with G2 having given up this banana control after they lose that fight, they know there's going to be bodies over here on A. They should be ready for 3 fights. And so m0NESY winning that one over towards long, now teeing up his teammates with flashbangs. Queenix so blind down in the pit, but still gets out with the frag. And now even onto the swing of Hunter. We'll find him. There's the nice swift return from Ecstatic as soon as those guns come out. Kind of a textbook round played there, the early mid-smoke to apply some pressure to that attempt at the default from G2, shutting down the banana aggression, right, putting a stop to that. And then just keeping this grouped 3-man setup over towards A because they've got banana locked down and in their control.
Great kills from the back of pit for Queenix. Here's that drop into pit, reacts very well. And G2 just holding for repeaks. None of them hunting any kills in that 3-on-2 in the site. Comes back to bite them. Banana util traded, even a top B smoke just to give G2 some safe room to work. It's going to force out a lot of Molotovs. G2 avoid all of the damage. And Nico playing on the lip of the smoke as well. Flash back in, they have to trade places. G2, they take damage, but they gain control. And that nade falls just a little bit short. So Ecstatic going back to play the bomb site. Still 2 smokes and a molly available. All in all, it's gone pretty well for them here. And they're going to keep the pressure on. Just trying to waste G2's time in this round. One smoke left at the minute. So G2 have managed to bait that out at least. Hooksy's got almost all their util.
They've got more than enough to just lob in a B exec here, right? Hooksy's gonna throw some of that util over. And they'll start to walk their way up through banana. That last smoke that Ecstatic had has now been used over here at B.
Nice rotation as well.
Good timing on the smoke to come in. G2, this is like a last-second exec as they're teeing everything up, and that means they're gonna have to come through this smoke. Hooksy leads the way. Kraken back turn, tries to flick back round, but it's Patty with all the glory down in the pool. 15 seconds, time is of the essence for G2, but they get the openers. Nodios trying to make the hero play, trying to save the day for Ecstatic, but he can't get out through the smoke. And so G2 leave it down to the wire. But they managed to get out the other side with a bomb plant and this 3v2 post plant. 2 players in at the back of Dark. There is still a nade for Queenix. That could be used to really soften up these Dark players, and it will. Brings them both down to half. 1 kill out of Queenix. They know about Hunter here. Salazar's moving in. m0NESY and Hunter ready to swing off of each other. But mopped up from Salazar's AK. And so Ecstatic, a man down in the retake, but a well-placed nade and a good read on where G2 could have got to in that time. They'll piece that round together.
Yeah, that's probably dead teammate calling as well, positions, making guesses from how much room G2 had. It was not a lot. No one was going to go through that coffin smoke after the kill is given away. And some really nice clears for Ecstatic. They should not be winning that round, but G2 playing very passive in their post plants. m0NESY goes for, Nexo I think it was, goes for a dry swing through. And that just gives Ecstatic all the room they need. Look at the aggression. On the anti-eco, a risky round to do this in, where they know they can win just by the util game, but they want to take some early fights. They get a player in through a T apartments, he still bails out. Which I don't mind, like, it's so tempting. You can just waste time and be in the backline the whole round if you want, but you also don't want to give guns to G2 in an eco round like this. Deagle spam denied. So Ecstatic, relatively passive considering how they start the round. They go back for 3B. The rotates have been good so far, even in that last round. Nodios coming over just in time to throw a CT flash to set his teammates up through that smoke. Static happy to fight G2 as they enter the site.
And looking to mob this one up cleanly. Nexa has been able to make a great deal of space here. Running it down, Nexa! Sudden double kill from nowhere, but the AWP might let him down here. A missed shot onto the man at the helm of the ship for Ecstatic.
That's a play for Patty.
Yeah, just barreling through the smoke. Doesn't want to allow the bomb plant. Doesn't want to let that come down to a retake where suddenly there's an AWP posted.
Seeing a lot of smoke pushes for Ecstatic in this game already, right? Popping through CT twice now, coming through the coffin smoke in a 3v3 that you could argue is a little bit too risky, but you know, trying to deny the bomb plant at 10 seconds is too tempting of an opportunity. And I feel like these are the kind of things that Ecstatic need to do, not just to rub G2 the wrong way, but to catch them off guard. G2 so far have been pretty, you know, knowledgeable about these smoke pushes. But I like that Ecstatic are trying to just throw whatever they can at G2, catch them off guard. That's how you win these games. That's how you upset. Sometimes you've got to play against expectations. So already a solid game out of Ecstatic once they've hit the guns.
Yeah, we saw in that timeout Taz was getting very vocal. I think he's just a very, you know, large presence. Is something that you'll note. He's always kind of walking up and down the line. He's like the general of this team. Oh, Hunter, that's awkward. The flashes wreck him.
I felt like a go Molotov right there, the way it was climbing up the wall. I don't miss those.
First kill given over. G2 certainly came into that round with an idea and a play they wanted to make, but it's well countered by the Ecstatic util, essentially making that kill free.
Their grenades have been really good down Banana. They've never lost that fight overall. Not since the rifle round. Oh, the molly on the smoke as well. What a combination. They don't know about Nico. He's blind. Somehow swapping positions. Kraken gets behind them, but a double entry opens up. The timing's thrown through a loop there as Nico somehow sneaks right past behind the wood. 3-on-3. It's a temptation, but they're so far away. They're not even looking at this one just yet. If that kill came through the smoke, might have been a very different story. But right now they look like they're playing to contain Ecstatic. G2 off the back of Nico. Pick up a fourth.
And you know, here's the scary thing for this G2 squad as they break on through again and start to put a stop to the rifles, is that, you know, for them in this Veto, having Inferno come through first, it's one that Ecstatic have played at every single stage thus far of the, I think what, this would be the, oh, quick maths. Well, out of the 7 series they've played, there you go, there's, they've played it 5 times across that, so it's been like a reoccurring pattern that this has crept up in their games, and they've won most of them, especially, you know, looking back, but even since we've seen them face off against, you know, the Brazilians, man. They were very, very close games versus Furia and Imperial, 2 legit Inferno teams.
Really nice exit. It's an expensive round for G2.
Also, I did that very wrong. I mean, they've only played it twice, but regardless.
I was going to say 7.
No. They played it back at the RMR a bunch.
Okay.
So there we go.
So G2 not going to catch them off guard, at least.
No, they're going to have a lot of ideas. That's the point I'm trying to put across here, right? And even versus some experienced Inferno squads, they were able to make those very, very close affairs. So G2, good that they have ideas, good, you know, result on the back of the tac pause. You call that in and immediately find the round in spite of going a man down early, having the kill given over for free. But Ecstatic are going to have more to show here. Walk back out for Salazar. And He's taking it over towards this B site. They're putting a lot more resources here in these last few rounds. Wanting to try and fight for the banana control again. G2 running it fast up through the top of mid. This is nice. Hunter will get smoked off from the long side, but he just immediately reroutes. He's like a warhead right now, man. Just looking for this opening blow, this first kill. Nodios down in the pit is dinked up and might get finished off here as they've crept up past him. Queenix on the rotate in. 1 kill from the man. Nico punishing the banana push, and Queenix is flushed out of the A site, so that's more like it for G2 as they chain together 2 in a row.
Yeah, that was Nico with the bomb at ramp, so sure.
I didn't even notice he had the bomb. That's really scary.
Yeah, he's scared as well. Kraken comes through the smoke, right? He doesn't expect anyone there, but that's still a very risky position to be in, but it works perfectly for G2. I like that pace for Hunter. Being thrown up banana in the previous, lobbing himself into mid now. And Nodios, he had one opportunity to take a kill and thin out the herd, but dinked on that peak. And could go no further. 5 rounds for G2. That's a round that reminds you what you're up against if you're ecstatic. The firepower on this roster.
And a nice call to kind of mitigate the building banana aggression out of ecstatic, right? That's the whole mindset there for G2. They know that a lot has been put into fighting for banana. G2 also one of the squads that like to do that. And so they counter it with a very up-tempo play up through top mid. Kind of sucks for Salazar. Never even got to get involved on the AWP. Should have seen him when he was leaving Spawn, man. He looked so keen to go and take that first fight. But this is nice, and Hooksy's getting loud now. He's yelling over at the ecstatic boys, trying to get in their heads. Dane's clashing. And so Hooksy's getting a little rowdy, trying to put them down. Interesting. You do know that's not their logo, right?
A different warrior. No samurai. G2 back up banana, and the AWP is here, but Salazar's got to make a choice, and he'll choose the better option. Get out. There's 2 walls of fire and an HE. There's not many places to be. Salazar hits his blind shot. Nothing worse than that feeling. They're just dying to a player who can't even see you. Missed on the jump. He goes wide. He didn't realize Nico was out. Nico right now is a nuisance, a menace, as he finds yet another multi-kill entry into this B-bomb site. He's winning it rounds on his own.
And that's exactly what G2 want. That's exactly what G2 need. I mean, when you think Nico on Inferno, you're always reminded of some of these rounds where he just would tear it up through banana.
Yeah.
2 kills, round 1, jobs are good, and don't even have to overthink it. And so the fact that we're getting that sort of format of Nico is very good for G2. A guy who's, you know, kind of looking to set the record straight on his path at majors. You don't want CS2 to start with the same crushing vibes that your global offensive runs did. So Nodios just looking to get out with the AK.
Terrorists win.
Suddenly G2 are building a nice T side after all.
Be nice to see if Nico can keep this up across the series. Looking for a dominant T-half, and as I mentioned in that Fury game, it was all off the back of the CT side for G2 on Inferno, so we know they have far more in show. And I'm actually excited to see how they attempt to fight Banana on the CT side in comparison to all these other teams. It's a nice idea, but Kraken caught jumping, and Nico sprays him through the smoke. The smoke, the Kraken breaks himself.
This is a very tantalizing prospect with Nico winning openers like this. Little duel through the smokes down towards Banana. G2 immediately in a good spot, and it's all on the back of Nico.
It's not really a pick here from Honesty. You'd have to pick a very awkward fight. Maybe he'll aim towards Pit and somehow get this, but Queen Eggs in a nice position.
If Salazar eventually decides to move off the angle and tries crossing back into the site when he's dropped this util, that's where Monacy could get rewarded, but that would need these players out over towards top mid to kind of take the contact first.
Need some pressure for Monacy to get room. There's only so long he can wait on this angle without getting given a kill. Either G2 need to make their own play, or he's just got to go hog wild and peek pit with an AWP. You don't see that every day. Might just be Hunter entering as they line up some util, a Moto smoke, and a flash will help, and then Monacy can trade out Hunter. Should be short before apps with this setup, but 20 seconds, sooner the better.
They are really leaving this one down to the wire, aren't they? And all that paranoia has caused Ecstatic to rotate one of these players away. So the two-man defense over towards this East site has to make a stand. Salazar hiding in the smoke. He's gotten past them. In with the backstab on an eco, but can't take it any further. Can't find the bomb. And so that plant comes in. For the G2 squad, they deal with the weirdness through that smoke.
That smoke was so suffocating for Ecstatic, because not only is the pit player, just trying to hold apartments after that entry kill, dropping off, not able to see the hooks, he's just running through it. Same for Salazar, he gets a nice timing through the smoke, he gets an upgrade, but he doesn't want to run back through the smoke into the site. He'd rather get, a more favorable fight over the boxes or the cart. And G2 are holding him down. Nicely done for G2 again. Pressured situation. Less than 20 seconds as they enter, and a man down off of Hunter dropping first. Still G2 make it look easy. These are the rounds that you like to see from G2, despite being given some serious adversity. Look at this, 15 seconds, 4v5, they win it. Like that's very well played. Or 4v4, I guess, because Kragan died on B. But still. All that takes, I mean, 2 of these rounds now have come down to 10-second plants where it feels like Ecstatic are just thinking about that bomb. They just know, they feel the pressure. They don't want to play retakes together because they're going, if I just get this one kill, I can win the round now.
And that's why, when we're seeing them in the player camps, they're looking frustrated, because I think their idea of how to deal with this problem is a very good way of thinking about it, right? Like the idea that if they're going to leave it down to the wire, you've only got to get that bomb out of their hands and you win the round. And that's exactly what Salazar especially was trying to do through the short smoke in that round there.
Because the alternative is, Salazar leaves there and he lets them plant and then they go 3v3 retake. But this is the hardest retake map in the game. G2, give them time to set up. They're not going to lose those rounds, are they? So, you can't blame Ecstatic for feeling like they have to force these fights. They have to go through the coffin smoke. They have to pressure the bomb. Some really good damage from this hero AK.
Nate even brings Nico down even lower.
Look at him go.
Hooksy's going to use this injury to really just run it down long and treat this like he's the tip of the spear. He doesn't care. He's basically already dead in the round. Now, the trade was meant to come in from Hunter. Nico, low on health. Won't be good for the first. Takes Monacy getting that trade, but it's at least allowed the plant to come in.
Make it. Oh,
Nexa stuck up on top of the lip, and now it's left all on a Monacy. Got to be quick with it. And Monacy is. 2 quick kills. One of the 3K. Needs number 4. Is he ready for Kragan up in the apartments? Monacy! Fast as lightning, man. Unreal scenes. And that's going to hype G2 up. Hooksy takes to his feet and celebrates on Monacy's behalf. That is beautiful.
You could just see it happening, but also great shots from Monacy. But what an error for Ecstatic to push their 2 long players when they've got a flanking player saying, wait, just give me time. I'm going to be right behind. If they wait 5 more seconds before they go for that swing, because I think they probably hear him scope as well. They hear the tap, they hear him scope. Regardless, they don't need to stop the plant. They can't stop the plant if he's sticking. 5 more seconds, and that's unwinnable for Monacy. Sure, only the best in the world can win that round, can hit those shots, but why give him the chance?
Yeah, and now the alarm bells are really going off. That was a prime real estate round for Ecstatic to kind of bring themselves back into the game on a low econ one with that hero AK and a bunch of pistols. They had the round right there.
It's 5v3.
Gets away from them. Monacy with a sick 1v3 clutch, and now you've got Monacy and Nico both looking really good. Monacy riding the high of a sickly round on that AWP. And so this might be worst case Ontario for Ecstatic.
Yeah. Getting brought down to Winnipeg.
Flashes up through Banana. Salazar's AWP here, gonna strike while he's blind. He's been good at that at least.
Yeah.
The flashes might be working, but he's still hitting the shots.
They're going.
Full on reposition. Smoke down in the fountains. He's gonna try to play through the gap. Nice. And Salazar creates a tiny little hole to AWP through. Works out wonders. Trying to have a hero AWP round of his own, and he's gonna get it. 3 kills from the Danish AWP. And so that's their way back in for Ecstatic.
Yeah, it's still going to be a half where it's like you just wonder what if, right? So many close rounds, so many opportunities for Ecstatic, but at the same time, you throw in a beautiful 1v3 for Monacy and Nico entering as he has been doing, more so on the B site. That's a solid half for G2. There's nothing to worry about, really. 8 rounds, T-side Inferno, fantastic beginning. And as we mentioned, their CT side was threatening against Furia, so how are Ecstatic going to put a stop to it? At least they've got the tape, you know, the experience, the maps logged on this map. Oh. Yeah, I can't believe you could see that second player.
Yeah.
That's really close. Nice shooting. And now a hyper-important pistol round for Ecstatic. No P250s. Glock train, baby. Quad A for G2. And they've got enough to play a retake. They might need to.
Unless Nico goes absolutely ham, they will be retaking here. And it's Nico, so you never will in a write off that fact, but he just drops in this smoke and elects to play and wait for his teammate. Salazar gets the spot and will live to tell the tale. 5v5 retake, Ecstatic takes space, and that's a big move to have made, robbing G2 of the ruins. They're now posted and ready to go. This is a really strong crossfire for Ecstatic. There should be no building back into the round now. And not as Queenix absolutely annihilates them on that push up through Banana. So a nice bit of pace in that pistol and some nice ideas once it gives way to the 5v5. They know exactly what Nico's doing and they're able to knock him out of the round. And suddenly that just gives them an open runway to run away with that one. Nice and cleanly.
That's a dirty 4K for Queenix. Sure, they're not really looking his way, but he's got his back to CT spawn. He knows how much room he has off of that setup from G2. And yeah, hunting down Nico was the perfect move so that Ecstatic don't get pinched in a post plan. Gives them so much room to play CT spawn, to play ruins. No longer ruined, actually. They built that church up quite nicely.
Yeah.
But we still call these barrels car, so I'm gonna stick with it. Okay, G2. Could run boost if you're absolutely mental, but... Oh, and it's just the perfect play. Oh, can he see? Moving forward, perhaps? Monacy, this is beautiful. They're never gonna check this. They've got an anti-boost smoke, but it's a boost on a boost. Call it the tower.
Oh, it's been knocked down. Kragan deals with Monacy over the lip of that smoke. Now Nico tries to make a move, tries to get involved, but that smoke is being held. For Hooksy, there's no win in this one. He's just got to bow out of the round and give it up. So even though G2 have got that boost to play over Ecstatic's boost smoke, not enough to take the round. And this one's going to close up quite nicely. It's going to be a 1-round game by the time that G2 and X bring in these guns out. Ecstatic have still got some fight left in them. After that first half, after the gnarly 3v1 that goes against them. They're bringing some fire to the T side. Something that is nice here for G2 at least is that they've still got these smokes and a couple of saved pistols. You can try to delay the round as much as possible on the back of them. thus far. It's just been abusing this B site for Ecstatic. And I'm really curious if they go back to it again. G2 seem to think they will. They're going to play 3 strong over here.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of gimmicks can you really pull in this round, though? 2 MP9s and a couple of pistol upgrades. It's not like, even if G2 get the gamble right, it will necessarily make much difference. Ecstatic, they get Banana for free. Smoke flash, G2 take it back. Trying to be cheeky, but Ecstatic will just nade stack sandbags and Hooksy gets obliterated. If the bullet didn't do it there, HE would have. And so that's a nice opening position for Ecstatic. They can leave a player here. They can just straight up execute, and that looks to be the move. Smoke block. Eco, a bit more room now. But USP made quick work of, and the MP9 falls after 1. So they're scared of a couple more, you never know. But this is 7 for Ecstatic.
This next rifle round kind of has to hit for G2, or else Ecstatic are going to find themselves up in the lead. There is some solace in that m0NESY will be looking to bring out that AWP. And he's even going to go try and inflict a bit of damage towards the end of the round here. Ecstatic don't really have to give him this fight. They should just exit down Banana where they know it's safe. And so m0NESY likely won't find anything. All right then. For G2, taken through that first half really on the wings of NiKo and m0NESY.
Is he trying to get them to run back? If he... No, okay, can't even get the tap in time, just stepping. And yeah, sure, that's actually perfect. He gets a kill. Forces a rebuy of a rifle and full kit, so it's more expensive for Ecstatic. But yeah, this is the question now. What will G2 do in Banana on this CT side? Will they play as aggressive as they did against Furia? Will they bring as many fights down with deep smokes and early double molly? Or are they going to concede it? Ecstatic attempted some Banana control, but the most success came from getting their nades in and then leaving. They never really retook it in a rifle round. Their best round was against a B rush in round number 12, where they had the AWP on B. So let's see how confident G2 are to come through with this first buy on the CT side.
Yeah, they're even supplementing it with the pause thus far. Their success on the back of the pauses being called out, and then finding a round on the back of it has been 100%, man. They've managed it in that first half. If you remember when Ecstatic were going on a little streak and they wanted to try put a stop to it, well, then Taz got involved and suddenly G2 started cooking again.
They got them all, man. As you know, your own stickers are in the game as well.
m0NESY AWP, good spawn for middle. Seeing if anyone wants to brave that smoke, but they don't. And so for now, Ecstatic just respect this util that goes down in mid.
He's holding flashes for NiKo at B as well.
Hunter's having a quiet game thus far, and he was trying to tiptoe down through middle, but instead they blow the smoke open, and that'll get m0NESY involved in the round early. That AWP now known about, but they pay quite the price for the info. So Ecstatic split up. 2 players over here in Banana, 2 taking top mid control. Bit of a default early, trying to cut off the flow of info available to G2. This is a nice position to be in. You know you're denying any info down through Banana. You're putting pressure on in top mid. You're getting util out on both sides of the map right now if you're Ecstatic.
And it's very uncertain for G2 actually where they're going, where Ecstatic want to end. It's looking like the A side to us, but smoke's just been used. It will fade very soon at B. And so the sooner Ecstatic go, the better before G2 put this one together. They're already rotating Hunter out arch side. He's gambling on the B side right now. This is a huge open opportunity. It's more so up to m0NESY in the pit. Hunter's coming back, 25 seconds.
Gonna need another monster m0NESY round. With help from Nexa, it pulls the attention away. The AWP gets involved. Is he ready for the walk up through short? m0NESY is. One more to find, and it's a m0NESY masterclass from pit. Another big 4K from his AWP, and with a bit of help from Nexa, that one comes together beautifully for G2.
You're just never going to question whether he can do it, right? Even as there are only 2 in the bomb site, m0NESY is enough. Nico's form wavering up and down, not always the most dependable in CS2. Despite ending Go as best rifler, m0NESY is undeniable. 12 and 8, 2 massive 4Ks in this map at important points as well. That's the first gun round won by G2. Gonna send flashes for Banana. Here they go, back to their usual tricks. Uxie finds that opening kill, and they can just leap completely if they want. They go through Ecstatic's top Banana smoke.
I mean, you know, we said it in the first half, Ecstatic were also keen to fight for Banana.
Not
G2 are one of the teams that very much like to vie for that control as well, but they still do it in a old school way where they're really looking to take deep Banana. And so they've managed it here. That frees up. I mean, you can see already Nico moving around to rotate in towards this A site. That's the advantage of locking down Banana so early. That's what it gives you.
Apps pop, one flash, out it goes.
Nexa, another keen opening here as he drops off into the pit. It's him and m0NESY playing in tandem with one another that really looks to lock in around here for G2. m0NESY, just the gift that keeps on giving, man. Another multi-kill round from his AWP.
All right, I think they're Ecstatic are learning they can't execute when there are 5 or 4 players alive. They need to find more kills on this default, but G2 are not really giving them the kills. The Banana take was really, really nice with 2 high-impact flashes and a nade on the smoke just in case no one came through. And on this A site, G2 have been playing very passive, been playing library side, down in the pit within 20 seconds. So they're not exactly doing aggressive setups to give Ecstatic opening kills. And then when Ecstatic feel like they have done enough defaulting to execute, they're going right into m0NESY's scope. Guy doesn't miss. Not often, at least.
Jiggle on the corner from Kragan was nearly his death sentence.
He's naded it. Or there, out it goes, a bit deep. Ooh, it's only Glocks.
Nico mow down, maybe? Yeah. Oh, yeah, Nico absolutely destroys the pistols.
Now, he's at 4 health, so but the smart play is to go for the ace, obviously. No. Uxie is allowed an eco frag himself. He bites in, and G2 take 11. Nothing since the conversion of the pistol for Ecstatic.
I hope in this next round, you know, you can anticipate that these aggressive moves over towards Banana are coming, and I think it's going to be on Ecstatic to have to try and push that back a little, whether that's waiting and respecting the initial volley of smokes and then going and retaking it later in the round. It's not going to leave you with a lot of time. You're going to have to kind of play on G2's say-so in rounds like that, but that might be the best option for them. They need to do something about this Banana control. I mean, even in that round there, it's not like G2 were fighting super deep, but instead they kind of flash back in. They retake Banana after a while with Nico floating around near the top, ready to go. And so I think, you know, the onus is going to be on Ecstatic pushing back on both avenues of the map, cutting off that flow of info, no longer having a free 4th player to rotate around to the A site. These might be the solutions for the Ecstatic squad. So let's see how they try to approach this. It's going to be their final rifle round if this one falls on deaf ears, and that means that Inferno would be away from them.
Whatever they have left in the tank, they got to show it. Now an app set up for G2, something they haven't shown all game. 3 players in apartments. Not traditional.
This is better though, right? They've kind of waited out this early Banana util. They're taking it a little bit later, and they're going to catch Nico aggressive out on a limb in towards the top of Banana. Uxie, do not give that one away. Yeah. Right now he's calling for a rotate, and so that triple setup over in the apartments has been dismantled.
I wonder if Ecstatic heard it, because they were running back from short side, so they maybe feel like they have some room on A. m0NESY away to barrel of the gun.
This is the adaptation, right? They're from Ecstatic. They've been able to force G2 away from Banana. Surprisingly, they're actually just going to lean fully over here towards the B side of the map. I thought they were going to go for the recommit in towards A.
This is lovely because it just feels like this is the easiest call for Ecstatic. 5v4, you've not won any of your executes. 5v4, execute, 5 players. This is ours, but G2 are all here but m0NESY.
Nexa's got a good bounty util ready as well to lob in.
Ouch.
Flashes go high. Uxie set up for the first. He's got Hunter ready to play off of him. And Nexa's even coming through the smoke at spawn. A lot of damage done. Hunter sits bottom of the board for G2. And in a 1v2 over towards his B site, even a kill can make all the difference. They think the site's clear, and that might let them down. Heartbreak for Ecstatic.
Oh! What the fucking anti-strat? Castle, you're so fucking easy to read, it's insane!
Oh, it's done. It's done. Pack it up. Hooksy the Herald.
He is really trying to get in their heads.
I mean, that was a really good read for G2, right? Even though they, like, m0NESY has the line in middle, they know Ecstatic have not been able to win and execute, and so 5v4, their best players just group. Stop defaulting, go for an exec as a team. G2 have double flash play.
You just lose a 5v4 like that to get it all stripped away, and then you've got Hooksy yelling at you.
And calling you shit.
Oh, that's a tilter for Ecstatic.
That's brutal, man. They're down. They're already down 12-7, making it worse. Salt in the wound. Stings. Easy to read. So it's the captain of G2, Dane on Dane violence here in Copenhagen, and G2 are just ready to end it right now. m0NESY's not in the site, Harry. m0NESY's at B. There's 2 players in spawn. If we have another instant pop for the first time ever, it might actually work.
Yeah, Nico could get here in good timing at least. Double layered inside of the site as they pop out through the apartments.
Nice.
It is just churned up by Nexa, who has been reliable in these A takes. Always good for a kill. That time he's good for the double. Hooksy barreled through the smoke. But now it's left to m0NESY, and if there's been one guy who has been so consistent in these moments, it's m0NESY. Molly even burns out Salazar, and so now it's just Nodios left to beat. Crossing in, m0NESY tried to move quickly there, but the smoke at Moto will deter him. He drops in one of his own.
So nice.
Right now, Nodios is paranoid that m0NESY is walking these smokes at Moto. He is positioned as though m0NESY is 100% coming from the Moto side, and he's not. This reroute from m0NESY is massive. As he moves in, lives that first fight, swing and a miss, and when you swing for m0NESY, you can't afford so. He steps up and delivers the game to G2. They run away with Inferno. Hooksy's getting animated, Nico's winning openers, and m0NESY's putting them away in clutches. That's the holy trinity for G2 right there.
Yeah, that's what we want, right? We can't always get the stars shining at the same time, but those are some really nice pieces together for G2, even with Hunter a bit quiet. Nexa did feel reliable on that CT side especially, and when m0NESY's winning those clutches, Ecstatic might be full tilt. That was another round that just felt like it was in the palm of their hand. Nodios read it well, he had a good position, but whiff shots, Harry, and you can't whiff at this level.
Yeah, multiple clutches for m0NESY. Hooksy yelling at you, screaming at you, telling you that you're easy to anti-strat. It's all, you know, it's a mixture of warfare. Psychological being the most brutal from the captain at G2.
And the game started good for Ecstatic. They had some nice clutch up rounds. Like, look at some of these retakes on CT side. It looked like they were here to compete with G2, but that, you know, other than the pistols that they convert pretty comfortably, or the second pistol, there wasn't really a lot in that game for Ecstatic. That really hurts. This was the round that sent them, as they played a little too early on that A retake in a 1v3 versus m0NESY, and man, he was not missing in this game.
No, not by a long margin, and you know, that's very reassuring to see. You know, you feel like for Ecstatic now, the ultimate test, right, is already, a lot of folks didn't really expect them to have left such an impression on the major. They come into this as underdogs. They end up fielding an L to G2 after what looked like a pretty promising start, even getting off to a nice start in the second half, trying to build back in, but so swiftly silenced. that now you have to question the longevity, right? Can they go away and between these games have that team talk and bring themselves back into the fold? Or is this one already too far gone? I mean, like, even at the end of the game, we didn't actually catch that moment the first time around, but Hooksy was going mad at them, man. He's really trying to get in their heads.
Yeah.
And I think he's succeeding. For Ecstatic, this one's going to sting. I mean, you look at the scoreboard, I've been very impressed with Patty throughout the event.
Yes.
I think he's done a phenomenal job of like putting up some great numbers and having some nice reads and good calls in there. Shame that Nodius kind of went missing and was a non-factor. He was also the guy who fell short in that final clutch of the game, the one that could have kept them in it. Had a chance to find Monacy, and at 5 and 12, you don't convert on your clutches either. You give Monacy that way back in. I don't know, is he in his head a little bit?
Surely after that last round he looked upset on the camera as well, so you hope he's able to reset as Ecstatic have to pack it up, pack it in, and go back to Vertigo, which is the second map of the series. It does feel destined for G2 to take this game. It always was going to. I mean, at the end of the day, this is superstar roster to a certain degree, and I think, especially with some of the worries and woes we've seen from teams at this event, I don't want G2 and FaZe to be in that moniker. I feel like they deserve, what a bad choice of words, but they need to earn their place in the playoffs for Copenhagen, and this is the perfect game for them to do so, for G2 to flex their muscles a little bit.
Yeah, this is one where if you're just like fans are getting those best teams in the playoffs, the ones who always deliver on the big stages, you kind of want G2 to flex a little bit here.
Yeah.
I don't want some like super close, super labored, oh god, they might actually get eliminated
like
kind of.
Imperial.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's the vibe I'm talking about. So yeah, that was a very nice showing in the first map. But let's see if Ecstatic do have what it takes to kind of go away from that game, go away from the BM of Hooksy, and mentally rebuild in time for Vertigo.
Spinning our magical roulette wheel and seeing what team it lands on to build the ultimate fantasy team here at the Copenhagen Major. And I've got G2's Hunter with me. Super teams, that's what you're a part of. So you're going to try and build one better. Do you think that's possible?
I think it's possible, we'll see.
With you as the GM, it should be possible,
Yeah.
Hunter. Let's spin that wheel and see which team we're going to get first. And that is going to be Eternal Fire for starters.
That's a tough one. I mean, the Hexantaris is a star player, but I think I can get maybe a better from some other team. Voxic as well is good, but yeah. I would take Wikadia. I think he's pretty good in his role. In my opinion, he's one of the best, and he is shooting insane. So I would take him.
Nice, okay. Well, Katie is the first man in. See what second team is going to be, and I like that. It leaves you a lot of other options still when you got 4 spins. You're thinking smart with it.
I need to be a bit lucky as well in this one.
Yeah. And
oof, give me heroic, please.
Yeah. I love that. Please give me heroic. Right on the edge, but you did get it.
Yeah. Oof, this one is not easy, but I think I would take Nerds. I think he's not the star player, but he's kind of second star player, I would say, and he can lurk. So I would take him. I think it's pretty good.
Nerds is a solid choice. This is already 2 good ones to start with. You narrowly avoided errors to go your way. Oh, but you didn't avoid it this time around. This is called Karma, Hunter.
Oh, it's okay. It's fine. I think I'll take Jaken as an entry fragger.
And he's been beasting.
Yeah, he's older, better, I would say.
He's getting better with age, like a fine wine, they would say.
He's like really good lately.
So you still need an IGL, and you still need an AWP.
Yeah, I know.
And you're going to get to start with Ecstatic, the only full Danish team here.
Okay, so who is IGL there? Patty, I think?
Patty, yes.
I must take him.
Must take him, don't risk it. Yep.
I need to take Patty.
Patty is the IGL. We'll give him a chance on a super team to prove himself.
Why not? They've been doing really good lately, and I think he's a big part of it, so yeah. Let's spin the Oper.
Let's spin the Oper, that's what it is now.
Let's go G2, please.
You get it.
Okay, Hades, that's it. Easy.
Could this team you just assembled beat you guys on G2?
No.
No.
No. I don't think so. Right now, no.
Okay.
But yeah, I think pretty decent team.
How far would this team, though, that you've just created, go in the major? How deep would it be?
let's be honest, playoffs, let's say quarterfinals, I would say.
Okay, that's respectful, not too far, not overestimating them, but giving them a chance in there.
Yeah.
Good mix of experience and young blood.
I think they would need some time to practice, to get used to each other, to play more together, but I think they have a potential.
Potential is there, potential in you as a GM, but this time you were hindered by the wheel, didn't have some luck on your side.
No, it's fine. You cannot have luck everywhere, it's fine. I'll keep it for the group stage.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully you got it for there. Best of luck, my friend. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
We're playing around with our roulette wheel and trying to find the ultimate team. With a bit of luck having to go your way, we've got G2's Hooksy with us, who's looking very relaxed right now.
Yeah.
Ready to be a GM?
Sure.
Sure.
Always wanted to be.
Yeah? Oh, okay. Tell me about that, Hooksy.
I've been in Flames, that was like a small org. Now I'm in G2, that's a big org. I feel I have some experience, you know? I've seen it all.
He's ready for it.
I'm ready.
I respect it. You ready for the wheel to spin and see which team you're going to get first?
Of course.
Here we go. Who is going to be your starting piece of this super team, fantasy team? Oh, and it is on your team. So?
I cannot choose between my kids. I cannot make a parent do that. And I cannot choose myself, because that would be
Well, I'm about to say, if
arrogant.
you're choosing your kids, then you just choose yourself. That's your get out of jail free card.
Yeah, but that would be
egotistical.
Yeah. Since it's you doing this with me, I will take the baby goat. You're like
because it's me.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're the founder of that brand. I feel like.
So young m0NESY,
Baby goat.
Baby goat is in there. Locked in, and that's probably the best AWP you can find in the world. So you're fine.
Yeah.
That's a good start.
Pretty good start.
And you still picked one of your kids, so the rest of them are going to be mad. But he's the youngest. He'd probably be the most mad, so you're fine.
Just please wait until after the majors to release this, so we can have some good mood.
So you have a good mood, yep. Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro.
Well, the language will be fine for now.
Well, now I already have an AWPer, so that kind of rules out GM, even though I need an IGL.
But would you want that slow IGL? Would you like his methodical way of playing?
With the one piece I have right now, which is m0NESY, he can play it all, so I think it will be fine. But I think I will take Flit.
Flit. Why Flit?
Honestly, he's just been on the scene for a bit longer than Fame, and I think they're both equally good. They're really good, both of them. So I just go for a bit more experience. That's the only reason, honestly.
Okay, you know what he can do. Let's see who your third piece of this team is going to be. We're still on the lookout for an IGL. And you are going to land with your Danish brothers.
Not bad.
Who also made it to this stage.
Yeah. Ooh, I have some former teammates here as well. Both Queenix and Nodios. Former teammates of me. I actually think Paddy is doing really good as an IGL.
Yeah?
I think I'll just... He needs to get the chance with some good players. I'll take Paddy on this one.
Let's see. You've got 2 more pieces to find right now. You've got your IGL, so you've got a lot of wiggle room and freedom.
Yeah.
And you get in team spirit.
Yeah, I think Flit is sharing a lot of spots with Dunk, but Paddy has to figure something out and make room for both. I'll take Dunk on this one.
Dunk, an easy choice, no surprises there.
Dunk is pretty much on fire right now. So.
Between you and Patty, I'm sure you can work it out.
Yeah, we can figure out something
Mold someone into a new position, new role.
No problem.
One more player to find. Who completes this super team? Eds.
Ooh, well, that's actually perfect because I will take Kyla for sure. I think he is by far the best player on the lineup, and I think he's like very underrated.
Okay.
That was actually a really good team to end up on.
That's not a bad team at all. Questions for you though. This team goes up against your version of G2. You somehow lost m0NESY. I don't know who you replaced him with. Good luck.
He's somehow playing both.
Yeah, we're cloning m0NESY. There's that technology now. Who wins?
Us for sure. Easy. Not even a close call.
Okay, but how far does this team you built go in the major?
They can lose the final to us. It's no problem.
So you're making money from both sides. You're winning the major. I'm GMing the team that came second. Conflict of interest doesn't matter, but Hooksy's dream team has done so well.
Yep.
I like it. You're a future GM in the making. You've got all the bad qualities, what makes GMs good at their job. I'm sure you'll be fine.
Yeah, not bad.
Thank you very much, Hooksy. Good luck.
Thank you.
Everyone's watching and everyone's wondering, can Ecstatic bounce back now that we get ready to head to Vertigo? Because Hooksy was howling them down. He was screaming across the room. He was yelling some harsh words down the line, trying to wage that psychological warfare, Hugo. One of arguably the best kinds. So here we are, Vertigo going to be our map. As we head into this one, Ecstatic, give me some win conditions, man. How can they build back into this? What's got to happen?
Oh, I just hope they were able to reset after that first map. I feel like that's got to be the go-to, right? We had Nodios, an absolute stinker. He's actually been a fairly reliable player in this tournament.
He was the top fragger in their last game on this versus Imperial, which was a very legit win for the Ecstatic squad.
And we just saw him end with 5 kills with, you know, looking angry as he falls in a 1v1 to Modesty, a very winnable one at that. And yeah, it does feel like it might be the end of the road for Ecstatic, but that's only because G2 are definitely playing up to the level right now. We're having some great rounds for Nico in that CT side, on that T side rather, and Modesty on that CT side was a monster. He was putting up multiple 4Ks in the game, winning unwinnable clutches as he usually does. And really for Ecstatic, like, it's no time to think of it now, but what they've done is incredible just to get to this point in the tournament. Of course, that's not your mindset when you're facing elimination, but it will hurt to lose, but they have faced the toughest competition yet in this stage, the teams that they've had to take on. So if we can see some more smiles on the faces, the ability to reset, and going into their map pick, which is certainly more comfortable, you know, maybe there's a chance for them to catch G2.
Yeah, you know, I don't kind of, you know, just building on what you're saying about this whole idea of who they've faced. When you look at their run through the opening stage, it was actually very convincing. They get through 3-1. The only loss that they faced was to Cloud9.
Yeah.
That was also how they opened up the elimination stage, was with that rematch.
Brutal.
And they end up falling down there. The other team that they lose to in those BO1s was MOUZ, but they still pushed them to the very limits. And as we then learned, MOUZ went through 3-0. They complete a flawless run with a dominant BO3 over Complexity, and another close game to Eternal Fire in there. I think Ecstatic have very much played to the best of their ability, and they've showcased a great face throughout the major so far. Now the big question is this the limit? Because as we've hit the top dogs, the teams that are always meant to beat the up-and-comers, that's where the struggles have started showing through for Ecstatic.
Yeah, and it's almost more reassuring to see G2 kind of capably manhandle Ecstatic in that first map. We'll see if they can do it across the series, but because of the fact that we've had so many upcoming teams coming through, and with CS2 being a new game, there were questions, especially with some of the best players in the world. How would they adjust? How would they adapt? Will they just be able to put up with it and still play to the level, or will it be these younger, you know, next generation of players that will overtake the legends of the game like Nico? And I think, you know, it'd be easy to roll over, but we're seeing Nico's form pick up a little bit, and maybe he's warming into the competition. Maybe we'll have him playing like a superstar on that stage. If he can get there. Of course, this is still a 1-2 elimination game. The winner of this still has to play tomorrow. My eyes are on Hunter as well. He has been severely underwhelming here in Copenhagen, so it's time for a more convincing look. This could be the game to do it.
He was always meant to be a big game player, and you know, 1 game away from elimination, that's a pretty big game, right? Nico gonna open up the pistol into the 4v4 as he trades out Queenix over on the ramp. Dragon is making a play in the meanwhile, up through the B ramp. Nexa gets the spot off, but they're already in B. They're gonna run down this one fight while they've got him, and Nexa doesn't let them in. That is lovely for Nexa. Double swung around the generator, the one piece of G2 responsible for the B site, and he will come through with a vengeance to open up this pistol.
Yeah.
Just Nodios left. As mentioned, top in the charts in the last Vertigo that Ecstatic played versus Imperial, but very underwhelming in the first map of this series. He won't get the ball rolling, and Hooksy's back. But this time, it's more motivational for his team as opposed to tearing down the opposition.
Yeah, great shots for Nexa, because he drops the bomb there. They're getting aggressive. He almost rotated out after that A control. That was the whole goal of Ecstatic, but he holds on to his position. They come running for him. They don't necessarily need to do so, but they know being a man down already, it's going to be very hard to hold on to that post plant. So
Nexa just pogged.
Yeah, pogged all over him. So G2 take a clean pistol, they run down the last 2 players. And we do have a full eco here, so Nice, easy, breezy round for G2.
Yeah, you're totally fine to take this slow if you're ecstatic. Get all the util out of G2 while you can. And so even if you don't find a kill, you've at least made it expensive some way. Double boost. Nice way to try and...
Both of them fail it.
It's fine. They're getting there. Hang on a second.
God.
Yeah.
This is ugly.
All right, the boost is cancelled.
Forget
Salazar's
about
like,
it.
let's just stop. This is embarrassing. Let's just run up the ramp and shoot at Nexa.
Well, with Glocks, good luck. Uxi's here. And it's clean for G2. Full house for the B players. Full buy now, and questions posed to Ecstatic on their map pick. How their T-half will look.
Yeah, look, I want to see a couple of key players here for Ecstatic be brought back into the fold. Nadios, we've already touched on him. He has a path to redemption open here. It's down to him whether he's able to walk that path. I also hope that we get to see Salazar in fighting form. I think he's going to need to be, with Monacy looking good on the other side, right in that AWP head-to-head. And then lastly, Queenix, who was actually good on Inferno. He also had a great time last time that they were on this map. Kind of shone through as one of the difference-making pieces. This is one where Patty's had a harder time to find as much impact as the fragging leader we know him as.
Going for a late ramp take. We've got, only Nico, and not for long, peeking deep as he gets wallbanged through the smoke.
Love that for Patty. And so now it's going to give them a leg up here as they move through, taking this ramp control. G2 is still very heavy leaning over towards this B site. Right now it's only Hunter left over on A. Elevator smoke comes in, he's trapped behind it. You've gotten all this room.
Wow.
You know that they were under defending this this side of the map.
They think that the A take is a fake right now. They're going back to hunt this B player. You know, maybe the bomb's rotating, you never know, off of that entry, but bomb can get planted, Queenix can cut them down. They're making sound, they still find the kill. That might beckon them in, but they are positioned completely out of it, so G2 throwing the towel. It's a reasonable call. They're looking to play the long game here. They give Ecstatic at least respect in what would be a very powerful post plant with 4 players up. It's awkward for Nico, just getting spammed. It's the first domino of many.
Yeah, I mean, folks have gotten so good at spamming through the...
Oh my God.
Hang on.
He's doing a doja with a Molotov. Damn. That's actually sick.
Oh, damn.
It's going to push him into the bomb. Oh, I love the attempt. 3 health. Woo! That was close.
Yeah, great idea out of Hooksy. We've seen that attempted with nades before as well, lobbed in over the top. But Ecstatic still get out with a clean round, and that's really the take-home statement here for Ecstatic, right? Chance to build up a bit of this early money, take control of the early game. Monacy's going to be bringing out his AWP. And so the battle's not done yet, but it's a serious step in the right direction. If Ecstatic can break through here and now, they're off to the races. Well, and that smoke opens quite nice for Patty. Hunter just helped him out. Let him know that the top of ramp is not being contested. They're just contacting up.
Ooh. Oh, he saw him. No, he didn't. So gets out safely. They almost walked into an AWP on A in the meantime. I can't believe no one is dead in this round. With the amount of control Ecstatic have, top ramp, out mid. Hooksy's holding on this cross, but Nadios sneaking under. Not for long. It's a big kill for Hooksy on an off angle. Reboost comes on the A ramp, but they will realize soon that Ecstatic have actually left this position entirely. They're going back for a B hit. Thank goodness Nexa is no longer aggressive. He gets flashed for a fight, but Queenix still wins it on the entry.
Flash Queenix through. Uxie at least gets that trade, and in comes Monacy's orb. That's a collateral that Monacy will finish off. And him and Hunter quickly claps down upon that B site, locking it in. For G2, a swift return to form here after that one round goes against them. No doubt that Monacy is feeling it today. So more questions poised to the next generation of Danish talent in Ecstatic. How do they want to respond to this?
All the hype is there. G2 know that this is just such a perfect opportunity to take a dominant, clean win on an attempt at a sweep back from 1-2. Gonna have to fight on tomorrow. And who knows who they could face. There are so many possibilities, so many options, and so many top teams still left battling for those playoffs. So now is not the time to show weakness. Monacy does not. Huxi 6-1. Hunter hasn't died.
Even that's annoying if you're Ecstatic. You just had to listen to him all last game, and I couldn't imagine that. And so then, and you know, now he comes in, he's 6-1 up. You're thinking, oh, this guy. They want their revenge. It's gonna be hard to get it. Trying to come through the smoke over here is Kragan, but that molly actually ticks on him.
Yeah, he just bails. He doesn't like that noise. Nexa in mid this time. They actually smoke for a mid to B, so he'll just block with Molotovs. They crack open a bit of room for the boost. Ooh, only just escaping in CT spawn. Uxie will take that. And Ecstatic are forced to reset yet again. They go back from their default empty-handed. But ramp has often been open and never more than now. Hunter on the site, that is it. Sure, rotations will be quick. G2 can play a retake round on this site, but still, Ecstatic are being given the opportunity to run a smoke wall and potentially get a plant.
Good timing on the short smoke from Nico. Gives him a little more freedom to push up. Great nade as well. That really softens them up, makes this an easier round for Nico, but it's just the one and done. Spam through the smoke, connecting onto Nexa. Oh my god, he'll get finished off. Queenix holding that smoke and just spamming away. Turns the tide in Ecstatic's favor as Monacy pulls up on the AWP. The heavy hitter has officially arrived. A kill back to find this even odds bout now as they look to move out through the elevator flash to facilitate this peak. It's a good trade from Hunter.
Wow.
And well cleaned up from G2.
We need to stay on A, guys. We cannot leave A like this.
Yeah, Hunter was alone there. He had no help, giving up the entire site. That's a fine round to do it, though, on an anti-eco, because you know that Ecstatic aren't going to have the guns to withstand a post-plant. They won't be, like, getting mollies on bomb, swinging with flashes. They don't really have a lot of options in that post-plant. But, yeah, G2 do leave a massive gap open there. The Ecstatic find. You can see the experience on the map, but at the same time, G2 have not really given away any opening kills in this game.
I really like that little snippet of insight that we just got, man. Like, you see Huxi all hyped up, but Hunter's trying to bring them back down to earth. He's like, okay, look, it's sick that we're winning, but let's not make this harder than it has to be.
Yeah.
And he's right, there have been gaps over here towards A, and Ecstatic have been trying to use them. And so this time G2 will do Hunter's bidding. They take a much more proactive stance down towards ramp.
Yeah, Monacy on the AWP as well. Been in multiple different positions. Floating as an AWP often will. They will again leave A only to Monacy, but that's because they hear this exit going in the middle. It happened last time, nothing went on. This time it's a commitment and denied by the smoke spam of 2 rifles. Now just a B hit, desperate.
Yeah, all in up through ramp, but into this double hold. And Nexa teed up to succeed at the back of the site. He'll go unchecked. And this is a swift cleanup for G2. It feels like for Ecstatic, they're just a little burn after that first map.
Yeah.
It's not materializing for them now. They win that one rifle round. That could have been their way back in. But since that point, it's been everything for G2. Monacy's AWP, the moment it's come into the field, it's been finding great impact. If you remember, it was bought up after that first rifle round win for Ecstatic. He got a collateral on the B side push, locked it down with a double. In the retake over towards A, it was him and Hunter cleaning house.
Just from what they've seen, it feels like taking B late would be nice and actually just execing, because we've not seen their double, triple molly exec on B. They're getting destroyed at the stairs. Smoke naded and Hooksy just head-to-heads all of Ecstatic. He is stomping 8-2 for the Danish in-game leader. Easy shot for Monacy with a back turned.
You can just feel how this game has changed. Ecstatic looking like a shell of how they've looked across every game they've played so far in the major, man. Like, they've been a team that's always down to compete. Even when they've played versus the top dogs, they push Maus into a full-length regulation game. But right now, it's all a little disjointed. Everyone's trying to be like a hero making plays. And so, you know, this is coming from like a place of desperation. And this is where, you know, for the top teams, for the teams that really have their reps in and have played in the pressure of these environments before, they're able to kind of mentally reset a little bit here, most of the time anyway. But I don't know if Ecstatic are going to have that to fall back on. Even a missed smoke in this round to make matters worse, right? They don't have the full wall down, so they're just having to cross in behind this one smoke up at the top of ramp.
Cordy's very low. I mean, good luck getting this on and getting out. Hunter might just go for the kill, go for the throat. Hooksy runs at him. Hooksy's feeling invulnerable right now, and with the supporting cast around him, I cannot blame the guy.
It's a real wombo combo, right? As Ecstatic are kind of dealing with like the most stress they've ever been under, kind of the most emotions they've ever felt tied up in a game.
Yeah.
In that same moment, G2 have essentially lost all respect for their opponents and are playing super loose, and that makes it even harder to know what you're going up against. Hooksy's just running at you, man. Hooksy's just holding W, running through smokes, and reaping the reward. This is kind of nightmare fuel for Ecstatic.
And at the start of this game, G2 were running some really nice setups and like crossfires, but now it is devolving into just individuals, you know, looking for fights, and it's sometimes they're not even supported, you know. It's just Monacy going for it, re-peeking it once and again. Hooksy running at them. Hunter's going through. He's got no help here. He doesn't fear anything from Ecstatic. They've given him no reason to. Now it's up to Nico. One by one, they're fed fights, and G2 win them all. Nico dropping a smoke to buy room. They can molly him, they can nade him, it won't make a difference. He hides out in the mist. Monacy does not miss, and G2 take 7-1 on this CT side.
And, you know, this is just the difference in kind of stakes for Ecstatic. This was all a big dream, you know, to make it to the major, to make the run through the opening stage, to have a shot in the elimination stage. For G2, it's an expectation, right? They're not supposed to be struggling here. They're supposed to be a team that you see in the playoffs. And you can just feel like the difference in that weight from either one of these squads. Ecstatic starting to fall apart here. And I don't even want this to be, you know, the main takeaway for Ecstatic at a time where Danish CS has become very fragmented and is instead individuals on international rosters. You don't have that full Danish squad to really, you know, rally behind at the minute. Ecstatic are meant to be those next generation of players, right?
I mean, they did what no one thought was possible by even getting to the major. Then they continue to exceed expectations every step along the way, getting through cleanly into this stage. They took down Furia and eliminated them last night. So I think Ecstatic have certainly done more than that was asked of this team. But this might be the limit. This might be the peak.
The loose style of G2 here could let them down. There was a missed smoke to open up the round, and so that's given away a lot more space at ramp than G2 should be ready for.
Oh, flashing through. This is just, they're desperate. They're forcing this at B. It's so easy to play a delayed stairs take and get a molly off and flash their way back in, but instead they're just right-clicking flashes into the smoke when there are two players. And look at the layering for G2. Okay, it's not ideal, but it's still a stack, isn't it? It's still Hooksy covering Nexa. Even if Ecstatic go for this lower kill, Hooksy should be good to win it. The bomb is in his sights. Okay, Util coming in. What have you got? Good flash. There's the spray and there's the round. G2, like, that is brute force. That is desperation. That in back-to-back gun rounds, they've felt they have to force this B fight at stairs when G2 are willingly walking down.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, Ecstatic are just kind of throwing everything out there and hoping that something sticks. They want that one round where they punish B, and then that gives them the kills to get into the site, and suddenly they kind of mentally bring themselves back into the game. But that's, you're going to struggle to materialize it like this.
It feels like they know what they're up against, but the way they're dealing with it is just like running into the brick wall, right? It's not like they're even playing spawns on B and trying to instantly pop with those aggressive T-side spawns. Or they could, you know, wait out the util, wait to find this setup, molly it, flash it, take it late. Instead, they're doing something right in the middle towards B, where G2 just keep breaking the smoke on a really good timing and getting a multi-kill. So that ain't working for Ecstatic. They feel like nothing's working. I can barely blame them.
You're taking fights that you haven't won yet, hoping that the result's going to be different, but it feels like deep down, you're already admitted to yourself that you're probably not going to win the fight. And this is kind of brutal, kind of a brutal way for the wheels to fall off the wagon for Ecstatic.
Okay, speed towards A with Tech 9s. It's a change of pace here for the Danes. In they go. Kragan looking like he wants to go through that smoke on short. And G2 are in the bomb site for once. 2 players here. Nades. Oh, the stack, it might be nice. Nico's in trouble. Obliterated. Hunter moves into the spot they just cleared. There's still so many Molotovs to push him out of position. That might force it. Smoke's down. Bomb plant would mean the world to Ecstatic. It will give them a chance.
Yeah, really, they're just looking for that one round that brings them back into the game.
Out they go.
But this is that lack of respect we're talking about. G2 just run through these smokes and try to face them head on. G2 know they're up against a broken team right now. There's a big flank on the cards for Queenix, which could be the saving grace here.
Yeah,
Nadios' Deagle delivers one, but it's swiftly cancelled out from Nexa. And so Kragan's just going to try buy time for this flank. Try lend time to Queenix.
Oh no!
Stands up into Monacy's Orb, but Queenix arrives in the elevator, and this might be Ecstatic finally breaking through that brick wall of G2. Nexa, the only brick left on the bomb, sticking in. Kragan will just get him. 4 bullets left in the AK as he went for that spray.
If that last bullet didn't connect, he was about to get off the spray and hold for the re-swing, thinking that was a fake. So thank goodness, a little bit of RNG goes a long way. And that was a well put together round by Ecstatic. Explosive with a plan. They blow Nico out with a nade. They get a plant. Nadios hits a crucial Deke headshot. And Kragan doesn't die to the AWP, which gives him the chance to clutch.
What will be interesting now, you know, and this probably doesn't happen, but sometimes you'll see this where like a team wins one round, that kind of brings everyone back into the game a little bit, right? You look down the line, you're like, okay, we actually broke through. Let's play our game more now, you know, let's slow it down. Let's have some faith in the calls from Patty.
Yeah,
let's play the Ecstatic style. And sometimes you can see the team that's very, very confident and very far ahead almost get betrayed by that confidence as the game goes on. I don't think G2 are going to fit that bill, but they certainly could. Over towards short, Hunter dropped out of the round by this AWP. Ecstatic now sat up in a 5v4. As that old saying, the bigger you are, the harder you fall.
Yeah,
and you see that happen quite often with these overconfident sides.
And we're getting exactly what we wanted on B. It was Queenix defaulting outside very early. Ecstatic get the kill. Now Queenix molly stairs, flash stairs. He's putting pressure on this side of the map. He's forcing util out. And now he has a chance to take some room. His lurks have been nice when he's not been dying early. So this is more like it. G2 can't risk full gambling. And so they leave 3 on A. Nexa takes up mid and B. Nico gets aggressive. He's punished by the patient Ecstatic. 5v3. They've got to do right on this situation. But they don't know, especially after seeing this orb. There's a player right behind them on gap. Nice.
They're going to deal with Hooksy.
Now they run.
And now they up and leave. Yeah, Queenix has got all of the B site. Monacy hears these footsteps. And so as they rotate over, G2 know the B site's already lost. You don't go for this rotate if you don't have the map control. The wildest part is G2 can very much justify going for the 2v5 if they wanted to.
Yeah, but kind of nothing to lose.
But I don't think they will.
Someone get the calculators out.
Hooksy is 9 grand, man. They're totally fine.
Yeah, but at least I like to see Nexa like send it for couple of kills, but yeah, ultimately it wouldn't make a huge difference for either squad at this point in the game. 1 round left on the half. I'm sure there may be the rumblings of an awakening Ecstatic towards the end of their T side, but at the end of the day, it's G2, no matter what, with a very dominant defense.
In a world where Ecstatic are able to find 4, if they stick the landing on this next one and they go on that little 3-round streak right down the tail end of the game, that would kind of change the nature coming into the second half. And if anything's been clear, at least from Hooksie's vibe, it's that he is feeling very confident. And if that's going to reflect and, you know, maybe a few more rounds go against them, I think those are actually the hardest games to kind of bring yourself back into mentally when everything was going so well. You were playing with almost this overconfidence. In overdrive, you know, once that's gone, it's hard to get back to.
What a shot.
And Ecstatic is starting to believe more and more with each one of these rounds, with each one of these openers that they're locking in.
Nico has been getting owned on A with the pre-fires, the push through the smoke, the nade stack. It's not been fun in his shoes. Queenix now activating again on the B bomb site, kills Nexa, and this could pull the entire team back. Which way do they want to go with it? Modesty jumps up and over to force that kill. Queenix follows up. Now they have to go B, surely. The bomb's already running a rotation. Modesty knows it's coming.
In, but Queenix is already far too deep. And I mean, look at this. The whole story of that first half was Queenix getting bullied outside of the B side. Nexa and Hooksie just wrecking him round after round. And here in round 12, last of the half, Queenix gets his comeuppance, gets his revenge rather, as he goes running up through B, opens up the entire round for Ecstatic, and is able to get it to a 4-round half after all. At bare minimum, they've saved face, but I think we're at a point where it could be even more than that, Hugo. If they find a pistol round here, the whole nature of this game changes. And for G2, it's going to be hard to find themselves on that same level they were on earlier on.
They're probably just kicking themselves that they didn't start, you know, playing like this earlier, in the sense of going for quick ramp control with good supporting flashes, and then playing one guy outside of B who plays on his timing, and, you know, when he feels like enough room has been given by those B players. Because think about how aggressive G2 were over on the B side of the map for, you know, first 8 rounds of the game. They didn't let you get any control. They made sure Nexa was pushed down early. But yeah, I can't disagree. Ecstatic have been given an opportunity. They've forced an opportunity. And maybe they can make the most of it here on the CT side of their map pick, facing Elimination in Copenhagen.
If they win pistol, they win the map.
Ooh,
I'm calling that now.
Oh, it's a bit of a classic run over the wood, run back to B. But maybe they're still end A. They've left Modesty there. We'll see how this one shapes up. G2, fake A, fake B, go A. They just don't know what's going on. Playing with the sounds. And regardless, off of spawn, Ecstatic are leaning passive A. So G2 can run this double smoke wall. Probably Nico Molly's behind headshot or on sandbags. And a bomb plant should be allowed. Double nade, is that for the plant? That could be very nice for Ecstatic. Here it comes.
Yeah, they got them ready.
Go.
Get it in. Get it in.
Go. Oh, no.
Don't worry, Nexa stays inside of the site. That first nade shreds him. Second one on Salazar still hasn't been lobbed out yet. And at this point, they're probably envisioning it's too late to throw that second nade. Bomb's been planted for a while. You don't imagine Nexa just sits on top of it like a mother hen. That's exactly what he's doing. Still run out by Queenix, pistol round. It's looking to come through for Ecstatic. If they can just deal with Hooksy over here, it's short. They have him pressured. Everyone else wins their fight, and so now it is Hooksy or nothing. 4G2 gets them off the bomb, but the kid's been retrieved. And so Ecstatic have got a pistol round under their belts and wind in their sails on this CT side.
Hell yeah, let's go. They didn't hear that plant. That's why the nade doesn't come in till late, but they do enough damage, and Hooksy feels like he holds enough time, but that was a round set up by Ecstatic to win in the post block. Kit, smoke, flash, double nade. They wanted the retake. They get it. Nice jump on the bomb there with seconds to spare. Played that as well as they could have. And that's what they needed for this comeback.
You've got an Ecstatic who feel like they have nothing left to lose at this point, who have got that second win now, have chained together 4 in a row. Pistol round being one of them. And a G2 that were once feeling like this game was already won, was already locked in. As far as they were concerned, they were going to 2-0 this. And now, there's only 3 rounds apart. You come through with a force buy here. If you fall down in this round, it closes up very, very quickly. And that's the thing about MR12. That's the thing about the change. These score lines close up in the blink of an eye, man. They really do. Hooksy and Monacy are trying to offset this now out through ramp. They both secure their openers. And Ecstatic can't really justify giving this round a look in. They've got to run it back with these saved guns in the next.
G2 play the perfect response to that setup. It's Salazar jiggling on default with a nade out. G2 walk the whole way up ramp, and then the second they get to top ramp, they all start swinging with Galils. They don't, with this kind of buy, you don't have the util to long out some sort of execute or default round. So they just find the perfect solution. And both A-holds get overwhelmed. That's a disastrous way to lose that round for Ecstatic. So little info until it's too late. Terrorists win. And G2 laughing all the way to the bank. 5 alive, rifle secured, all off of a force buy. And that comeback story, that recovery arc that you were maybe prophesizing could all be put to rest off the back of it. Norios still struggling, but so are the rest of his squad, really. It's only Queenix in double digits off the back of his T-side B entries. Hooksy going to give it his own go. There's 3 here and a flash set up, but again, if this is contact for G2, you might be able to find Queenix before the flash even gets thrown. He gets spotted, Queenix gets a kill, and with the flash, they make it work. A flash and a bang. G2 are knocked out of B. Only 2 players left eating HEs, and Patty, same story, has to swing from his position. But right now, Ecstatic are holding back.
Oh, this would be a very legitimate round win for Ecstatic, one that looks to give them that staying power in the second half. Nexa 1-on-3 as he repositions, but he's got so many crosshairs bearing down on him. Players ready to react in Salazar, and they're actually going to go bring the fight to Nexa. They close in on him, and they never give him the room to play that 1v3. Very well put together B-hold from Ecstatic. And a much-needed resurgence after falling down versus the force buy of G2 in a dominant fashion where it was just 2 kills up the ramp that ended the round. You come into this one with a handful of those saved guns, a couple of force-bought pistols, and a little sprinkling of util, and they get great mileage out of the limited resources that they've got.
That looks so scary with Hooksy, jiggling, and as soon as he gets spotted, just saves the day. Patty getting the info just in time.
Just to give you an idea of how the vibe has changed in this game, G2 are now the ones calling in a tactical timeout, right?
Yeah.
Remember, they were they were having a ball. They were laughing, they were screaming, they were smoke pushing. Things felt like they were just clicking into place for G2 and like they couldn't set a foot wrong. But now they're recognizing that this game is tightening up. This game is getting closer. And so they need the advice it has. They need the input from the coach just to try and bring them back into the fold.
And you mentioned MR12, well, that's where the margins are even smaller, right? Like, you may feel like, oh, 9-4, we're destroying them, this game is done, like, we're ready to end it. And, well, a couple of gun rounds, and suddenly you're staring down an even game, and the momentum has shifted massively. So that absolutely is a factor for G2, and that's why you're seeing some stern looks on their faces, realizing they've got to make this work right here, right now. They feign A back into a B play. A deep Molotov might cause some delay on this clear, but it's really Ecstatic who have left a huge gap, stacking up in middle, feeling like G2, oh, this is the last thing they should be doing with all that noise made on the A site. But Ecstatic have relatively little info right now, and G2, once again, like their second round force buy, have found the perfect gap. No one even shoots off that flash. This is G2's round, folks.
Thing that's wild, you could almost just justify saving if you're Ecstatic.
Yeah, but I don't think they want to, not with the rounds, this favorable for G2. They have to give it a look in. If
they
nothing,
have to save.
Wow, they really, even with a flank, I want to believe they're feigning footsteps.
If you go for this, if you go for it and you lose it, while G2 have got all their utils still in play and they're so entrenched, the game's done and you don't have any option to come back anymore.
They just got double re-smoke. That will make the decision, even if it was a question there. Man, G2, these contact plays are brutal right now, and Ecstatic are feeling the pressure so much that they believe what they hear. G2 are feeding them misinformation, running towards A, walking back B, vice versa.
If I'm honest, I think out of all the ways to lose the round, that's not the end of the world if you're Ecstatic. They still had ideas. They had moving parts in the round. They were double pushing mid. They were walking down a ramp. They're trying to like collect info. It just so happened that you kind of took the bait of the footsteps over towards A, and in this instance, G2 are able to walk into an empty site. It's not like that came down to any sick openers. It's not like they had to do anything to get there. Now you're able to run it back with the guns still in play, and so Ecstatic won't make that same mistake again. You can bet your house on it.
But we always say, if an in-game leader is fragging, he's making the right calls. Well, not only is HooXi top of the board, but when you're making 5v5 survival round wins, you know you're making the right calls. You're going to have even more faith in your leading and your leader. And so G2 reignite that spark. A flint and steel on the floor. Oh, good spam. An engagement that almost certainly will favor those CTs. Honestly does battle back, somehow secures a 4v4. These boosts have been no one's friend today. And that's at least good info towards B.
Queenix is going to have to be the solution right now, the solution to all of Ecstatic's problems. He's got Nodios moving in to support him, and he's up close. Nodios dead immediately. They're going to start to run in. It's Queenix or nothing for Ecstatic, and he will answer the call. Queenix on the B hold has given Ecstatic a second chance. m0NESY finished off as Salazar rotates over, and Queenix is doing everything in his power to keep Ecstatic in this game.
What a layup. His teammate dies so that he can live, and he does more than live, and he wins the entire round for his squad. The perfect spray down as G2 tight spacing, can't even get a trade-off. They're just wallbanging him down to 7 health. And he solo locks down his site.
And this is the thing, when G2 had Ecstatic in their heads and they had them kind of doubting every play and they were going into every fight believing it was over before the fight was even taken, G2 could afford to be sloppy in terms of their spacing on these pushes, in terms of their clears. They could afford to get away with that because they felt almost just predetermined, predestined to win every engagement. That's not the vibe anymore. That's not the case anymore. And so when the spacing's a little close and you're just beelining and kind of blocking each other on the push up through ramp, you are getting punished now. And so it's going to be a real test of Taz and HooXi to try and bring the minds of G2 back into the idea that this game is competitive, because it is. As we've been saying, as we've been alluding to, these can close up so quickly. We're approaching the end of G2's money, the end of their investments. If they fall down in this round, it's suddenly a one-round game between them and Ecstatic. And there was a point where Ecstatic only had 1 round to their name in this game. 8-1. And now it's 7-10.
And no one has gotten back-to-back rounds in this half. So, as you were saying, like the money on the line, but that comes for whoever is able to field 2 in a row. Right now, it's in the favor of Ecstatic. They've got the AWP as well. And this game can be very tight very quickly indeed. Oh my god, what a play to make. Nodios pushing all the way through middle in this round. They just need to block and buy time. That's a good shot for Kragan with the smoke. And the double nades, Antares style, blows them to pieces, but they still make it through with an entry. Backstab by Kragan through the smoke. This one's getting mental right now. What a flick for Salazar as well. And Nico, there's no saving this round. Inside of the smoke, into the AWP, and Ecstatic waiting patiently.
They don't need to jump the gun here. It's Nico under all the pressure. And he can wait here as long as he likes. He can't win the round from waiting on that swing. Salazar hits the shot, and this scoreline closes up very neatly. Money is now gone for G2. And the 9th round is almost as good as done as this point for Ecstatic. And this is why, even in that round where they managed to walk up B, you can say, that makes HooXi feel good about the calling. I don't know, the thing is, that's not how any other round in the game was ever going to go. You still hinge on winning these openers. You hinge on getting through the setups that Ecstatic are running, dodging the util, getting it out of your opposition. And that's where G2 have kind of been let down in these last few rounds. You can't win it by just dodging the stack every time.
Again, the illusion for G2. Rabbit out of the hat. Sleeve full of
Queenix has been so solid over here at B, but he doesn't want to fall down to the pistols, because if you give G2 away in now, that's where they do just close the game out. That's where they kind of suit and tie on, they button up, they smarten up, and they run away with it. You can't afford to fall down to the pistols, so he's done well to put a bit of distance between himself and the threat of G2 looming in at the ramp.
8-1 down, and Queenix on an eco lurks through B and backstabs an A plant and wins the round for Ecstatic. And ever since, they've looked like a different team. It felt 8-1, they were ready to roll over, accept their fate. A task too big, a team too strong. The final boss of their glory run in Copenhagen. But right now, they are just giving it everything they've got to stay in the server, to stay in the series, and to stay in the major. Almost the ace. But the round is what matters, and 5 alive as well. Money has not been there for either squad. Finally, Ecstatic stack cash.
This is such a good example of just how mindset can make or break a game of Counter-Strike. It really is a match of the mental right now. And the Ecstatic that G2 are now playing at G2's lowest in the map is Ecstatic at their best. The roles are very much reversed in that sense. G2 didn't think Ecstatic had this in them. They didn't think they had that power to bounce back and, you know, return to form after getting beat down so heavily. But Ecstatic have. And so right as G2, more and more doubts are creeping into their head, it's that feeling of belief for Ecstatic on the other side. And everything's tightened up. It feels like you're playing versus an entirely different team now.
Yeah, G2 have no util. They've got 3 smokes and a flash in this round right now.
Even these aggro moves over towards B, like this is something that just wouldn't have happened 5 rounds ago.
Oh, close. Odios is very lucky there. G2, again, contact has more often than not delivered them rounds. I'll go back to a B walk. Queenix has no support this time. Got a boost on A. Got a block at B, buying time. Nice molly. You'll hear the tick as well. Someone will. Well, this position's been very nice for Queenix, hasn't it? And with a boost, this position is so much more viable. He's looking at the ground right now. He needs to be careful. He won't see a thing right here, but he can peek late.
They learn about this boost. Queenix going up and over, but he can't convert on the spray.
Oh, no.
Hunter and Monacy kills a piece. This is it for Ecstatic. This is where they've got to try and put a stop to the G2 rundown through B.
Double flank.
They lose the front man of Queenix. It's going to come down to the backstab. Kragan and Patty moving in. 1 kill from the captain. Nexa repositions, tucks himself in, and is ready for the long fight, ready to long this round out and play off his teammates. He's even giving util to set them up to take space away over at CT. Patty spammed down low, and Kragan finished off. G2, a big sigh of relief in the G2 camp as they successfully break through the Ecstatic CT side, through that B hold that's been causing them so many problems since getting into this second half.
And who is it? The most reliable player on this team? It's Monacy, who finds the absolute blinding entries, just perfect peeks at AWP on the construction. And double kill to get them in the site. What a sad way for it to go for Queenix when that position is what got them back in this game, close on wood, and he couldn't even get a single kill off of it, couldn't pick his targets, flustered, floundering. Oh, it's so clean from Monacy. G2, a sigh of relief indeed, but the job is not done.
Unlike earlier, Ecstatic aren't just a team on autopilot. They're still going to come into this with ideas to try and take an edge. It's another one of these heavy util noise lurks over towards A, where then they just look to pack it up and end over towards this B site. They're trying to make Ecstatic's greatest strength in Queenix their biggest liability. They want to get in his head and shut him out of the game. They know that if they can deal with him, victory is right there for the taking. But it's easier said than done. One from Queenix before it's traded out from Nico. Molly is burning G2 up, and Salazar on this orb gets in on good time, dropping into the site. m0NESY thinks he has the angle, but he doesn't. Missed shot from Salazar's orb. m0NESY readjusts, and it's just the tag for Salazar.
Flanks here.
Adios arriving. They turn around to check him, but they can't deal with him. It's m0NESY or nothing for G2. Flashed off the angle. Ecstatic moving in now. It was m0NESY who picked up that 1v3 back on Inferno. A bit overzealous from Ecstatic to give him those fights. This time, they anchor down. They don't move a muscle. m0NESY's got to go back for the bomb. And that lull in the action, that creeping silence starts to stew over Ecstatic. They wait, envisioning a world where m0NESY continues this play up into the B site just a little bit later, but m0NESY is going around the world. It was his clutches that put G2 on the map in Inferno. It was his clutches that took all the wind out of Ecstatic. Will it happen now on the biggest comeback Ecstatic have ever embarked upon? Or will they finally deal with m0NESY in the 2v1? First shot connects, and now they're getting flashbacks. Now it's deja vu for Ecstatic. This time something's got to be different. Can Paddy do it? The captain comes through for Ecstatic and locks m0NESY out of the clutch.
And what can he do? It's smoked on a bomb. It's not even a stick, but a shot right through the smoke for Paddy. And m0NESY, the layup was perfect. He can simply do no more. Paddy saves the day after Salazar's success at the B bomb site. And beautiful shots for m0NESY, but they are not enough.
You are witnessing Ecstatic evolve in this series, evolve on the fly, and that represents a huge victory in the minds of Ecstatic and in the scoreline of this game. m0NESY might have been 2 health, but on that orb, when he's at 2 HP in a 1v3, oh damn, it's still like 30% for m0NESY. At least.
Salazar's been legged by m0NESY yet again. It was a wallbang last time. Oh, the double setup is perfect, and Paddy, he really has been a hero in this map, saving the clutch and finding a double up in mid when G2's money is on the line. We need a molly for Queenix's position. The flash is beautiful. Paddy again sets his team up to succeed. m0NESY doesn't clear the corner, and they just crumble.
And you know where this gets really exciting? You know where this gets really messed up? Is that now that we arrive at a tie game, in a world where Ecstatic go on to win this map from 8-1 down, you know who's feeling hurt the most going into map number 3? You know who's in their heads the most going into map number 3? It's G2. They would be the ones on this like mental just deconstruction of the team all of a sudden.
I mean, look at Huxley as well. He was top fragging by the end of the first half. In the whole server, he was out-calling them. He was screaming down the hall as well. He's had 1 kill since this comeback has embarked for Ecstatic. And where are the stars? Where is Nico? It didn't seem like it mattered on CT side. But 9 and 13. Okay, m0NESY. It's one way to do it. But winning this round, saving this game with a desperate Zeus at 11-11, that's not going to happen, surely. They keep the pressure on. Patsy. Run down. This is a little awkward now. It's only the AWP in the back of the site. Needs to hit a shot, and Salazar will.
That pressure is still there for Ecstatic. That pressure is still eating away at them. If they can battle back here and regain control over the pistols, that would be huge. Leaves them 1 round away from locking out the map. This is where the trembly hands, the nervous breath start to kick in. The cleaner you can keep this, the less worried you feel in the long run. And next, Deagle at the end, trying to pull it back in a 1-on-3, but Salazar not been missing. Will get deeked out. Nexa trying to return the favor to G2. Bomb getting planted, Queenix moving in, top performer, man that embarked on the comeback for Ecstatic, and he'll finish it. Shuts Nexa down in the 1v3. 1 shy of saving the day for G2. But it's Queenix to deliver salvation to Ecstatic. 1 round away from taking this one the distance. from 8-1 down. Queenix was there throughout, getting bullied on B in the early stages of Vertigo, but what a hero's journey this guy has embarked upon. And that's now back-to-back clutch rounds that have gone the way of Ecstatic. That was the one area that G2 were hands down outclassing Ecstatic in. And it might be their undoing as we get to the end of Vertigo.
This would be devastating for G2. Let's not even talk about what that third map is and what it could mean as we wait to see if Ecstatic can finish what they started or if G2 can suddenly wake the hell up with elimination on the line. m0NESY has done everything he can as an individual to just end this game, to send them packing, to stop the Danes on home soil, but Ecstatic, a final fight, a final bit of belief, and they put it to use. Orp on the sandbags, here's the Molotov tick, and Salazar hits his shot.
Kill out of Patty, this one's coming undone. m0NESY caught, backstabbed from the short side. G2, the wheels are off the wagon. It's just Nico and Nexa left. And Ecstatic fall back, they go quiet. The pressure is not on them, it's on G2. They're gonna force them to make this next play. Even a backstab from Queenix, who was already getting activated coming in all the way from B. Doesn't want to jump the gun on this. If he goes too soon, he opens up a route to rotate back. But if he hangs around, he keeps them locked in. He allows for Ecstatic to lean heavy over towards this A site, and that's exactly what he's doing. These plays, these hero moves that Queenix would have made in rounds gone by don't have to happen anymore. He's got faith in his team. He's got faith that if they're all stacked here, they will keep G2 out of the sight. Salazar and Kragan make first contact with the man up through ramp, and this is the beginning of the end for G2 on Vertigo. Their hubris, their overconfidence gets the better of them on this second map, and the bigger they are, the harder they fall as G2 come crumbling down from 50 stories high on Vertigo. Ecstatic pull this game back from a 1-8 deficit, and they take this series the distance.
3 maps, we need them all. G2 are ready to rock this one over and done and send Ecstatic home. I don't know how Ecstatic can mentally recover in that game. It felt like an entirely different team 9 rounds after. Queenix, a godlike performance. Salazar hitting unbelievable flicks on the AWP. And again, the question is, where are these stars of this show for G2? Where is Nico? He's gone missing. m0NESY can't win this game on his own.
This was, to me, just a game of mentality, a game of the mental side of Counter-Strike, the game within the game. And you could tell at 8-1, G2 were playing fast and loose, and they felt like it was over. They felt like they'd done enough. They were taking every fight. They knew they were in Ecstatic's head, but all it took was that one round that Queenix helped put on the board with his flank up through mid. All it took was this one round right here, and that reignited a spark within Ecstatic, a spark that they had to go on to nurture throughout the rest of the map, but they did so successfully. They picked up that pistol in the second half. They didn't fret when they lost in that, anti-force buy. They didn't let that break them down. And so the resilience was there for Ecstatic, and where there was once this lack of faith, this lack of trust, the idea that the game was already away from them, that got replaced with an overwhelming belief that they were about to embark on one of the greatest clutches these players have ever been a part of, and they stuck the landing of that now. And so as we look to the future of this series, suddenly it's all eyes on G2, because they are going to be crushed that this one ever got away from them.
Yeah, you have to question their mental capability and their ability to reset in a high-pressure game, because for Ecstatic, it felt like they couldn't do it, yet they did. And it's not only the most high-pressure game that Ecstatic have ever played, the most important game they've ever played, it's one of the hardest games they've ever played against one of the best teams in the world, and they just showed unbelievable resilience. Look at the scoreboard to finish it off. It's Queenix at the top of his team with some phenomenal B-lurks on that T side to get them back in with their last 3 rounds of the half. Some solid holds. He has a huge 4K with the A1S as well. But Salazar as well don't want to slip under the radar. His AWP work on the CT side, battling back against m0NESY, trading blows, trading clutches. I think he played phenomenally well as well for such a young player with some of the least experience in the entire server on Salazar.
Yeah, I mean, dude, if this shows us anything, it's that hope is contagious, All it takes is someone having a good day. When you look down the line and you see Queenix pouring his heart out, that pushes you to want to do better. It pushes you to want to fight harder. And I think that's what we saw from guys like Salazar. That's something major Manager even spoke about after their victory earlier on, after making history for Turkish Counter-Strike. He said when he came into that game, he felt like his teammates weren't playing their best game and that they were going to have a bad day. So he felt he had to step up to set the example and set the tone. And that was what Queenix did just then for Ecstatic, and then that moved across the rest of the team. This could be the beginning of something insane for Ecstatic if they're able to keep this momentum up, heading the distance, heading into that third map. It's Anubis, one where G2 often have a good time, but man, nothing sacred right now. Nothing sacred in this cursed ground that we've walked into after that comeback.
I think Ecstatic are ecstatic about getting Anubis to close, because this is the map that they used to run through to this very stage, not just more so in the major, but more so actually in the qualification, in the open, in the closed. They were beating everyone. They were on a huge streak on it back a couple of months ago when they had to make it to the RMR in the first place. So I think this is a very comfortable map for Ecstatic where they have the reps on it. Sure, definitely not against the level of teams like G2, but we've already seen them playing above the level that we expected. So at this point, where is the limit for Ecstatic? I don't think it's on this game.
One of two things is going to happen. Either G2 are going to go away with a fire in their bellies after that one, like wanting to prove a point now that was not the level from them, and we're going to see the best looking G2 yet, or we're going to see a G2 that are entirely deflated, that can't believe this didn't end on Vertigo, or it's over. And I know those kind of were just the only two available outcomes. I'm essentially saying G2 win or lose, but I think it's going to be one of either end of two very polarizing extremes for the G2 squad. And so their fate now at the major is truly in their hands, and in the hands of the mental of this game.
Yeah, and in their heads as well. I think Kuxi has a lot of pressure on his shoulders after some of the smack he was talking in this series, then to just get absolutely embarrassed, trounced on Vertigo. So we'll have to see on Anubis where this one goes. Do we have the Danes in Copenhagen continue their dream run, or do we have G2 do what they were meant to do 30 minutes ago? Find out in just a moment.
There's many bombs to be de-quizzed here in Copenhagen, so I had to bring in one of the best Denmark has to offer to do it. Shush, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm excited for this.
You're excited for this? We're going to really test your knowledge here.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, get your hand on the mouse.
Okay.
Press the big yellow button in the middle, and then it'll start. Time will be ticking. Read out the questions for me as well.
Who is the player with the highest rating on pistols during the 2023 competitive season? Monesi, I guess. It's wrong. Okay, which player is the youngest major winner? Kjærby.
Nice.
In what year was a famous Swiss format introduced by Valve for all majors ever since? No clue, to be honest, but 2019. 17, oh shit. What is the max running speed of the model with Glock-USP? 220, I think. 240. This is not good. What is the bonus for planning the bomb? I should know this, but I'm not really sure. 350. 300.
I like how you said you should know this.
But now I'm fast out.
Fast out.
That's also an achievement in my head.
I don't know if you're the fastest, but that was pretty impressive, Shush. I'm not going to rely on you for your Counter-Strike knowledge, but I'm sure you'll do a lot better when it comes to the major itself, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, I hope so as well, at least. I think when I'm on the server, I can think more about the game.
Yes, exactly.
I hope so.
Changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
It's time for D-Quiz the Bomb. I've got Big Zero with us here from Pain. We're going to test your CS knowledge, but the pressure is going to be on. You ready?
Yeah, I think I am.
You think you are?
Yeah.
Well, you got no choice. You got to be ready, my man.
Yeah, let's go.
Put your hand on the mouse, press that big yellow button, and let's get started.
Let's go. What caliber is the AWP in CSGO? I have no idea.
Oof, close.
The minimum amount of Glock shots to the body to kill a city with cover on a pistol round? Holy sh... 9. That's 9. No! Who is the only player from Estonia to have a... Oh. Easy. Which Brazilian player consistently ranking in the top front? Coldzera? Let's go. What's the caliber of the SSG? No idea.
Yes!
Who was the top ranked CSGO player in... Simple or Zayu? Zayu. Simple.
Oh.
How much money do you get from the lost bonus after 4 lost rounds? Is 4? 2000. Yeah. Which country produced the top ranked player in 2016? Brazil. Which player is the youngest major winner? Beach. No?
What? Oh, I thought it was bid as well.
How many seconds does it take to defuse the bomb? 5. The minimum amount of deagle shots to the body to kill a terrorist on a pistol round with an armor. Which CS player has the most major one under his belt? Is Device. Dupree?
Yeah!
I didn't see Dupree.
Keep going.
Who was the top ranked player in 2000? Holy shit, no idea.
Yes.
The minimum amount of USP shots to the body to kill a terrorist on a pistol round? 7. 6. How many seconds does a smoke last in CS? 20. What's the max running speed of the model with a knife? No idea. I think it's 30.
Oh.
50. The famous formula introduced by Valve our major ever since? No idea.
Yes, keep going.
How many times did Nick appear in the top? Between 4? All the times? Yes. I'm the game. What caliber is the M4? Secret. Yeah. This one. What's the caper damage of a Molotov after the first 3 seconds? 12. 8? No way. The minimum amount of dual Berettas to kill a terrorist? 5.
Oh.
3? Who's the only player from Turkey? Shantares. No?
You didn't save the world. You gave it a good effort. There was a lot of up and down in that. I'll explain. This one confused me the first time I saw it. I was like, yeah, he's Zontaras. Zontaras individually was never so good because his team was not so good.
Yeah.
But Woxic succeeded with Mouse when Carrigan was leading, so he was up there.
Yeah. Oh my God.
It was not easy.
Yeah, I'm terrible with this kind of games because my memory is like the worst ever. But I try my best.
You did try your best. Thank you very much. You didn't save us, but we'll do better at the majors.
Yeah, thank you.
G2 have hit the iceberg of Ecstatic, and now we have to see just how tilted they are as we get ready to head into a little bit of Anubis. G2, their mental's got to be the big question here. After a huge fall down on Vertigo from an 8-1 lead, they were playing with confidence, they were playing cocky, and it came back to haunt them as Ecstatic embarked on the most impressive comeback of these guys' careers to turn it all around and save some face here in at the major. But can it be more than that for Ecstatic? Could they be the team that sent G2 packing early on, first CS2 major? Would they be the ones to knock out G2?
I think they can. I think they really can. I think there's a huge chance here. We always talk about the underdog buff, and at majors we really see that to the extreme, right? I think there's so much on the line for G2 that pressure can certainly be a problem with just knowing they should never lose this game, especially not in the fashion that they just lost the last map. It felt like G2 are ready to end this day and go 2-2 like they should. And Ecstatic, it's not like we're going into a map where it's like, oh, again, G2 heavily favored. Sure, in terms of experience against tier 1 opposition, yes, G2, they're in the circuit, they're used to these kind of situations.
Some very legit wins as well for them on
for
Anubis.
Sure, beat FaZe, you know, the RMR, like they look good on this map, but Ecstatic also frequent Anubis, and they've got, you know, the reps in, and that's something that these younger, hungry teams always have, reps. They play so much online, they play so much in the qualification to get to the RMR through that open and close. So yeah, let's you know, counting out Ecstatic at this point would be a very silly move to make. So I hope G2 don't do the same as we enter this absolutely must-win map for G2.
3 good wins on this map for Ecstatic in a row as well. G2, their last result was an L. So even coming in terms of how you're feeling about the map, Ecstatic have a good deal to look forward to. I think if Ecstatic do want to win this, it's important to keep G2 in the negative headspace that they're in. And so if they can win the pistol here, they will be off to the best start they could have possibly hoped for. Not a bad way to open. Kragan takes it one step further. Nexa and Monacy with kills apiece in reply, and Hunter creeping out through the camera. Freebie is right there! Oh God, Hunter! A colossal whiff to give this one up in a 2v2. And now they lose control of middle, they lose control of camera. That puts pressure on Monacy and Nexa. They have to flush these players out, and that's easier said than done. Kragan with the third. And it's all left onto Nexa, tap of the bomb, but Ecstatic don't have to peek, they don't have that pressure. And Nexa is blindsided by the man backing Con. It's a done deal in the pistol with Ecstatic picking it up.
Starting T-side Anubis for your elimination spot. I don't think you could be in a better place if you're Ecstatic here. An explosive pistol where Nico just gets his feathers ruffled and plucked in mid. Gooshed on the first peak. What a peak for Kragan onto Monacy as well. Looked like the Julies were good for that. But now we have Ecstatic in a pivotal position to run away with an early lead. G2 want to do everything in their power to stop that. There was a force back for them on the T side of Vertigo, but this pales in comparison. 5-7s and Deagles and a fast A play. There's no one here. They go through the G2 spawn smoke on A main. These guys are confident right now. G2 fans quaking in their boots.
And we have to start to consider as well for Nico in particular, someone who has always been at the top levels of individuals in Counter-Strike, someone who never got a chance to leave his legacy in majors and go. He is acutely aware of that as well. And you can imagine every bone in his body wanted CS2 to be different, wanted to leave more of an impression from the get-go. There is a very real world where G2 face more heartbreak in at the majors to open up the Counter-Strike 2 major circuit.
Yeah, have your Mac 10, boys. We literally don't care. That's what Ecstatic say. They get out with the guns. They get out with a smile on their face. A 2-0 lead. And with history to be made for this young Danish squad, 5 debuting players to a major, the start of a new game, the first major in Denmark, a country that has produced so many legends in Counter-Strike, teams and individuals. And with so many of them not here, Ecstatic are taking the reins and they are riding off. 2-0. Deagles again. And they will strike. Nico gets a kill. There's a gun swap. Kraken getting a little cocky, not ready for the re-swing. As he tries to cycle that weapon out of position. Salazar gets a kill on aggressive B play, but there's still a 3v4 in play. Hooksy needs to give that gun to someone with a little more health. And Monacy goes for an AK in mid as well, as Ecstatic make it very clear where they're ending. Bomb gonna get planted. Going back in main would be powerful with this bomb plant. And G2 with no kit are on the clock.
Every reason to go for this if you're G2, and reasons to be paranoid if you're Ecstatic, but they set up to play around the bomb. Even stopping around like this is a big win for the mental of Ecstatic, and one that's going to get in the heads of G2 because it feels so winnable. It feels right there for the taking, especially with this util in play. Smoke on the bomb, Molly in main. They can't go through this. Queenix has got to land the spam from afar. He doesn't get him up in time, but the nade from downtown will do it. Queenix pulls up, and a 1v2 from the get-go of Anubis stops that round from spiraling out of control.
It felt like G2's utility was perfect, while it still somehow gets one-upped with a 10-second stick. It was just not meant to be. Nade on the bomb. And Ecstatic, despite a kerfuffle in middle, are able to close this. Rifle round now. A release of tension as Ecstatic don't get upset in the opening stage, but this is when G2 hit the hardest. Monacy's got an AWP over at the B side, and it seems like Ecstatic all game just want to abuse this A side. It's only next to here, latest addition, and first disrupted as they just run through the smoke yet again.
Remember how on Vertigo it was Queenix getting bullied in a lot of those rounds over towards B, how they kept trying to get in his head and kind of take him out of the game on a singular level? Well, that's what they're doing to Nexa right now. Someone who's had a lot of attention, someone who's had a lot of eyes on him. I mean, even folks calling for his head at points. You know, I think it's a very sound candidate to try and bully and to try and get in the brain of early on. Because as Nexa calls for support, as they have to sacrifice more areas of the map to lend a helping hand towards A, you end up conditioning your opponent to worry more about that side, to dedicate more resources over there. And so later on, as this game continues, you're going to weaken other areas of the map for G2. The thing that would be a disaster for G2 is if they're forced to play super defensively towards that A site early on, if they're forced to dedicate players there. And so they're kind of playing to the reaction of Ecstatic. They're letting them set the pace early as a favorite, as the team that was supposed to win this matchup. That's not the mindset you want to be in.
Yeah, we just saw Kraken with his mic up to shout across the hall back at G2. Remember Hooksy's, you know, very aggressive smack talk in the first map, and it continued even into the second. Silenced now. Great move from Patty as well, an in-game leader that has been able to put up good numbers while he leads this young squad. He gets chased out of middle after they find the 5v4. He smokes off the water, meaning that Nico can't even chase him, and those dark players who want to flank and try and retake, they are simply not given the option. Sure, G2 save all their guns, but they get their choice taken away from them to compete for that round. And already, timeout in this game, it feels like a precedent has to be set to give Nexa some support. That will weaken areas of the map. Can Ecstatic find those holes? Honestly, with the mid spawn, or really a spawn for wherever he pleases. We see him take it A side. Instant anti-rush Molotov, and he posts up for a change. They've already put Nexa towards B for an aggressive play. Blocking as they send double nades onto Nodios. Nice move for G2. They don't have to overdo this, but that Molly does trap Hooksy out in the open. He can't even take a free kill. Nodios is a shot from death, and Hooksy whiffs.
So that there, we talk about how G2 don't want to be on the defensive, how they want to be the ones exerting map control. That's what G2 just attempted, and it looked very good from the offset, but Ecstatic's reply was even better. Push through main for m0NESY, will net a kill to Queenix. That is something. That is a big kill to alleviate a lot of this pressure over towards A. It frees m0NESY up a little bit more to reposition on that AWP, but the play's coming in fast. The play's coming in towards B. Nexa, back of the site. Man, they tried to bully early. Hunter holds the line. Hunter can't deliver the final kill. And so it's a clutch. Patty versus m0NESY. m0NESY was the man who at the top of this series had clutches coming out the wazoo, and this one is no exception. He'll nail Patty on the smoke push. And so a much needed clutch round from the clutch AWPer of G2 put on the board to get them one early.
Yeah, Brain v Brawn, and Patty overthinks it. Just goes straight through that smoke, trying to catch m0NESY off guard. It's what Ecstatic were even doing a lot on Inferno, the first map of the series. They played very aggressive. They tried to suffocate G2. They got choked out in that first map, 13-7. And m0NESY hitting the air as he takes the first round win for G2. They needed that. They need something to build upon in this game. Aggressive again. Hooksy gives it another shot, but they're holding from passive positions. Perfect play for Queenix. Even expecting more, but it's Nexa in the sight.
They go right through. They try to play into him. Oh no! Yeah,
he crashed.
That's unfortunate. That's even more tilting for G2.
Oh, that's...
Flashing a mid and Nico dead, pushing on the back of it. m0NESY, the one-man army of this G2 squad. The one guy who might have something to say about Ecstatic's run here at the Major. He's got the bomb down at his feet up in rugs. Hunter here alongside him. Hunter with the spray will at least deal with Kragan. And so m0NESY provides the kills that are the turning point of this round. And now it's just Queenix in a world of hurt.
What a relief for G2. Imagine how that round would have felt if Nexa, who presumably tabbed out or something, loses it when his opponent's running through a Molotov. Queenix is going to try and squeeze everything he can out of this 1v2. But m0NESY is holding that flank. Hunter has the power position for the bomb. Here we go, Queenix. Was the star of Vertigo. Give it a go-go.
As the smoke fades, m0NESY now has to consider main, so he's got two players looking his way, ready for this fight. Missed shot from m0NESY, but Hunter with the re-swing will lock it down.
And it feels like m0NESY's bringing the energy to this game right now. Like, just off of these two rounds, we're seeing him look very vocal, very animated.
I mean, he literally has to. You know,
has to save his team,
if it's not for m0NESY in that round there, you're looking at a situation where Ecstatic start running away with the T side. And so m0NESY is very aware of the pressure he is under. He is aware that he has to be the guy to stand and deliver for the G2 squad, because at the minute, it feels like no one else will.
Feels like a guy that doesn't even break under the pressure. We see his first stage game at Katowice, and he was just unbelievable on that first map on Mirage. Such a young player with so many more strong years in CS, but majors are where it really matters. Majors are where you make your legacy, and G2, Nico, m0NESY, these are names that have not finished what they started when it comes to this major circuit.
What I think we're going to see across this third map is really the limit test of m0NESY. I think that is the writing on the walls right now. At least from these first few rounds, as far as the eye test goes, he's been the guy to offer up both rounds that G2 currently have, and you can just tell from how he's playing, his goal is to be super active and oppressive all across the map.
It's almost like avoid m0NESY at this point, right? Like that's what the T side's going to feel like. You see that AWP, you run the other way, and he's going to keep them guessing, starting in different positions.
Even the routing in that round there,
predictable,
right?
yeah.
He takes a deep fight down a mid and immediately drops in the water and then is fighting you at rugs. These are not how Europa usually plays on the CT side, but that's what m0NESY has to do if G2 want to recover this. And over time, if m0NESY picks up this performance and is able to keep this going, that will inspire down the ranks. We saw that happen with Ecstatic on Vertigo.
This might be the best start we've seen from Hunter in the series. He's been almost a non-factor today. It's a good shot down towards the water, finding the captain of Ecstatic. They want to come through though, they want to hit this B bomb site flash from afar. Queenix puts Kraken in the picture and now he needs to find this entry.
m0NESY nails it with the orb. Not missing a beat is this m0NESY AWP. They blind him off the angle. Pressure is on, but m0NESY, good for one more, brings Nico in through the smoke, buys enough time for more players to move into this site. m0NESY does all he has to in that round. And so now just Nadios left standing as he walks the talk through main. Ooh, chatterbox in his hands. But all quiet on Ecstatic right now as he tries to cook up a 1v2. Bomb is on his back.
Can leave.
Whole world is open to him right now. He just doesn't know where that second man of Nexa is, often the A player.
The longer he leaves it, the more G2 will doubt this, so they're going to go clearing together and trying to enter the site. This could still give him an entry for free. The timing is good right now. He grabs Nexa. One health, 20 seconds. If he runs now, he can make it.
Nico should hear this, might look to give chase. He's now moving in. Nadios is playing for the kill, but he can't get it. And Nico does not fall down versus the 1 HP clutcher on the other side.
Oh, just a little bit too deep in the water there. That headshot not quite connecting. And even so, Nico gets it done. A necessary round to continue this streak for G2. Nice try for Nadios. He's just fallen a little bit too short in these clutches. Felt the same at the end of Inferno as well. Oh, terrifyingly close.
I don't think that's, you know, a hugely tilting round for Ecstatic though, right? Like, he had the right idea. It's just he gets so wrecked in that first engagement.
Ooh, Hunter.
But you'd be surprised how quickly this can turn sour, especially with Hunter feeling inspired from these m0NESY performances. He's having a good start right now, is Hunter. That's someone who's been missing across this series for G2.
And they set him up. They did a deep A stairs smoke off of spawn so that he could fight towards water from dark. And when he notices Ecstatic don't drop that dark smoke for once, feels a lot more free. Feels like they're going to be coming. Nexa giving support in middle, 2 rifles moving in. Oh my god, timing's completely missed. Nico gets into safety though, and he doesn't need to fight. m0NESY's here.
If plays are ever being made, m0NESY is there. m0NESY is a part of them. He starts this round double fighting dark with Hunter, and now he's looking to end the round over here in mid on a mid push with Nico. m0NESY doing everything for G2 right now. And this AWP, once it's going like this, it's so hard to put a stop to him. You said it earlier on, this game might come down to trying to avoid m0NESY. And I think that's going to be very hard with how he's playing. You don't know where he's going to start. You don't know where that opening move is going to come in. And by the time you even adjust to it, he will be completely on the other side of the map, up and moving, always mobile, always making plays. This is exactly what G2 needed, and it might have come in their time of need to bail them out of this dire situation. Nico dead in mid, but m0NESY is the man to close that round out. Didn't even see the last guy. 4 kills from that AWP.
Yeah.
This is the limit test of m0NESY on Anubis.
Worth every penny. And with performances like this in must-win maps and matches, certainly sucked the life out of Ecstatic, who were on a bit of a hot streak to start this game, going for just constant A-rushes, abusing Nexa. Ever since that round where the bomb gets caught in rugs, it's been all G2.
I mean, already this is a really good CT side, and it's only going to get better for G2 from here on out, right? They're still in control of the money. They're still in control of the game. They've got full control right now. And the difference is, on Vertigo, they were prepared to play into the overconfidence, to let that maybe get the better of them. Here, they won't do that. They're not going to underestimate their opponents. They won't be celebrating till the game is won. So that mental reset that we talk about, it looks like it's come through for G2, and it's massively helped out by m0NESY just taking matters into his own hands and fully unleashing the full power of this m0NESY AWP come this third map.
Definitely does feel like HooXi will be holding his tongue in this third one. Again, surrounding this B-bomb site from both sides.
Like, no one wants to be the guy that shit-talked across the hall, yelled at the opponents, and then gets banged out. Look at the last Danish captain that happened to. So here we are. Ecstatic, slow down in the water. They're going to start to group and peel their way over towards Dark. G2 with only 2 players here inside of the B site. And with Hunter and HooXi, Hunter's at least look good to open. But the only safe pair of hands, the only ones I would bet my house on right now is that m0NESY AWP. And he's not here. He's not involved. So these rifles have got to hold on versus the pistols. It's a nice start for Hunter, but it's quickly pulled back the other way. Nico makes a play, makes a move, trying to save the B site, but he can't get past Queenix. So that plant will come in for Ecstatic.
Someone's got to get it, but they're so scared of timing, so I don't know if G2 have gotten close. It's going to delay the bomb.
m0NESY's set up now.
They can get it. They can get it down. Oh my god, the molly on the side for Nexa. Burns Queenix crossing in, and now, talk of a cross, Nadios has got to get past the impenetrable m0NESY, who hits his shot every single time.
Well contained on a round that could have got out of control very, very easily. Well handled. That molly from Nexa was huge as well. I didn't know how much impact he would get to have in that retake. He was smoked off at Temple. Really, it looked like m0NESY was going to have to lock it down from the CT spawn, but the molly forcing that player with the bomb into the open never even survives the cross to m0NESY because the molly burned him out. So fantastic stuff for Nexa there, honestly. Someone who got off to a bit of a rough start here on Anubis.
I want to see Salazar's orb come through here. It's finally come through on the T side, and let's see if we can find any results. Oh my god, the mid stack! And Kraken will just take one there. He's happy he even got a kill with that smoke break into 3 CTs. Gonna see Salazar's orb crawling forward, but they need a Molotov on this position. And Molly, they don't have good flash as Nex is set up for that entry. There's another one. Nade. Queenix delaying his peak. Trying to find the right timing to catch Nexa in the open. But G2 have finally offered him support. This made all the difference. Oh, the molly, it's just too late, isn't it? The nade on the smoke, Nexus already out of position. Nadios lurking a mid, they line up, but they're buddied up for that kill. Easily done, 4 on 2. Ecstatic just throwing themselves through.
Finished off cleanly by Nexa, and this is a feel-good moment for G2. These rounds that were once close and once relied on heroics to pull back are now becoming a lot more dominant across the board. G2 can feel that they're retaking control over this game, and at least over this map, where it really matters. And we often say Hunter, big game player, he's looked good. Nexa, stable over towards A after some hiccups early on.
Yeah.
The pieces are slowly but surely falling into place for the G2 squad. And 6 rounds on your CT side is already great. This is already enough.
And that's without considering this is 6 in a row for G2. They're picking up steam. The rounds are getting more dominant. They're being more active. Again, a mid attempt. They've got a lot of util here. They're just going to bung it in mid. Send it with pistols and MAC-10s. Try and put pressure on this A site. But a temple smoke from Rugs. Trying to make this look like a quick mid to A. It's going to keep 3 players out of position. There's Ecstatic back off.
I mean, here's the challenge for Ecstatic, right? Is that this game is a bit like a marathon. They'd already run the 10K. They were running out of fumes by the time we were getting through Vertigo. But then they do that final push to carry them a whole extra, 5 kilometers. But suddenly now they're being tasked to do that all over again. And this time they've got to do it faster. They've got to do it better. They've got to be even better than they were at the end of Vertigo. And that is a huge ask for a team that is fresh-faced to this environment. Fresh face to these stakes and this pressure. And so they might just crumble under the weight of their ambitions here. Patty, 1 on 5, bomb away from him. And a backstab, best to hope of success, I guess. But there's no winning this round and he knows it. So he's just got to sit there and come to terms with that this is going to read 7 of 4. The best Ecstatic can do is 5. And that's with all these rounds being consecutively for G2. Ecstatic can feel that this one is a different story to Vertigo.
Yeah, it's a very reassuring look from G2. I think we all had our doubts after that 4-0 beginning for Ecstatic, where it feels like they're playing great team CS and, you know, putting pressure on Nexa, who has recovered very strong in this game. And in a sense, Hooksy not having to top frag is a relief for G2 because he was in it, you know, he was performing very well individually on the last map, but that was more the lack of the stars, the lack of players like Nico and Hunter. Well, they've had their moments here, and they needed to for G2. We've got another aggressive B play set up. Double flash through main, Nodios, ugly spray, and Hunter overwhelms him, even walking the mid-smoke. Nico gets his desserts, and m0NESY hits his as well. It's flowing for G2. There is no stopping them now on this streak. 8 straight rounds. And Queenix can do nothing about it. They are literally in his spawn.
It starts with m0NESY on the CT side. From the moment that AWP has come out, G2 have not dropped a round. He rebuilds the identity of the team. He gives them that faith, and now it's just cascading through the squad. They are all playing with m0NESY-esque confidence in this game, and that sees them through to a stellar CT half. A lot of the legwork is already done here, and for Ecstatic, a kind of familiar feeling of deflation setting in. This time, I don't know if they're going to have what it takes to pull themselves back into this game, to claw their way up the oily and bloody totem pole towards victory. It feels like G2 have got them right where they want them.
It definitely is slipping through their fingers right now, and, you know, even if you just look at the game they're playing and the half they're on now, CT, Anubis, with 8 rounds to the other side, it's a very difficult position to pull yourself back from. Far more so, they need a hero, they need something to believe in, but this map has been lacking that. And look at that round timeline, horrendous. Not even bomb plants, not even close rounds really for Ecstatic, blown out of this map. Looking to amount yet another monumental comeback of their careers. Patient for G2 in this pistol, but they will creep closer into those dual Berettas. Oh, so deadly. 3 pairs. Go on. Let's get weird. Saw him? Ooh, this is going to be a bloodbath.
Salazar is just responsible for so much here, and if he falls, that floods the B site. Kragan would have to adjust so quickly. Nodios will be able to support him somewhat, but I'm worried that if Salazar doesn't at least slow them down on this push, it is just a bloodbath. It is a KO hit for G2, and so we really need these dualies to step up. You're going to have quick trade potential from Kragan at least to swing in on dual Berettas to try regain control. But this is going to come down to some very, very fast fights, some brawly Counter-Strike down in dark. Misses on the dualies, Kragan pulls up and will keep it even. They take the pace out of the lower hit at least. That flood of G2 players can't come in, but somehow Nico has already crept up in a CT. That kill should be dead to rights. They've just got to get past Nodios. And even as Patty's able to break away, even as he's able to dodge capture from Nico in the spawn, will that be the fighting chance for Ecstatic? It shouldn't be. They're hounding him down, they chase him down, and Queenix now spotted, gets the bomb away at least. 1 kill in the right direction, but so much more to do for Queenix. The man who got it all going on Vertigo is locked out to open up the pistol of Anubis. G2, 9 rounds straight. And with a pistol round under their belt, they are chasing down that victory, the one that eluded them on Vertigo. The one that felt like it got away.
What terrifying pacing of that pistol round. Not just the silence for almost a minute as Salazar A and Ds, but Nico gets all the way into spawn from that mid-walk. And even in the 3v3, everyone stops to let Nico fight Patty. And they even group to hunt him down. No clutches today for Queenix, no chance in this pistol, and it feels meant to be. Double digits, at least, for G2. And even though this last map ended horrifically, this third map started scarily. I think reassurance is the right word for G2. If they take that in their stride and make this as clean as it seems to be. Mac-10's mauling in A and barely a casualty. 10 to the 4.
Yeah, you know what we're kind of seeing here for Ecstatic is when all hope is lost, when you're truly hopeless, hope is kind of the easiest thing to find. You know, when it's truly dark, the light shines the brightest, and that's what we saw happen for Ecstatic on that last map. They were able to build something great when they felt like they had nothing to lose, but now that they have everything to gain, now that they are all believing, it's opened them up to this colossal heartbreak. And they just can't hit that same level they were on, and I think that was always going to be such a big ask. All it took was a couple of rounds from m0NESY. It slowed the roll of Ecstatic, it got them in their heads a bit, and now the kind of gravity of the situation they're in, with their toughest opposition they've ever faced at the most important juncture of their careers, so far at least. It's all looking to just be a bit too much for Ecstatic.
Oh, look at this gap as well. Sure, it's a Temple Smoke. It will be running into the A split. It's being held by Ecstatic, but a molly behind the smoke cordons off Patty. He can throw another one. Oh, and it's all up to the A main fight. Salazar finds his third kill of the map, but he is all the stands between G2 and 11 rounds. I don't think anyone can stop this now. G2 don't overstep the mark. They lock out Heaven with a Molotov. The bomb plant comes in. It's a big flank for Ecstatic with it all on the line.
The weight of this 3v3 is enormous. This is essentially your hope for the game, for any chance of a comeback. It's not a bad way to start, but NiKo and m0NESY taking the Heavens away. m0NESY left up in the clutch, and a 1v3 begins. m0NESY moves in, gets close, and is ready to rob this from Ecstatic. They're off the bomb, but he adjusts in time. This one's wild. They tap it again. m0NESY's playing with his food, and he will elude capture for now, but chased down. It's gonna be close with no kit, but Ecstatic, they stop m0NESY on his way to a 1v3, and they just barely take that round over the line.
Oh my goodness, that's a mess. So you wonder if he stays in the smoke, he might actually win that, just swinging the knife and hoping for the best, but he's running a crazy route around the site, doing laps. My goodness. Nice try for m0NESY, but just enough time for Ecstatic to keep this game going and keep believing. Not inspire any faith, or is it just a sigh of relief that they didn't get humiliated in the 1-on-3? They don't really look too proud about that round either way. And I like the pause before they continue. Their first round breaking a streak of 10 in a row for G2. Talk about it and get on the same page. This is your last chance in Copenhagen.
You can see the difference, though, both in the player counts and in how the game's gone. Like G2, I think they were a victim of overconfidence on Vertigo. I think they felt like the game was over. And after you learn that lesson once, and then you're given a shot to redeem yourself when you're as experienced and as favored as G2 are, they're not going to look to make that same mistake again. And so you won't have a G2 that's loose and keen to make mistakes. You have a G2 that's determined and well-drilled, with everyone stepping up. So it is a very different game for Ecstatic, a very different ask of making this comeback happen this time. And they'd never dodge that danger that if they fall short, the game is out of their hands.
Oh, some clinical clearing from NiKo in middle, and he knows his angles, but Patty just hides down below the stairs. He has to tuck back now, low in the A site. No one shoots off that flash. Queenix doesn't know that they're even closer than Hooksy jiggling. He's trying to bait, set up Nexa in the corner. Queenix goes for the clear, but the AK finds that clean shot. Patty with a lot of pressure. This flank, it may be coming in, but it may all be too late. It's certainly too little as G2 enter the site. Salazar provides cover from the top, but he's gone after one, and Patty, there's just nowhere to hide. 4-on-2. G2 feeling good for the game right now. It's Nodios and Kragan against the world.
Nodios, very, very quiet start here. Sets himself up. Final bullet connects to Hooksy. As he bends that one to come through. It's now all eyes on Nexter, but he will find the first. Ready for Nodios, ready for the swing. Knows he's still got him trapped up in the heavens. And Nexter, just falls shy on that spray.
What?
That's super awkward for Nexter. I was ready to sing his praises at the end of that round there. I think he thought he'd done it too. Bit of an overstep and a clutch given over. That's now both clutches going the way of Ecstatic.
Really, it feels overcommitted. There's so many, you know, sure, you're confident in your ability to take the fight there, but Nex has such a good position. He can just play with his food, waste the time down.
Hey, bro, for Nodios, a slow start, but a key clutch one. You stand and deliver versus a guy who's looked really good for the G2 squad throughout this game. That's nice. Another timeout called for G2. They're trying to manage these emotions. They're trying to manage their ambitions here. They just want to put this one to rest. At least, right, if you're looking for more silver linings for the G2 squad, similar situation. What we've seen in these last two rounds is that even though Ecstatic are winning them, it is at one tremendous cost. Both times, one player surviving.
Crazy 2-on-4 for Ecstatic. They just pull these rounds out of nowhere, and even if you look down the scoreboard, it's not like they have many stars shining bright. It's only Kragan who's on a positive game, and then some, competing with Monacy.
What I'll say is that the vibe is not the same as Vertigo for Ecstatic to run away with this in the mental game, but it will make it far more impressive if they somehow did.
Yeah.
Because G2, this is a team that isn't set to crumble right now. A team that's kept everything in check and is playing some sound Counter-Strike, where all the individuals are stepping up. There's no real weak links here other than Hooksy. All the stars are there.
And as you said, coming into this game, G2 will not be celebrating until this is done, right? They maybe underestimated their opponent on that previous map. They got ahead of themselves with some cheeky T-side rounds, and, well, you won't find them doing that with Elimination right there knocking on the door. This game is tight. Hooksy inside of the smoke. Nade comes in, won't give away his position. We do have a flash being laid up to go through. It goes further, and Nodios turns for the kill. He's still got a teammate. They know about this, but Patty drops in from mid. Now they can concede the site. They have a lot of space, and they have the bomb.
That's a huge problem for G2. Walking the smoke is not the answer for Nico. Straight into Kragan. Flash through, trying to tee up Hunter, but not even he wants to throw it all the way on the tech. Catches the molly. That at least blocks it. That's quite nice to actually give him a bit of a leg up in taking this space. Kragan should be ready for this, but doesn't make it any easier. Tech 9 of Hunter. He's got 20 seconds, and they're watching the bomb from afar, so even as he deals with Patty, the trade should be there immediately. Won't find it as Queenix swings out from the stairs. Good interplay there between Ecstatic. Slowly but surely piecing these rounds together. That was the force buy from G2, trying to capitalize on all the money that's been done, all the money damage that's been done across these last few rounds.
What a play for Patty here, where he drops out and flanks. That drops the bomb. The bomb feels like it's in the wrong position of 2 anyway. It should be outside of B with the bulk, but either way, I don't think G2 expected that much resistance being sent on a flank so early in the round. Nice gap for Patty.
Slowly but surely, Ecstatic are believing in this again.
Oh, don't do this to me once more, Harry. Don't play with my heart.
And like we said, the difference here, this isn't a deflated G2. This is a G2 in good form.
Yeah.
And so Ecstatic are really having to earn this win.
3 rounds in a row, though, breaking that 10-round streak of G2. Maybe steps, but it is stood up. Nodios finally finding a clutch after numerous attempts.
This would be a nice confidence-boosting round for Salazar if he's able to make that AWP sing from Ivy. They jump in, they get past, and that's going to sell his teammate out. Only the one kill off the AWP, and they beeline towards it. They go and retrieve it. Another kill out of Hooksy this time. This one's starting to fall apart. This was just Glocks, and now G2 are posted to win the round. Queenix with 1 onto Hunter as he loops his way back in through the spawn. They got 1 more rifle left to get past, and they can't do it. These Glocks, the bane of Ecstatic, and it might be the round that lets them down. That missed shot from Salazar's AWP with Nodios hung out to dry. They do it on Glocks. And G2 are celebrating like that round has won them the game, because it very likely has. That is a crushing defeat towards Ecstatic.
That is an ugly setup as well, right? You're expecting more of a contact play in front of B, but with Glocks, G2 just jump around the corner. Salazar one miss. Even if he hits it, his teammate is still dead, sitting out in the open with a back shot from Glocks, and m0NESY taps out that AWPer, who has no helmet. Hell on earth for Ecstatic. The worst possible way and time to lose a round like that. And that could spell the end of their Copenhagen run.
That is just a back-breaking round. That is the round that does you in. And if that ends up being the one that lets them down, that is a round that they will not soon forget. They were forging a path to another comeback. They're up against Glocks in a full eco from G2. And it's not just that you fall down to the Glocks, which is already the worst type of round to lose. It's the fact that it comes on the back of so many clutched rounds. Now you don't have the longevity. Now you're at the full mercy of a G2 that are pumped up.
I like this call for G2 to just stay like fully grouped, to make sure you're just trading your kills here. You know Ecstatic have limited money, but Ecstatic have made the perfect read. They put 4 players on this bomb site, and they've got a flash set up in main. Timing is everything on this flash right now. Nade chips away. First one comes through. G2 try and dodge. They're running into walls. They're running into bullets, and somehow a 4-on-2 emerges. Ecstatic with nothing to play with and everything to play for, still fight back against G2. This horde of MP9s comes running and gunning, and Kragan won't miss a beat. Bomb dropped, m0NESY in the clutch again, but it's not meant to be. Ecstatic, they do not give up nor go down without a fight. You can win a Glock Eco, you've still got to earn your stripes against this young Danish squad. 8 rounds now, out of nowhere.
The resilience required, the ability to answer back after falling down in such an ugly way, that is unreal from Ecstatic. At every turn, I feel like they've surprised us throughout this series, and maybe even throughout the major so far.
How many times can we write this team off? Been so ready to.
They just
G2 too.
They just won't give up, and in some sense, you know, they've gained G2's respect. They have to have, with how this game's gone. Every time G2 think they're ready to win and run away with it, Ecstatic have something to answer back with.
m0NESY's covering so Nico can walk through, but he went a bit early inside of that Molotov. m0NESY remains on the angle, and Patty plays passive position. m0NESY holding for the uncrouch, but Patty times it well, avoids disaster and dodges the flash. G2, they set up men in middle, and they go back.
This is a really good read out of Ecstatic when that mid-contact doesn't come in.
Wow,
they shuffle the 3rd player over towards B. They battle for Dark. Nodios narrowly eludes burning in that molly, but Queenix with the backstab. Dropping in, it's just the one and done. Still Ecstatic, right place, right time on this stack at the B site. 2 more players left to break through for G2, and Patty can't keep them at bay. Salazar, the one who let them down with a missed AWP shot in the Glock round, is the one faced with this 1v2 clutch. Even if he's given this first fight an overstep from HooXi, now it's m0NESY the one to beat. m0NESY the clutch king of the series. m0NESY the one to end it all. As he rounds the corner, Salazar plays right into m0NESY's hands. And if there's been one dependable piece, it's been that m0NESY AWP. The salvation of G2 has arrived, and it's m0NESY. Was there ever any doubt?
He never lets you down. He really doesn't. And what a perfect time to pull up with a clutch. That's a backbreaker. That's a money breaker. And even if HooXi, who in his defense has had a couple of crucial entry rounds on the T side of this map, that full Glock eco with the M4 picked up, and right there as well to trade out Hunter coming through the smoke. He almost oversteps. He does overstep, but at least he has m0NESY back in the sight and ready to send G2 to a 2-2 matchup to still fight for those playoffs. It almost felt like they threw that opportunity away and walked into Ecstatic's hands on this 3rd map. But are we finally ready to write off the Danes, or do they have a final wind.
No one wants to fall early for G2. It's measured to open up this round. They've been in many a moment where they could have ended this series, and they want this one to be the knockout punch. This is as easy as it gets for G2.
Now it really
and that's
is.
not the bad way for it to start. Nico opens onto Nodios. They know about Kragan, who's trapped out on an island over here at Long, getting chased down. Ooh. He'll put up the double. In the meantime, m0NESY did reclaim one on that AWP, so he's still keeping G2 afloat, but the bomb is down over at Long, and Kragan's just found it. m0NESY's rooting back through the spawn. Another kill from m0NESY. The record will show that when it really mattered, when G2 needed someone to get behind, m0NESY was there every step of the way. And so now that bomb's been recovered. The one danger of the round that Kragan brought to the picture has been removed. This aggro push up through mid for Queenix could get dodged altogether. And if that happens, it's Salazar alone over in this B site.
Still a great flank timing.
Will he get there in time? They haven't crossed in yet. Queenix has got a chance at the double here, but it's got to be clean. First man found is Nexa, but he can't convert onto m0NESY. G2's hero, the man in the cape and cloak, looking to run away with this game right at the close and stop Ecstatic in their tracks. Salazar can't win this. Surely not. Playing through the smoke, trying to rob it to time, but he can't arrive. And so the bomb is planted. G2 have got it teed up, and it's all on the back of m0NESY in this third map. G2 lock it in. An Ecstatic heartbreak across the series. The Danish squad with a fantastic run throughout that opening stage. Here in the elimination game versus G2, pushing them to their very limits.
Yeah, they have nothing but pride, surely, left in them at this point, because it would have been so easy to give up on Vertigo. It would have been so easy to go out with a whimper after such a glorious run all the way to Copenhagen and then to the elimination stage. But they brought it back. They forced some respect out of G2. They showed them who they were up against, and they even take it all the way on the third map.
What a performance from m0NESY across this series, bro. Like, we said his name so much. Inconsistencies have plagued a lot of guys on this G2 squad since the switch to CS2, but m0NESY, such a dependable pair of hands here. We said coming into this third map, it felt like he was limit testing. He felt like he was, you know, just seeing where the boundaries were, knowing that he had to be the guy to propel them through and get them over the finish line. And it felt like they were going to run away with it on the back of that performance. But he still had to be that guy down the tail end of the game. As Ecstatic were picking up a handful of rounds, starting to build back into it, that really shone for the G2 squad.
Truly a one-man army at times. I mean, he wins every single clutch in this series for G2. He puts on so many 4Ks. He's the reason Inferno was as dominant as it was, you know, winning these crucial breaking rounds for Ecstatic, and he comes through just as confidently when Ecstatic are 4-0 up at the start of this third map. m0NESY's 13-2. Brings a huge 10-round streak for G2, and even though Ecstatic show us a glimmer of hope at the end of the game, m0NESY puts out that light. I mean, the question for G2 is who the hell are they going to play tomorrow, and are they up for the task, really, where they're getting taken this far by underdogs such as Ecstatic? But if I know one thing, it's m0NESY's ready.
Yeah, he certainly believes that they've got what it takes to get to playoffs, and when he's believing, over time, it feels like that gets the rest of G2 believing. You're going to need him to step up in a similar fashion in whatever that next game is. That's the one worry, I think, for G2. You have this one player who you just can't afford to have go quiet, so the pressure will never go away for m0NESY, but it seems like he's thriving under that right now. Let's talk a little bit about Ecstatic, because I think they very much earned it here. A great run through the opening stage. The teams they've lost to throughout this major are so legitimate. Like, they had the close game to Mouse that ended up getting away from them to break into the elimination stage. They also fielded 2 losses to Cloud9, one in the opening and then one in the elimination stage. And here, a crazy close series versus G2. The only teams they've struggled against are these top of the kind of crop teams, right? The teams in the upper echelons of Counter-Strike, whenever it's been anyone that's teetering on the edge, that they've come out on top. And here, the resilience showcased in this game versus G2 showed that Ecstatic are the real deal. And with a bit more time, with a bit more experience, you know, this is the first outing at a major for this squad. There could be something truly special here, because it's not easy to keep games like this where you are such an underdog in such a high pressure scenario going as long as they did. I mean, when they were 8-1 down on Vertigo, I think a lot of people would have just wrote them off entirely. If you'd gone back and paused the stream there, you would have said Ecstatic are done. But they managed to long this out. 3 maps, 3 grueling maps, and have a kind of sad end to it all, but one that I think ultimately they should be very proud of.
It could have been way sadder if it ended on Vertigo instead, but yeah, great work from the boys on Ecstatic and Patty at the helm. We'd love to hear from him, so let's throw it over to that.
I've got Paddy with me here, and it is a crushing loss, and it's never easy. But I want to start just looking at this series, right, against G2. You truly tested them. Now, it comes to Inferno. It's not been a good map for you in general at the major, and it's a great pick for them. But then on this Vertigo, they felt like they had it, and you took it away from them. But I want to know, did you hear a lot of this smack talk than what Hooksy was shouting out at you? Did you catch any of that?
I didn't really hear, like, if he said any words or anything, but I heard him, like, screaming and his annoying laugh. But except for that, I didn't really hear him at all.
So it wasn't affecting you at all? He wasn't able to get in your head with that one?
I mean, sometimes I was like, shut the fuck up, but it's good banter, and I would do the same if I was winning, and so it's all good.
And I want to ask about your mentality, especially on this Anubis game, because you had them on the ropes, and then they get the Glock round on against you, but you still don't break, you fight back, and we see you guys able to push back every single time. Does it hurt more that you still made it so close, even on Anubis, where you weren't even able to pick up that many T rounds?
Yeah, we lose the Glocks, but I really don't care about this round. We also had a bad T side. We got a 4-0 start, and I think we end up with only 4 rounds, actually. So we go from 4-0 to 4-8. We lose all the momentum. I think we didn't play our best game on Anubis all around the table. Just didn't play our A game today.
Now, let's not just talk about today. Let's try to focus on some of the positives here in this negative situation, because at the RMR, you told me you already got to where you wanted to go, right? Then you make it through to the elimination stage. You're top 16 at a major. What has this experience been like for you and the team?
Oh, it's been one hell of an experience. I think it's something you can only dream of, like going to a major and being top 16 at your very first major. So it's been a great experience, like a very positive experience. It's been great playing here. It's been great trying to play against the top tier teams, getting some experience under the belt. Just a good experience. Right now it sucks, but we'll be fine.
And in terms of you guys being fine, what has this told you about the team? What has this told you about what you want to do for the future? Has this inspired you, given you more confidence that you're going the right way?
I mean, I can only speak for myself, but yeah, top 16 at the major, of course, it gives like confidence that you're doing something right and you're on the right path. And I think from now on, it will only go in the right direction. So I think for all of us, it's a positive sign.
And what would you say is just like the biggest thing you're able to learn and take away from this whole experience?
I'm not sure. I don't know. One game at a time is best of 12. I mean, MR12. If you believe in yourself, you can play. You can beat the good teams, even though they are on paper like much stronger and much more experienced. But you can do some upsets and just believe in yourself.
I love it, and I love the words, and you've definitely shown that. Paddy, thank you very much. Hugo, Harry, back to you.
Yeah, thank you. Man, that was a nice interview from Patty, and I like that. To me, it feels like they are happy with the kind of run that they were able to go on here, right? And as you said, you know, just having that knowledge that we are able to beat the better teams and to push them to their limits. I really hope that this is a squad that we see, you know, stick it out and stay together and try to build something here, because it really does feel like they're on the right path. And this was a very good result for them at the major, as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely, more than anyone really expected, and as the one sole Danish roster as well, representing their country great in Copenhagen. I think individuals to take away, there are some really nice firepower pieces. I think Queenix really impressed me at this tournament. I think Kragan had a fantastic map there and a couple of others as well. But more so, I think Patty is the best takeaway. He seems like he has
it's always the bloody IGLs
in
Denmark,
it always is. I'm sure Astralis are looking onward, but you know, that was always a joke. But I think he put up some great maps individually, and at the same time has showed that this team can not just have individual moments. In fact, it's very good team-based CS. They play off each other really well. You can tell they definitely get on and enjoy each other's company. And I think we'll definitely will see more of Ecstatic. It's great to see them have a great run. That being said, G2 is still here, Harry. They go on tomorrow to play that final 2-2 game. We're still waiting to see who they're going to play. We still have more teams to say hello and goodbye to. And so up next on this B stream is Heroic versus Pain. We'll be back in a few minutes with just that.
It's time for D-Quiz the Bomb. I've got Big Zero with us here from Pain. We're going to test your CS knowledge, but the pressure is going to be on. You ready?
Yeah, I think I am.
You think you are?
Yeah.
Well, you got no choice. You got to be ready, my man.
Yeah, let's go.
Put your hand on the mouse, press that big yellow button, and let's get started.
Let's go. What caliber is the AWP in CSGO? I have no idea.
Close.
The minimum amount of Glock shots to the body to kill a city with cover on a pistol round? Holy sh... 9. That's 9. No! Who is the only player from Estonia to have a... Oh. Easy. Which Brazilian player consistently ranking in the top front? Coldzera? Let's go. What's the caliber of the SSG? No idea.
Yes!
Who was the top ranked CSGO player in... Simple or Zayu? Zayu. Simple.
Oh.
How much money do you get from the lost bonus after 4 lost rounds? Is 4? 2000. Yeah. Which country produced the top ranked player in 2016? Brazil. Which player is the youngest major winner? Bitch. No?
What? Oh, I thought it was bid as well.
How many seconds does it take to defuse the bomb? 5. The minimum amount of deagle shots to the body to kill a terrorist on a pistol round with an ammo. Which CS player has the most major one under his belt? Is Device. Dupree?
Yeah!
I didn't see Dupree.
Keep going.
Who was the top ranked player in 2000? Holy shit, no idea.
Yes.
The minimum amount of USP shots to the body to kill a terrorist on a pistol round? 7. 6. How many seconds does a smoke last in CS? 20. What's the max running speed of the model with a knife? No idea. I think it's 30. 50. The famous formula introduced by Valve our major ever since? No idea.
Yes, keep going.
How many times did Nick appear in the top? Between 4? All the times. Yes. I'm the game. What caliber is the M4? Is Siku. Yeah. This one. What's the caper damage of a Molotov after the first 3 seconds? 12. 8? No way. The minimum amount of dual Berettas to kill a terrorist? 5. 3? Who's the only player from Turkey? Shantares. No?
You didn't save the world. You gave it a good effort. There was a lot of up and down in that. I'll explain. This one confused me the first time I saw it. I was like, yeah, it was Zontaras. Zontaras individually was never so good because his team was not so good.
Yeah.
But Woxic succeeded with Mouse when Carrigan was leading, so he was up there.
Oh my god.
It was not easy.
Yeah, I'm terrible with this kind of games because my memory is like the worst ever. But I try my best.
You did try your best. Thank you very much. You didn't save us, but we'll do better at the major.
Yeah, thank you.
one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
We're de-quizzing the bomb. Pains Lux is joining me here, ready to rock and roll.
Let's go.
You're that ready?
Yeah,
Let's
I'm
go.
dead ready.
All right, put your hand on the mouse. Press the yellow button in the middle. The time's ticking.
What is the capable damage of a Molotov after the first 3 seconds? I guess it's 8. I don't know. Which player from Canada considered ranking in the top 20 from its twists? How many CS majors have there been so far? I guess this one is the 19 or 19 this. Oh, who was the top ranked player in 2018? Simple. Who was the top ranked CSGO player in 2022? Simple again. The GOAT. What is the bonus for winning an eco round? An eco round, it's gonna be. Yeah, I'm ready. Who is the only player from Sonia to Hops? And I won.
Boom! Done! Done!
Let's go.
No pressure.
No pressure at all.
Confidence. There you go. Easy. You gonna take that confidence into the major?
I guess. I will.
You will? Yeah, I guess. No, I will is a better answer.
I will.
I like
will.
that.
It's better.
Nice one.
2 more squads and only one will live to survive the night. It's Heroic and Pain. Another couple of teams that have made their way, Harry, all the way from those open qualifiers, grinding down to the elimination stage of the major. From Pain, Brazilian team, Big Zero at the helm. It was a hard-fought battle through that opening stage, coming through 3-1, taking considerable wins, but they've had a hard-fought battle, as have Heroic. Both of these teams losing to VP and Complexity in this elimination stage. The only difference being Heroic's win is over FaZe.
Yeah, Heroic in a very interesting spot. I would say it feels like they're kind of in free fall because their run through the opening stage was legit as hell. Yeah. They closed it out with that win over Eternal Fire, who now have gone on to make it to the playoffs. And they did that relatively convincingly in a 2-0 fashion, right? To go 3-0 themselves. They show up in the elimination stage, as you say, taking down FaZe, which felt like an incredible win at the time. But issues have started to emerge for this Heroic squad, as you say, VP being one of them, Complexity the other. This is a weird spot to find yourselves in because you feel like you've overcome some massive hurdles already, and then opposition that was supposed to, on paper, before the event, be easier is the one where Heroic have kind of been let down.
Yeah, I also do feel like at least Heroic will come in confident to this one because, you know, across the board, Pain were a team that were never supposed to make it this far. And as far as 1-2 matches go, I think Heroic have got a pretty healthy pool. But if there's one thing that we don't want to do is underestimate Pain and Big Uzera, who was the top-rated player of that entire opening stage and performed incredibly well as an individual with Nissan right behind. And as a crew, Pain have accrued some big scalps in this event, beating Ents, knocking out Saw as well. So Heroic certainly got to watch their back as they come into this BO3. Heroic's run through the major circuit has been mostly BO1s, you know, and that's of course levied up by the fact that they have, you know, gone through that opening stage 2-0 and then played a BO3 against Eternal Fire, as you said. We have the Vetos on our screen, Pain picking Nuke, Heroic going for Mirage, and Overpass to decide the night if we need it. That's scary. Not a map we see Pain on a lot is that final one, but Heroic squeeze out Vertigo, which has looked very good for Pain here in the major as well.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how to feel about this one heading into it. I think this is a very, very 50-50 matchup. And I think when you look at the pieces on Heroic and how good they actually looked to start the year in Katowice, that's even a crazy sentiment. And I think it speaks to how much Pain have impressed us here on their major run. When you look at just the names on paper, Heroic should be massive favorites coming into this, right? But Pain have been surprising at every turn. Whether that's, you know, in Big Azera, who very much takes the limelight, or Nissim, as you mentioned. For me, I really enjoyed watching Kowers and kind of the redemption arc that he went on from being the second bottom-rated player for the entire opening stage. He had a kind of late recovery in the closing segments of that stage for Pain. And in that game versus VP, he was a monster. He was like the one guy delivering any hope for Pain Gaming.
Yeah. Well, we've got a bit of a ramp rush in this pistol for Pain, starting on the T side of their pick, and they go quick. Not down towards lower, or at least not instantly. Rooting for hell, no one's here. It's into Tesses at the bottom site. He needs to take one with him, but that glass is a problem. It sucks up the bullets, kicks and shoots through it, and Tesses somehow surviving, gets alive with 2 kills. I don't know how the hell they keep 5 up there, Heroic, but they do.
Beautiful from Kicksand, bro. That was a lovely sequence. That's one of those rounds where it just feels like the stars align for you as they're crossing in control. Look at this. Look, he's actually aiming at the guy at the back, just taps twice and finds the double from it. Very well done from Kicksand to keep control of lower. even Nerds, who's blown away by what just happened there. Round's over before the rotates were even required.
What's been really cool to see from Pain in this event is the level of teams they've taken out, right? Well, we have Ecstatic, who defeated Limvision and the Mongols, of course, especially the latter side of that, very impressive, but Pain have had to fight only EU teams on their run through the opening stage, and they've managed to defeat almost everyone. Sure, Dominant lost to Eternal Fire, but they took down Apex, Ents, and Saw to get through to this stage. So I think there's something to be said for that when we talk about the base level and the difference between EU and Americas, and of course this major kind of subverting all of that conversation, where both Americas and Asia have gained more spots in the next for Shanghai. So I think that's painted the evidence of that for sure. And with Imperial already eliminated early on today, and certainly expectations for Pain to be the same, I think their run so far has been nothing short of impressive. But will it come to a close? Kixen thinks so. Flash through the hut and dropping Nissim in a 5-on-4.
Going for this outer yard take. They've done the diagonal smokes and the waterfall smoke up on top of main. This gives you a nice bit of leverage to try and take away some control. They'll walk through over into garage, getting past Nerds. Kixan trying to deal with this presence out in the yard is only good for one, as Lux will trade that out. Still, the advantage sides with Heroic, and it's a nice bit of info to know that Lux is still floating around main right now. Tesses on his lobby push is caught by Kawes. And so Pain now set their sights on Crunch in this upper site by the looks of things. Ready to split through main is Lux. And Shush spotted out on the rafters, tries dropping in, and he will get there on a good timing. Now he's got support from Nikodos over in heaven, and they'll swing that final player together. So very composed to open up from Heroic. Yeah, even though it gets a little dicey after they lose Tesses back in the lobby, they're able to swiftly move into a nice position to play out that 2v2. Just positionally, there wasn't much room for Pain to make that interesting. It all kind of was dependent on dealing with Shush as he drops into the site.
Yeah, if you've just come from that ecstatic game and you want more Danes to root for in Copenhagen, well, this is your safe bet, right? With the Danish core of the original Heroic players, plus Nikodos making a redemption arc formerly of the Copenhagen Flames, where we saw back-to-back deep major runs for that squad. You know, Stockholm almost into the playoffs, and Antwerp just about getting there. So Nikodos, I think, has been one of the more positive surprises for this roster at this event, playing very, very well in the AWP. And he's been a player plagued by consistency across his career in time of Fnatic, but not here so far. Good shots for Nissim. He takes one more with him. 3v3, slowing down this ramp retake as Heroic group.
And no noise has been heard by Pain, so they could take an educated stab in the dark that this is a triple ramp retake. No ground gained over towards Secret for Heroic, as they just have to move out through the ramp room, and that feeds this M4.
Go quick.
One back from Nikodos, but Bomb is getting away from Heroic. They try to get on it. Cover provided as this AK and Nerds looks to deliver. He loses his teammate, and Big Azera will be the one to close.
Of course it's Big Azera, and he one-taps him with a P250 at range while he's getting that other player off the bomb. Sick close. I mean, the time was the big issue. He had to stick the defuse on Heroic, but Pain play off each other very nicely in that post plant. Oh. They get on the board early in this game, off of an eco as well. Explosive ramp hit.
Great flash.
Nerds like commits to that because he just thinks his crosshair is in the perfect place, but Nissim hits a banger. That gun gets traded back to Tesses.
Nikodos going to try find a good timing to blow these smokes open, but Big Azera not found out in the yard. Rest of Pain still waiting back in the lobby. That re-smoke at the door is the last bit of util available over on this top site. And so they don't have the option to drag this round out anymore to Heroic. They still have a smoke on Nikodos. He's just not in a position to use it. Going to get himself up into the heavens, but Pain have already got so much real estate that this is going to come down to these two having to step up massively. They both drop into the site. Bait and switch, maybe.
It's all a fake to find the gap, and they found it on ramp. They don't need to go. The only issue is time. You don't want to leave it too late, but both B is clear and Heaven is about to be taken, so...
Oh, they're going ramp with the bomb.
Yeah, just because they've got control of the site. Nissim should still be winning the round off of kills here. Oh, he's playing very safe. He's playing anti-save right now. If Heroic try and exit CT, they will get caught. But they might go the other way entirely. With that B gap found from outside. Ramp to B leaves Pain with 5 alive.
Yeah, something I've really liked about Big Azera is he's got a real, variety of paces to his call. He loves playing around with the kind of tempo that Pain approach rounds with. They're very good at slowing down in rounds like this one, so they just keep it safe, they keep it clean. Saw how this started for them, where it's far more up-tempo. And so already he's kind of exerting a bit of that into the server now. And where that becomes problematic for Heroic is, picking and choosing your timings of when you're going to lob out this early util. Do you want to be dunking Molly straight away in the door and hurt? If you're not expecting Pain to be playing quickly, then you might try and hold on to them. And so that's usually when those pace changes come in. This round all starts on the back of that peak. And just a very measured round where so much of it is about gauging the reactions of Heroic after they get that opener. And that leads Pain onto a flawless second with 5 alive. They're making some money now over on this T side, and it's not going to get any easier anytime soon for Heroic.
Oh, aggressive attempt, but denied. They don't know a second player is right here and try to grab that gun quick. He makes noise. Nissim goes through the smoke. Gonna get spotted. There's no support here for Nerds right now. He might not need it, but Hell player nowhere to be seen. He wins his fight. Big Azera somehow in secret, and Nikodos any further, it's guaranteed death. Oh, I said guaranteed. Oh, that's ugly.
This is a big problem for Pain. Even that peek at the door scuffs the molly. It's very awkward, as now they're just left with this topside hit. The Zeus of Shush finds a gun, finds a kill, and now he's armed with the AK. Scavenging from the bodies of Pain. Bomb is also tumbled out into the open with that first peek. And here's the backstab arriving from Ramp. NQZ's just saving.
That is a disastrous round. From Big Azera whiffing on Nikodos, looking the wrong way, to a Zeus kill. Even some support for Nissim would have been nice, right? Just chasing down that ramp player, but you always expect support from Hell. There was Heroic just doubled up, stacked in the A site. They're coming for this gun as well. Winning an eco gives them that freedom. Do they want to kill him after time, or is this as far as they'll go? Kicks and May as well. He's going back to find a gun. So Heroic happily take that. 4-2, winning an eco, getting out with 3 AK-47s. Could not really be better.
And a very uncharacteristic whiff from Big Azera was kind of the real fall down of that round. That's the kill that just turned the tide so abruptly and so suddenly. Pain weren't ready to lose that fight. Big Azera is definitely calling, guys, just wait, I have a kill here. You saw him a few seconds earlier. He had all the time in the world to get ready for that fight. And once that happens, they don't really have the real estate to go anywhere but into that Zeus. Which is a crazy statement, but they're very, very strong. And so Pain might try and keep it a little more simple here and now. No longer an outside lurk for Big Azera. Instead, everyone waiting back in the lobby.
Smolly's nice. It's for the rafters, I think, right above the hut. So it clears out an extremely difficult angle to check manually. Dixon's hut roof, he's forced off as well. They're out in the middle of the site, so blind. Shush still recovers, and this is petering out right now for Pain, one by one. And they all fall at the first hurdle. Nissim inside of the smoke. He's actually traded places. He doesn't even know he's walked past Nerds. You might never know. Oh my. That's even checked. Will Nissim come back late? Or does he want to try and wrap Heaven? Orb spotted in the hut. Good grenade, hits the shot and gets out, giving Nissim the room to pounce. Surprising for him, 2v2. They're in this.
Is Nissim going to try and take the Heavens? Right now he's being given the time to. 30 seconds and he is all the way up. Missed shot from NQZ's Orb. That is a big miss to have had, but Nissim should still have this in the bag. And now that he's got Heaven, the world's their oyster, man. This re-aggression in through the lobby needs to arrive in quick time and got to take this 1v1 onto NQZ while it's available. Tess says they know that he's eluded this. They know that he's somehow disappeared and not fallen for this Heaven wrap, so they should be able to piece together it's this lobby play. But he's made it out into the site. Even once he deals with this AWP of NQZ, Nissim, he's got so many options to play with, and he won't even make it past the AWP of NQZ.
That's such a nice setup as well. He just dedicates to his side, or the Heaven player covers him. But I do wonder how that's overlooked that Nissim's going Heaven. They knew where he was. He hadn't committed through main. Heroic can see that. The only other option is Heaven. And even though Tessa's resets and gives that timing open, it feels like Nikodos just considers it a second too late. The smoke gives him cover in the site, but he just stays in the open to Heaven.
That's a crazy round for Pain to have picked up. And it all starts with that weird mistiming between Nerds and Nissim over in main. It felt like it was going to be inconsequential in the moment. That was how much of an advantage Heroic had. But a well-placed AWP kill from NQZ, the lack of the punish from the site player, that triggers Nissim's play through main and onto the Heaven wrap. And so Pain cook up Pain cook up a 2v4 round.
That they do. Only 3 M4s as well. Heroic's money on the line. Competitive beginning for Pain, considering they win their first round off an eco and then they pick up a 2v4 like that. Lobby rush denied onto Nissim, and they give up all of outside. Pain will have to cross down towards Secret, but there's a nade on the smoke. They cross after the fact. No actual spot for Heroic. Of course they hear this, they're aware. But they can't stop it. They're actually further than Nerds is ready for. He's throwing a deep smoke and trying to swing with it. Tessa's now in the sight. Oh, the shadows he sprays, and he at least gets a kill there, but 3 on 3. Pain have been solid in these post plants so far.
In and Heroic once again largely grouped over towards ramp. Curious if Nikodos wants to play late or early. Might wait for his ramp players to take a bit of contact and give that illusion that once again Heroic are triple retaking through the ramp room, which they often have. But a lot of time has ticked off this bomb. And so Heroic, it all comes down to that first fight, and the moment they don't win it, with them leaving so much time on the table, it's an awkward retake round that never really gets going.
It's like that last retake on B against the Pistols, right? Even though they get the kills, it comes down to a player forcibly sticking the bomb because they don't have a choice. They fight, they lose. So that was awkward for Nerds because Nikodos just misses the cross, the spot on the cross. And so while he calls their secret, you wonder how tonally he called that, because they're running 4 players and Nerds just thinks he has so much room there. He was not as quick as he believed, and they catch him with nades out. That is the first domino to fall in the B bomb site. Heroic now, the second being their economy, and the third being this round. They have only a Zeus and an M4 saved, and I say only. Nikodos likes to subvert expectation. Another opening killed a Big Azera. Not another eco for Heroic. 2 opening kills in this one, and while Ramp's conceded, it's by design. Tessa sets up for a 1 and done on the B site. He's got a player baiting for him as well.
Yeah, so Kickstand takes the contact and then going to try and pull them into Tessa's Deagle. Leaves all the pressure on Tesses, really. Kickstand certainly got the attention. He's done his part of the bargain. Now the Deke has to deliver, and it just falls short. Cleanly done for Nissim on the openers. The bait and switch does not net the success that Heroic needed it to. And as they move down, they'll get sandwiched in the doors. So well contained from the Pain squad.
Yeah, nice crunch there, right? They already bring back a 3v5 to a 3v3, and then they just throw themselves at the pistols, knowing with numbers, with better weaponry, that Heroic are not going to win that fight in double doors. It's so important to take space when you have the B bomb site on this map. It's, you know, we talk about, for example, Ancient B. If you have it in a post plant, in an even 3-on-3, 5-on-5, there's not many places to play. You need a position with cover where you can choose your battles from, and the same can be said about Nuke B. You need that window control or double door control, so you're not just in the open on an off angle that will be cleared. So taking that double control gives them room in the post plant. It never gets to that, but it will be a 5-4 lead. We've had eco wins for both teams. Pain sit up in control for now.
They're looking for that point that really lets them just break away from Heroic and kind of set the Heroic squad onto the back foot in a big way, and this could be that round. Money on the line for Heroic, so this one's important. Nikodos and Shush keep it safe for now. Nikodos dead up on the rafters, but support is here, and it arrives in time for Heroic. Just Lux dinked on that first peak, but he gets his revenge. Can he take this any further? It's not a likely clutch, with that first shot bringing him down to 19 points of health. Kickson's getting impatient, but good timing on that molly pull.
Wallbang will do it.
Oh, he's been burnt out of the hut. So Lux forced to reposition on Heroic say so. He feigns the footsteps in towards the ramp room, and now he's going to ease off. Give a bit of time for that uncertainty to kick in for Heroic. Eventually, they have to consider Heaven.
Heaven, main, door, hut. The longer he waits, every option is available. So Heroic will have to find new positions. Nerds knows that. And often a move here is just getting aggressive and clearing something together. So they're going to walk right into him. This could be good for Lux. He's going to get the chance to take an instant headshot here. How quick is he on the shot? He turns away, and Kickson catches him on the move. Two timings for Kickson that are perfect in that round. Kickson also sits in the smoke and sprays his entire mag, and still comes out with a reload and a kill on the execute. I like the Pain up the pace and try and limit test in that round, but Heroic bring them back to reality. A really nice upper hold from Kickson and Nikodos. So far, everyone's performing for Heroic with the exception of Nerds. He has won them an eco, but 3 and 6 on the star of this team. It's not really a worry. Just means when he does get activated, how hard will this be for Pain? So many of their games, the Brazilians relying on Bigazera, the captain, and the high fragger for this team. Such a rarity to see an in-game leader so consistently outlie his roster in not just statistics, but impact as well. Bigazera manages to find it almost every time. 4 and 8 right now. He crosses down Secret, and Molly ticks. He's got to run now. Nuts knows about it. It's all a bit of a farce, though, as Pain set their sights on ramp.
They're going to go right into Tesses. Nikodos is available for a pretty quick rotation as well. So he shouldn't be alone in this entirely. Nikodos is going to get into hell just in time, but the molly forces him away. Even though the rotate was there, Bigazera is controlling the
They know
vent
about
drop.
this. They can't drop it. That's crazy.
Don't do it again. Shush just can't drop. They can't rotate down. This is brutal. Yeah, the round is over. Nissim in with the backstab on a P250. He'd love the upgrade, and he's going to get it. Maybe even shooting for more here as he goes looking for Shush.
Call for a bit of help. Slow it down. He's actually going up. Nuts is also waiting. He knows they're going to come hunting. Nissim wins that fight from hell with the P250, and Nerds can fight his way out, but he can't win the round. NQC shuts him, and that's a crazy entry on ramp. But the one hole that we're seeing right now is that there's never a second player ramp, even if the map is entirely quiet. And they know about Big Zero down B. They for sure know about Big Zero down B. And there's only one ramp. That's the most common goal, that you would split ramp to B while the vent rotation's being held. Kixon falls into it. That's a surprising move for Kixon.
And that was a very suffocating round out of Pain. They wanted to take control of the money in that A rush round where they try going fast out. They weren't able to do so, but they get their kind of delayed gratification here on the back of winning that round there and locking out those 3 players who were attempting to save. Leaves Heroic with next to nothing in the final round of the half. And so once again, they're going to go for this walk down towards Secret, but this time with numbers. Often it's been Big Azera here alone. And he will lead the charge down towards lower. But they actually get pulled back out.
So passive for Nikodos. They have to clear this all the way, and oh, it doesn't look like they will.
They haven't. They think Garage is clear.
Oh, the run boost.
Oh my god. Oh, Nikodos, this is the round right here. Palm of his hand, 3 kills, a lot of targets. He's got to hit every one of these shots. Nikodos does all he had to do. Couldn't quite manage the third. Kawes will get the trade at least. Nerds now moving in, trying to punish this final man out in the yard. They know the bomb is dropped down in Garage, and so Payne is caught a little bit scrambled. Big Azera hunting down this kill down towards lower. Kawes retrieves the bomb. But for the time being, everyone on low is dodged capture by the captain of Pain Gaming. And this bomb is still trapped out in the Garage. Big Azera eventually finds Kicksat. Nissim all the way through the A site. They've got both bomb sites right now. And with it just left onto Tesses in a very unlikely 1v3, that slick double kill trigger discipline from Nikodos won't get capitalized on. Pain looking for a 2-round lead on the half, and they are good to get there. Very well recovered after the crazy play from Nikodos is the Eagle. They will go on to close out the round, so they don't get too flustered by that man waiting for them back in the Garage.
What an impressive game out of Pain right now when you consider, you know, some of the rounds that Heroic have crept into this game. Like you said, denying that money breaker on the top side rush, winning the eco with the Zeus, and still Pain hold on to a commendable lead. This is their best map. Statistically, their most picked, where they took down Ents and Saw and the Mongols here in Copenhagen. But still, this is a red-hot Heroic who have already knocked out some big dogs. They 2-0'd Eternal Fire, for crying out loud, a top 8 team already. And they made them look weak at points in that match. Even started by catching FaZe off guard on Ancient. And here for Heroic, getting dealt a heavy hand by Pain. Double Julies.
Opens, Kawes even pushing. Oh, that one's free. Shush drops into the Lion's Den. Quick vent drop out of Nerds with that bomb on his back. He's going to go try get the plant at bare minimum. Can they make it anything more? As now it is just Nerds. 1v5. Plant down at lower.
That's all he's going to get, though. The Julies run him down. And even then, they take their time. They know he's in the single door. They've cleared out the site. They're going to come running together. And Kawes closes cleanly. 8-5. A statement here for Pain Gaming. Written off after the RMR. Written off in the opening stages. And unexpected here in Elimination. But right now, they are taking Heroic all the way.
And it's safe to say, you know, like we've had our fair share of quiet players for Pain. I think we've had these moments, as mentioned in the opening stage especially, where guys like Kawes were just nowhere to be found. But right now it feels like everyone is switched on for this Pain Gaming squad. Nissim leading the charge at the tip of the spear. But a supportive cast around him, and even with a couple of whiffs in that first half of Big Azera, some unusual misses from the front man of Pain Gaming. They've still found a way to a very good spot in their map pick. The opener of this elimination, BO3, if they stick the landing versus this 4-spy, there is very slim margins for Heroic to pull this game back around. Looking like a ramp hit. Tessez making it across in a secret, but will have his fair share of tests down towards lower as Big Azera lies in wait. Nissim holds on to ramp successfully for the first, and now he hears more footsteps. Just going to go through the motions of dropping down ramp.
Only one rifle in this entire round for Heroic now, so this is a hard situation to deal with, even with the control they have on ramp and in secret, just because of this double rotation down lower. A is the weakest side bit. Heroic don't have the utility to consider A as a possibility. Unless they want to try and wrap hell, but even that ladder's being held from the top. Heroic are desperately hoping for a kill. Nothing presented. They have to split B into this double setup, into the top performer in the server, and the captain waiting for Tessez.
Ranak can't control the spray, and Big Azera has been picked up, waiting in the vents. That fight felt as good as done for Big Azera. He was ready for Tessez's late lurk in there. But Heroic have carved a path to something here. Dink down range comes out from the M4. And so suddenly, with Tessez nailing that one, it's just Cowes throwing into a 1v3 around the Pain. Thought they had in the bag. They had every reason to win that.
That's shocking. I agree with you. I don't know how Big Azera missed. Maybe he just missed the timing on the peak and Tessez drive-byed him with a Mach 10, but Ramp was a huge issue for Heroic CT side, and I feel like Pain played Ramp perfectly in this round to get one kill and to concede and go into this double setup of B, but they weren't playing together, which is fine. Still Nissim in the window gets a 1-for-1, but those guns picked up, used against Pain, denying the retake. That was it for Nissim. 5v3, and Heroic force a save. Great work for Tessez. Him and Shush have really done a great job on this team of proving that the ex-players of Heroic weren't required to make this team a threat. And this new international squad can certainly rock it here at the Major. A Major where none of those ex-Heroic players appear.
Azera up close, cleanly done on the 5-7. Lux also lies in wait in the vent, and you might not expect the double vent rotate here out of Pain. They've already got a lot of bodies down towards lower. The bomb is right here. Oh, the bomb's getting pincered. The bomb's getting trapped. Tessez left battling for his life, and he won't get out. The third will get the better of him. He does all he could. But it might not be enough with the bomb away from Heroic. 1 minute left to play with, and a lot of uncertainty creeping over the round. You have to go down lower.
Cowes just escaped death, certain death. Nertz was walking out upper. Cowes is slinking down the vent. Could still be in trouble, but there's a trade available. The lineup is there. NQZ 1v1, loud drop. Nertz, he has the health advantage, the weapon advantage, everything in his favor, but he can't close the round. NQZ clutches up. And Pain, loud and proud, they are stealing this map away.
That is madness from NQZ. You felt like that was set in stone after they line up on that initial peak. Neither player ready to deal with the fight from Secret, and he's so low on health. NQZ, he should not be winning that versus Nertz, for crying out loud.
But we said it didn't really, or I said it didn't really matter that Nertz was going cold in this game because the other players are stepping up big. Heroic were in control of the early game. But a streak of Pain on the end of their T side, a pistol on top, and they win the conversion fight overall with now back-to-back rounds And that's after Tessus gets a 3K down secret and still loses the bomb. Couldn't do more. And neutered Nerds, 5 and 11.
You want the Rookie of the Year to be playing from last year, right? And embarrassed there after that 1v1 goes against him. That could have been the turning point round for Heroic. The kind of momentum break that puts a stop to Pain and allows them to build back into it on their T side instead. They're left clutching at straws. They come through with another force buy. I mean, that one was some slim margins, so they're looking to capitalize on it. They at least get this trade outside in the yard.
We heard him in lobby. This isn't as comfortable as you like. Your feet show pretty obviously. It's just so you hide from main. Luckily, the AWP is covering this position, so even just NQZ missing will set up the shotgun for the trade. Although this aggressive angle, this might favor Shush here. NQZ, close corner, and he misses it. Shotgun falls in, jumping the gun, but it does find a kill. AWP is out, and so is this T by the vent. Not for long.
Backstab sticks to landing, lots of damage done to the two players out in the yard. 40 seconds to get weird with it, Heroic. What do they want to do? They're going to split up. One man down towards lower. Kixan keeps roaming over in main, and that bomb's going to come back up and join him. They've got to get past Lux with this scavenged AWP in at the back of the B site, or A site rather. Lux scoped up. Looking down range, is he ready for Kixan, who's already crossed to the far side of main.
He's going to get the bomb instead.
Might catch Nikodos as he walks in. They don't know about this AWP, and they're going to learn about it the hard way. With the time ticking away from them, Kixan needs this kill, and he won't get it. Just Nikodos left, and this AWP can win the round to time. Surely Nikodos can't do this. There just isn't time for the round, and so Pain long it out.
Dude, the brotherhood of this roster, I'm loving it. The eye contact, the handshakes, everything. And this is a organization that felt like it left us with little to look at coming into this season. Off the back of Paris last time, right? Pain get cut apart. This roster, we lose so many integral pieces, we feel. Zevi went cold at Paris in their elimination match. He goes, Skulls ends up in Liquid, Hardzao in Red Canids, and Pain still put together a fighting roster with their fighting chance as they do the dirty against Heroic in an elimination game in that very stage. And it's not just Big Azera either. Relatively unimpactful as an individual in this map. Pain still sits 10-6 up. It's the other stars shining. Nissim has had a great game. NQZ has had an important clutch. Pain are giving Heroic exactly that. A prod to the side of the head. And down goes the Doz. 5v4 on an anti-eco.
AK's been scavenged and retrieved by Tesses, but not for long. Cow is on a swing out through main. They're looking to end this round out in the yard. Nerds creeps out, but a little jumpy on the Glock. Won't get that one. Kixan, good timing on this smoke push, but there's NQZ with an immediate trade. And it feels like, you know, the positioning of Pain has been fantastic in some of these rounds. The kind of trade potential that's always been open for the Pain squad. Paramount to the success so far. Wherever you're going, you feel like you're running into at least two players, but often more.
Heroic going to play more as a unit here because it's been very lurky and very, you know, wishy-washy T-side rounds right now. Slow walking, a lot of split plays.
I think one of the things that's going to be hard there is that, like, Nerds is often the guy really left to his own devices to try and cause chaos and disrupt the backline, essentially, and, like, give routes for later in the round. With him being so quiet, does that become more of a liability for Heroic?
Definitely.
Because as this T-side goes on, you're going to see him in more positions like that, where his team are all kind of in one area of the map, concentrated there. He'll be left roaming to his own devices. But with him falling so quiet here, is that going to offer up freebies to Pain?
Well, we've seen the lobby aggression punished already. And that's, you know, if we have Heroic going for 4 outside, that's where you're going to find sat back in the lobby. It almost feels like an easy thing to abuse when you look at the scoreboard and you see this Rookie of the Year, 5 and 13. Do Heroic have anything left in the tank? We had such higher expectations. They had far better results, but right now not playing to their peak. And Pain exploited that with some fantastic rounds in this map. In their pick, of course. Tessa's crossing unbeknownst, but Bigazera is in the corner. Can he escape? They've not got a Molotov to flush him out. He is in no pressure to swing from this position. He's got support as well. Where there's one, there's often more. Cowards keeps their eyes on main. Bigazera escapes and comes back up top.
Hearing that vent break gives you so many more questions than answers if you're Heroic. What does that even mean is what they're thinking right now. Has Bigazera come up or has someone else gone down? Aggression into the lobby, we said Nerds. Will he be someone that is exploited by Pain? Well there, he gives them a leg up in the round. They struggle to get past Lux and they even find...
No way.
That's timing up through the vent. Bigazera with the backstab leaves it all on Nerds. 1v2 as he starts to plug in the numbers. He's unaware where this second player is, and NQZ will surprise him. No clue where he got to in that round. And Nerds learns the hard way. Pain are running away with this, and you know, while we had a kind of back and forth start to this map, it has been no question since we've gotten into the second half. Pain putting up a great CT side. You can see why they picked this one.
It's 12 rounds to 3 for Heroic since those opening pistol and conversion rounds. Unbelievable just response from Pain. This has just not even been close. It's been clinical. They've been suffocating Heroic in every round. No clutches can be cooked up. No heroic plays. No savior in this server.
And the thing that is just so cool about it is as this has gone on, you've seen the cast around Bigazera get so much better. The depth is there. The talent is there. And over time, Pain have got to flex that. Bigazera hasn't had to do much in this game. And that round there, he had great impact going up and down the vent, constantly being a threat to Heroic out in the yard. But it's not like this is coming down to him having to bait his teammates and make some miraculous plays happen. No, they're the ones doing the heavy lifting. And so across the board, from top to bottom, Painter showing a great face here. NQZ has been so frustrating to deal with, and he's going to start this round on the AWP to the betterment of Pain. Kicksand trying to hit this timing out through the heart. NQZ's AWP just keeps finding success, and so Heroic, it could be a whimper here. They're trying to do something in this 2v4. They've got it down at even odds. Plant found, but NQZ takes up position. Ready and raring to go. He waits for Nissim to join him. Shush is going to be this first point of contact. That nade does so much damage, and now it's just Nerds. Fell down in the last 1v2 attempt. He's low on HP. And they have a great idea of where he could be, where he could have gotten to in all this time.
2 smokes.
Smoke in the heart. That leaves Nerds with only one option to try and play it out through the door. They're on the bomb, and with this rifle, oh, looking to cover. Nissim gets back in time, and so Pain with a dominant win under their belts, locking Nerds out of back-to-back clutches, and really driving home his lack of impact in this opening map. Pain leave themselves in a good spot now for the rest of the series. Mirage next, and with Pain looking like this, with the individuals showing up across the board, and it not just being a real spotlight on how well is Bigazera playing, this is a pretty terrifying spot for Heroic to find themselves
Unbelievable.
in.
I just didn't expect this kind of grit out of Pain. They look fearless, they look ferocious. If there's one thing we've learned in this major, it's to not underestimate Brazil. They've been dominant all the way throughout, but this was a statement from Pain, where, as you said, it was so great to see this team perform without Bigazera just being this like 20-4 carry. That was the opening stage. He was the highest rated player. How many games do we see Bigazera 20-4 just destroying single-handedly? He wasn't really a huge factor individually. The calls were nice on T side. They had some cool ideas. They forced Heroic into some pressure situations, but we had NQC, we had Lux performing very well. We had Nissim topping the chart. So yeah, some moments of some sparks for Heroic, but no fire in this game, and this could be a whimper. Of course, Mirage is such a better map for them. It's one where, you know, Pain are on a 3-map loss streak. They lost to the Mongols. They lose it to domestic teams as well back at home. And Heroic have got some big wins in this tournament already there. But just the level we're getting out of Pain and, you know, the lack of answers for Heroic, it does dawn the question that will this be done in 2? Will Heroic exit Copenhagen like this?
I mean, they very much could, and after that 3-0 run through the opening stage and then the win over FaZe to open up here, that would feel so underwhelming, right? Even when we saw the kind of debut of this squad at Tier 1 LAN in Katowice, they came into it very, very confident. You had interviews from Nerds before they'd even played saying that he thought they were going to do fantastic, that they were going to make a run, that they were in great shape, and they gave us reason to believe in those statements. But here, it's Flat versus Pain. On the other side of things, you know, we look at that Pain squad, we say how there was a cast around Big Azera. Nissim was head and shoulders above the rest of the pack. NQZ Zorb finding a great deal of impact down the tail end of that game as well. This is sort of the dream scoreboard if you're Big Azera. Just full faith in the rest of your squad that they can carry you through these moments.
And the coolest part about this is, like, firstly, as we said again, Big Azera bottom of the board. Just imagine when he activates. Remember, he said in that interview before the Pain game, before the Ents game, he said, guys, today I'm going to bait. And he showed it. He performed very well. But if we can see more depth from this team, not just as he leads, but as more players step up, this Pain line of this roster wasn't the names on the tip of your tongue of Brazilian CS, right? You thought, actually, some of these legacy players, the Latos, the Dumals, the Bartons, these guys who had already shown us some sparks of brilliance, but also even you look to Imperial's lineup, Decenti, No Way, these were guys who were, everyone was looking at them. They were causing a lot of upsets domestically. No Way was, you know, streaming and playing incredibly well in Gamers Club. So we were seeing really good things out of these players, you know, domestically, but this Pain team as a roster, as a unit, the way they flow together on these CT sides is such a threat right now. And not only were they underestimated in the opening stage, but I think we're still underestimating them now. Heroic probably underestimated them, and now they've got to wake up.
There's one person who I think has to wake up more than anyone else, and this is Nerds, right? Very, very clearly had a rough go at it there. As we get to Mirage, he is a guy who's put in the big positions to do the damage, to be that front runner. When you see him on T-sides even, he's often just left entirely on his own. We've had games where he's kind of dry exec in the A site, running out with self-flashes, trying to cause distractions. None of that will work. None of that will be in Kixan's arsenal if he performs like this. And so right now, Heroic, they are begging that Nerds can wake up in time for this second map.
Yeah, we're going to have to find out. They took down Eternal Fire on this very map and made them look, you know, mid, really, and that's not something we can say about Eternal Fire. They've already made the top 8, so Heroic, a 3-0 run through the opening stage, straight into elimination with a win v FaZe, and out with a whimper if they can't take their map pick after the break.
Fantasy draft time. I've got Pain's Big Azera with me. You ready to build the best team ever with a bit of the roulette wheel spinning?
Yeah, I will. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's spin that wheel. Let's see which team you are getting on this board first, and it will be, ooh, you get a bit of Brazil instantly.
Yeah. So I take Henny as an up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Henny straight away. He had an incredible performance.
Yeah.
He definitely looked very good.
He doesn't miss.
He doesn't miss.
Yeah.
You know that first time. You've experienced that. Okay. Second team, where are we rolling with? And that one will be...
Oh, gonna be a Brazilian squad.
We are getting a very Brazilian squad right now.
The lurker gonna be Keiserato.
Keiserato.
Yeah.
Great choice.
Yeah.
This is already a good team.
Yeah.
And you're only 2 in, so you're living the dream.
Or back on time, Furia, like 2021.
Many, yeah.
Yeah, Henny, Keiserato.
So let's see who you can get now. If we get Pain, I would love that. Then you could maybe put one of your teammates in, put yourself in. But
Legacy.
There's no way. There's no way.
So I will take Dumal.
Oh, okay.
I'll take Dumal.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's I don't know his role. Sometimes it's entry, sometimes it's playmaker, sometimes it's lurker. I don't know, but I would take him.
Skilled player, yeah? You like what he's got to
Yeah.
offer? Well, we have a full Brazilian roster right now.
Yeah, I need a IGL.
Yep.
Right? And
IGL
and some rifle.
Okay, some right.
Yeah.
Some right. Anything will go
Yeah.
right now. Whichever players join this team, though, they must now speak Portuguese.
Yeah.
So they've got no choice. And you'll get to have Navi.
Oh, let me see. Gonna be Alex B.
Alexi
right?
B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Nigel. I don't know the other.
Yeah, you don't know
but
which
he's
team
a
you're
good
gonna
one.
get.
I like him.
Okay, that makes sense. Get Alexi B in there. So Alexi B is now speaking Portuguese.
Yeah. Let's go, Alexi.
He speaks Finnish,
Yeah.
English, and now Portuguese in our wild world we're living
Gonna
in.
be a good challenge for him.
And who is the final piece of the puzzle you're gonna get? Oh, you know what? A Movistar Koi player can speak Portuguese. I know it's not the exact same Portuguese as you guys, but it could work.
Yeah, just Stadudo.
Stadudo, yeah.
Stadudo, I don't have, but I would take just.
Okay.
I just need now Alex B speaking Portuguese.
And you're fine.
Yeah,
this
and
is good.
I'm fine. I have a good team.
How long do you think it would take Alexi B to learn Portuguese?
I don't know, maybe 4 months.
He's very
4
smart
months.
in your book,
Yeah,
so
he's
4
smart.
months.
Yeah.
I wish I could learn a language in 4 months. That would make my life a lot easier as well. So the team is now complete.
Yeah.
We're putting them into the major. They're competing in the opening stage.
Yeah, for sure.
They go through?
Yeah.
Where? Where do you think they'll place?
Quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals?
Yeah.
Playoffs. Okay, that's
Yeah,
good.
playoffs.
You're putting them deep.
Yeah.
He's believing. I like it.
Brazilian
Yeah,
people.
exactly, of course.
I had to believe.
Nice team. Very nice team.
Yeah.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
What is going on, everybody? It's time for Fancy Draft, and this time we've got Nerds from Heroic. Great to see you, brother. Shalom, I should say.
Hello.
How are you, dude? You good?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very good, man. I'm excited. What are you going to pick based on, before we even see the team?
I think it's about, most likely, I would say about personalities.
Here we go. There's our fabled wheel, and let's get it spinning.
Okay.
Looks like we're going to start with Pain Gaming.
I would go with Biguzera.
Biguzera, and why is that?
I heard how good he is. If I'm pretty sure this is the guy they're talking about.
Like, do you think he's a funny guy or like the chill guy?
I think like he's a guy
are
that
you hoping he brings?
Like, for example, if I'm making a mistake, he's saying, guys, it's fine, let's go, let's move on. He seems like a guy like that. So yeah, I need someone like him.
We need to find him and ask him. All right, first player, Biguzera from Pain. Team number 2 is going to be, let's see. Oh, we're going straight back to Brazil. Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Staying on board with Brazil, but this time it's Imperial.
So I think I will tell you. I think I will create Brazilian team for now. I would go with Phelps. I think he's really good at taking space. He's like I think he has good initiative. You know, if he has like the feeling in himself to go somewhere, just go around him. Like the players will follow him, and I need a player like him. He has good vibes, you know.
Yeah.
So I will take this guy.
He does. He's a great guy, actually, behind the scenes as well as on the server. And you want that initiative on the server. You want that confidence.
For sure.
Okay, wicked. 2 Brazilian players so far. Now the wheel will land us on Apex. So an international roster, kind of like you guys these days.
Now they win my...
What?
Okay, it was... I thought like I want to open Brazilian team.
Oh, you wanted to just... Yeah, that would have been funny.
But I think I will buy like someone that can teach them the language, Portuguese.
Okay, yeah.
So I will bring Cacanito to my team.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and we will work with him like for half a year, between like half a year to 1 year, and like he will learn basically the language, like the Portuguese language.
Yeah, all right, so it's 3 mixtures of different players and personalities right now. We've got 2 more spots. Nert, and our 4th team that you have to pick from is Lin Vision. So we're going to a completely different part of the world now. We stayed in Brazil, then we went international. Now we're going to China.
Again, I need 2 teachers to my team for the Portuguese team. So I will go with Emilia. Beautiful name.
Beautiful name.
Yeah, I think so.
Poetic name.
Poetic, and I think like this is how I call my daughter, Emilia.
Amazing. All right, 1 final spot. It's a crazy team so far, probably the craziest team I've seen today. Nerch, now the final team that you have to pick from. Oh,
I told you.
So you're going to have 3 Brazilians.
I need 2 teachers.
Yeah.
So Cacanito and Emilia, and now I have a Brazilian team. That's what I want. So I need an AWPer.
You do need an AWPer.
I did the best roster ever. So I will bring El Presidente.
El Presidente.
Fallen. Yeah.
But then, isn't there going to be too many teachers then? Or is he going to become the teacher, the main teacher, the headmaster?
She can be the mental coach, she can be like the analyst, she can be everything, you know, like the teacher.
And you weren't tempted by like the Brazilian modern powerhouse of Que Serato at all? You knew instantly you were going to lock onto Fallen.
I'm telling you, I know personalities. Fallen is the best guy. He will teach them, you know, some Portuguese words. And he will teach them good CS. Everyone, it will combine it together. So I think this is the best team ever.
That sounds great. How do you think they'd do if they were competing at the major, GM?
I think, like, I'm not even joking. Like one of the best teams in the world. Like consistent top 3. I can have a debate with every player in the world. I will explain to him why it's gonna be the best team.
Well, Nuts, it's a monster roster, and I wish you guys a monster performance here at the major.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck, brother.
Thank you.
we got one big question on our minds. Where the hell is Nerds? One thing is for certain, Heroic are going to need him if they want this series to recover, if they want to stumble back to their feet and make it a 3-mapper after all, because right now, Pain are in fighting form as we get ready to head to Mirage, our second map. This is a map where Nerds has a big degree of responsibility on both sides, so he really can't afford to go missing in the same way. They've had a good run on it lately, have Heroic. It's been very, very kind to them. On the Pain side of things, not so bright, not so good, even domestically, some uncharacteristic L's here, but I think the thing that makes Pain exciting is that they're playing above their usual level. They're kind of on the come up. They're riding a real high right now, and so I don't even know if looking at those past statistics for Pain on this map is too valuable right now, because when a team's overperforming like this, when a team is kind of in their A game, hitting their peak, it's not quantified so much in the history. So I don't know, I find myself very, very nervous for Heroic in spite of how good this map has been for them.
It's one of those magical major runs that, you know, we see every single time in this circuit, that every step of the way they, you know, shoot above and beyond expectations and off of, you know, results. And the whole time, even back in the RMR, there was almost no expectation that Pain would get even through that, let alone the opening, let alone the elimination, let alone eliminate Heroic. But that's where they sit themselves now, only a map away from taking Heroic out of the tournament, removing 3 more Danes from Copenhagen, the only Danish crew remaining after Ecstatic go earlier on to G2. And to think it's Bigazera and his boys to do it, that's the most impressive part. This is the 3rd major for Bigazera in the Pain jersey. He's been in this team 5 years. This is his 3rd different roster at a major, and this one's looking the best yet. It's challenger stages, you know, opening stage for the other 2 teams at both Stockholm and at Paris, but here in Copenhagen, sky's the limit. It'd be one thing if that map was competitive, but it was anything but.
Yeah. Even this pistol round gets off to a very, very rough start for Heroic. They lose 2 players down in lower to open, and with that, they actually end up losing the bomb as well. One back from Nikados. I mean, the Danes really want this. As you say, last Danish core left. Other than that, you're rooting for individuals, and even where the bulk of those individuals find themselves ain't so safe for the Danes right now.
All on their own, and none of them with the bomb. B, top mid, and A. Quite a skirmish here.
Crazy that Pain have gone to fully play around it. A lot of teams would almost give the respect of, you know, letting that bomb be retrieved, knowing that Heroic would have to waste so much time in clearing this out. But Pain want to fight here and now, and 3 players staring at you down the hallway.
How do you even win that fight? And now they're coming both from the same position. Like, this is just a shooting gallery. This is a firing squad. Bullets connect in their legs and in their heads.
Vamos, porra! Vamos, caralho!
Pain, proud to represent Brazil, coming through with a pistol. The only remaining roster from their country where Furia fell, Imperial couldn't keep in it.
And, you know, Brazil never forgot what the Heroic org and what the Danes did to rob a dream run at their home major. They want to return the favor here and now as they win the pistol. Heroic, it's desperate times calling for desperate measures. Nerds donning a scout here, or Kicksound rather. Dead immediately over in middle, so that will get away from them. And that gun is a long distant memory. The one thing that they had to do anything with in this round, eliminated immediately. And so Pain look to keep it squeaky clean on the conversion. They've come into Mirage with some real weight behind these plays. Everything's been so decisive. I know we're only 2 rounds in and this was an anti-eco, so I'm not getting too ahead of myself. But in the pistol round, they fight lower, they drop the bomb, they all go flock to the bomb and play around it. They're pushing apartments and they're pushing top mid in the anti-eco. These are very ballsy ways to open up Mirage, and it's clear that Pain want to try and ride this high and just force the issue into Heroic as much as they can.
Yeah, keep them down while they are. And I love that you mention Rio, because it's not once but twice the Heroic organization and the core of Danes took down Furia on home soil, and once at the major and then at Rio as well in the playoffs last year. And wow, what a story that would be for the Brazilians to do it back to Heroic on Danish soil. We are a long way from that though. As Heroic get into their gun round, they need results and they need them immediately. They'll find 2 kills in mid. Heroic running the gauntlet. Nerds, one of the star players, one of the best Mirage players of last year, on these lurks. And look at him bottom mid T side. This rotation's being heard, but Lux lets him pass only to bite later. Still have to consider Nerds at all points in the round that he could be in window, he could be in connector, but they are flanking this bomb.
When you hear the rotate run it like that, Lux knows he's hit the golden timing. He actually pounces very early there. Almost wonder, could he have held that shot and got even more out of it, but he just takes the one while it's available. So that returns the 3-on-3. Pain still stacked too strong over in this A site. One man under Palace will get burnt out now. Nerds dead down in the bottom of mid. And this one is falling apart as Pain on their bonus round continue to keep racking them up.
They know what they're up against. The whole time they're constantly checking their back for Nerds and they're looking for him. So after Lux finds that flank frag, making everyone paranoid and turn around, he reroutes top mid to kill Nerds, to save those connector players from looking at mid, and they can crossfire the bomb coming out of ramp, which they know it is. What a great move from Lux. The talent pool in Brazil goes deep, and even though we've not seen them, this roster, make a run yet, they are really putting together a cohesive argument for one.
Nerds just needs something to bring him back into the fold. A round like this can sometimes be the perfect moment. Tech9 opens, 1 kill from him down at lower, but he's going to get chased, going to get run at. Another from Nerds. Pressure's off in rounds like these. You weren't expecting much from him anyway, so a double kill is nice, but they immediately hound down that man in bottom middle. And so if one thing's clear, Pain have come into this one with a point to prove. They want the fights. They want it to be a bloodbath. They want it to be a brawl. Kicksan dead as they swing him together. A very aggro game from Pain, and it's doing well by them thus far.
Similar to the CT side of Nuke, where it's like, not only is it that you never see a 1v1 get taken without support, but also when Heroic feel like they're in a comfortable position, they just get surrounded and choked out. Like, Big Azera's jumping out window after Nerds has killed 2 players under, and they're swinging him con. Like, Pain will throw everything they've got at Heroic. Ready to be doubted, ready to be eliminated, but they're not ready at all. 4-0 lead on Heroic's map pick with Nuke dominantly in their pocket. Nothing short of impressive for Pain. Look at the aggression again. Big Azera. The Brazilian donk does it dirty up top mid. NQZ even attempted an underpick with the AWP. He will miss his shot, and Nerds does a lot of damage, but Shush cannot escape the scope. Nika does out ramp. On with him as well. Meanwhile, B-Fake coming in. They don't need to make noise on this A side, but they are crossing into the waiting arms of Nissim, who hits his. Kixon can get a plant. He may as well take it. Oh, he wants to go around the world. He knows he slipped the net for a B play, but Nerds is not safe as they flank him in apartments. Kixon is all that remains. 1 on 5, and he's got nades in hand. 5-0 for Pain Gaming. Apocalyptic result if this were to be a 2-0 over Heroic with the form we've seen from this new squad. An explosive debut at Katowice. and a clean run themselves through the EU Open qualifier. They had to earn this spot in Copenhagen, and they've done that every step of the way. 3-0 opening stage, defeating FaZe in a BO1. And now these plucky young Brazilians are here to pack a punch.
Yeah, they really are. And I don't know, just the way that they're playing, there's so much gumption, there's so much aggression in all of these moves. You know that right now, Bigazera knows he's in the head of Heroic, and that Heroic don't have, they haven't demonstrated, at least yet, that ability to kind of dust themselves down and pick themselves back up. And so they're looking to keep Heroic down and out of this game. Every move, there's so much intent, there's so much room looking to get taken by Pain at the start of these rounds. They want you to feel claustrophobic. They want you to feel boxed in, like you don't have any moves to make. They've done a great job of making Heroic feel that burn thus far. Even in this round, look at the aggro move that Pain are making, pushing NQZ all the way through the Palace position. And so that allows them to take this gamble, a heavy lean. Oh, just ignore that. Don't bother boosting window anymore. That could have been a way to try and disrupt the backline instead. It's just going to keep Bigazera floating around at the murder hole for a little bit longer.
Oh, the aggression punished. Nerds getting something on a lurk finally. That might draw a second player over to the B site. Bigazera's begun a rotation. He's still holding. The timing is everything. Kicks and crosses. He saw him. And he knows that's one-way info, so he risks going back through the murder hole and finding exactly that. There's still a player in the Palace. NQZ's orb raining down. This bomb has to cross. There's plenty of time. NQZ may only play the retake, but it's the last position they expect.
If anything, him taking so long is only going to make them discount this more and more, and so that kill's free. That's in over towards ramp. Nikodos trapped on the site, is just caught in the open by Bigazera. And Nerds even tagging him down in the molly. They know where he is now. They know where he's got to. And so everyone's looking at him as they come in for this retake. Nerds flashed off the angle and can't take this fight. Never even given the chance to play the 1-on-3. The Newton Nerds continues to struggle to ever get going here. That last map, by the way, I was just crunching the numbers on it. That was his 5th worst map ever. Wow. So one of his worst performances at such a crucial juncture. And now they're doing a great job of keeping that pressure on and getting in his head even more. That's like one of the most brutal ways to have lost a 1v3. You never even get the chance to play it.
Shockingly strong for Pain. Heroic feeling like a deer in headlights right now, frozen, just waiting for the crash. Can they get off the road in time? Second pause used. As the rounds keep on slipping by. A bomb plant allows rifles once again. There's no orb for Nikodos. Bigazera back to his winning ways, 12-2. Bottom frag last map, didn't matter. He is well and truly in control at the moment. He keeps rushing window and sending it up mid. It's only Tessa's there this time, and Bigazera goes under. Look at the amount of real estate he's cleared. He won't commit. He won't know it's going to be a full AA execute, but the smokes will make that clear.
Map 1 Pain were pretty respectful of Heroic. They were willing to pay their dues, but on this one, it's a whole different beast. Bigazera is playing on intuition, and intuition alone, and it's doing so well by him. He wants to take as many fights as he can, and with good reason at 14-2 from your captain. If that doesn't inspire the rest of the squad, if that doesn't get the blood pumping, then nothing will. And for Pain, they can feel that it's their time. Immediate trade on Tesses, and so Nikodos, you've got a whole minute to just sit there and think about how impossible this 1v4 is and how dire this situation is that Heroic find themselves in. There's nothing worse than this. You lose the round so dominantly, so quickly, that you just have to sit there in dead silence, watching someone save an AK.
I can't believe that Bigazera flashes himself under for the kill, clears the stairs and still gets a double denial of the entry out A. They run through a palace smoke. This is getting desperate for Heroic.
And coming into this was a map they hadn't lost at the major so far. They won it both times it's cropped up, had Heroic. There'd been no positive signs for Pain on Mirage, not even domestically. It feels like Heroic are just capitulating, crumbling under the pressure of an elimination game that, after their results in the opening stage, after their first match in the elimination stage, you didn't even envision them being in this spot.
Okay, maybe this is something on the fade. Crosshair wrong place. Nerds with a trade, and Nikodos hits a massive deagle onto the top-performing Biguzera. They're not ready for this, I can tell you that. Kawes cornered in connector, waits for Nerds to walk right past. And he's going to get exactly what he wants. He won't take one.
Oh,
he wants the whole thing, the whole round, and he might have found it. Tess is spotted. There's a cross. Lux allows for the kill, but he will put Shush on 1 point of health. No bomb, no gun, no chance, no Heroic.
Vamos, caralho! Vamos, porra!
Deus está
Unbelievable. How do you let two players pass? That is
dude, the balls
unreal.
to go for that from Kawes, like knowing that that was the round right there. If they turn around, if they check for him, that's it, round's done. Hope of winning, it's over. Doesn't just take the one kill while he's got it. He milks that for all it's worth. And you know, if you're Biguzera there, you're watching on with a big smile on your face, man. Like even considering how this tournament started for Kawes, second bottom-rated player in the opening stage heading into their later games as we got into the BO3s. You just saw the guy who has been struggling in this roster make an insanely confident, ballsy play that wins you the round. Biguzera can tell his team have never been in a form like this. They've never been in a place like this where they're feeling this level of confidence across the board, across the roster. And now you have Biguzera showing up as well. For Pain, it feels like the sky's the limit in this BO3. And maybe even for the whole elimination stage.
I just don't think, even if Heroic finds some rounds here towards the end of the half, pick up some confidence, pick up some reason to believe again, I don't think Pain are going to stop in this oppressive style, this constant map control getting taken, double ramp push. I mean, every round has a new decision, a new path,
exactly,
and a new answer.
If you're Kickstand, this feels almost impossible because it's like, this isn't the team you research. This isn't the plays you've seen them make on this map before. Because as mentioned, they're playing on Biguzera's say-so, and his level of kind of intuition and read of the game is fantastic. That's how he does so well in these. It's not like he's just some raw mechanical player. He's got the big picture in mind at all times. And even in this round now, full T-spawn wrap. Well, that's going to start freeing up players to rotate over to B, and so Heroic, that means they're walking right in to Pain's hands. That one kill to NQZ could spice things up. Kawes back at the site, can't deal with the split up through short, and so now Biguzera on this wrap round. All the pressure falls to him. Gets here in good timing. Gets here in great timing. They won't be ready for this, and he's got one kill offered up for free. Shush caught. Now the element of surprise is gone. Nerds is still a long way away, and his teammates are both low and dealt with over on short. Now's the time, Nerds. Now's the time for redemption. It's now or never. Smoke on the bomb. Nerds plays right into their hands with the swing, and he can't deal with Biguzera. Flying high for Pain right now. And the flawless scoreline kept up as Nerds is locked out of the clutch.
And that's all they needed. They set him up for it, for success, for where he does his best work, closing the rounds. A 1v2, the bomb in his position. Everyone's so low, you could feel that 2v4 materializing. And what a perfect bait for the trade. Biguzera. His team hang on his every word. 17-3, yet to concede a round on Mirage. Heroic's map pick and abolished.
Look at it, look at the confidence.
The knives are out, they're just getting kerfuffled. Getting shaken.
This is like the Nerds bread and butter round. This is the Nerds standard. The chow mein, the egg fried rice. It's everything. It's all the basics. Chips and curry sauce. This is his sort of round. Walking out through the ramp. He gets all the way to the sandwich.
Beans on bloody toast.
So this is where he's got to do something. He's got to find something for Heroic. These are the rounds he likes to play. And up close, he will deal with Nissim. First kill found.
Good molly as well. He's going to cut out the CT player who wants to get aggressive with that smoke. Cow is forced over, but they have not seen nor heard. They find out the hard way as Cowes takes 2 with him. Nika does, delayed, and soon to be denied. He can hit a quick shot, but that bomb is too far gone, and so is the round. Double digits, yet to drop the ball once.
And now for Heroic, the whole nature of this game changes. It's no longer, let's try get it to a third. Now it's, let's not get 13-0'd. Let's not be sent out from the major without getting a single round on our map pick. And that's not the winning mentality. I don't have to tell you that. They should never have got here, but Vigazera is undeniable. This Pain squad, undeniable.
And that's a 3rd roster. We said Pain were done after Paris. They lost their best players. They lost their firepower trio. They found a new one. And Vigazera better every single major. Nissim falls first. Heroic needs something. They need anything. An entry kill and space taken, but Pain will not relent.
These can sometimes be the hardest rounds to put away, right? Your opponent really just lets it all hang out, lets it all loose. Heroic play this one like they've got nothing to lose, and at this point, they don't. Here they are. Trying to get set up in post plants. Cowes closing the gap, and he's just coming to his own as we've hit this second map as Cowes starts with that insane trigger discipline round over in the connector, and he's kept the ball rolling ever since. NQZ not missing a beat. Shush over in Palace, spotted and spammed out. It's just Tesses left up all alone. Gets them off the bomb, but has to do more. They're chasing him down. Someone needs the defuse. Cowes is on it. Will Vigazera be able to cover? He will. Pain keep racking them up, stacking them up. 11-0, no hope left for Heroic.
Unbelievable performance. And what a devastating way to be eliminated from the major. It hasn't happened yet, but it does feel inevitable, indefendable for Heroic. A 5v4 post plant in every position, every crossfire, they cannot close. 1 B hit in the entire half, and even that was set up to succeed. Pain 2v4'd them. Last round of the CT side. Maybe penultimate round of the match. Pain with a statement, do not underestimate us. And maybe even a favorite for the 2-2 match for the playoff qualification tomorrow. For their job is only just beginning.
And the thing that's so awkward is right as Pain are playing their best level, their highest level, their most aggressive, in-your-face brand of Counter-Strike. Heroic can't even do what they usually do. The frequent options aren't open. The usual plays aren't working. It's an all-in shutdown of Heroic. Burnt out is Kixan, and it's just Nikados trying to deny the inevitable, trying to stop that dreaded 0-12 heading into the second half. And there's no way! Vigazera!
21-4, it's the opening stage all over again. 21 kills, 4 deaths on the captain of Pain Gaming, and his merry men are right behind him. Vigazera's boys, Vigazera's bandits. And they are robbing Heroic. Fair and square.
Spent his whole career in this team, his whole time playing, and over that time, led squads to the major. Picked apart after Paris. You felt like it was done. This was meant to be his toughest challenge yet. But he has risen to the occasion as an individual. He has brought the best out of this team. The sum greater than the individual parts for Pain.
Look at that score. You do not see one-man carries in Counter-Strike like this. Not often. Vigazera, it's just another day. and against some of the world's best, against European competition the entire time. No asterisks, no caveat on the pain run, no question. They have been underdog in near every game they've faced, and now they make that statement, 12-0. Can they close it?
That's what they want now. They don't want to say that they just eliminated Heroic. They want to say they embarrassed Heroic. They ruined Heroic. In this pistol, at least, Heroic have showing up with something, a flawless pistol round.
That's a smile enough.
You smile here because it's like, well, at least we didn't get 13-0'd. But really, that's the only consolation prize you've got if you're Heroic.
It's something, it's anything. They've had no reason to celebrate, no success in their pick. And a brief delay before what feels to be inevitable. The Pain take an eco at 12-1, I wonder. You're goddamn right they do.
Yeah, you know, just play to get it over and done with the rifles. Get them out as soon as you can.
Yeah,
Pain
I like
don't
this.
feel
Don't
any
waste
pressure.
this time. Just get in the next... Okay, they're wasting the time. They're dragging it out. Are they going to run 5 Palace, 4B, Plant A? If Heroic fall for it, that will be hilarious.
Because Eric said, there's other ways to embarrass Heroic. Check this out. And now he's called for the infamous 4B, I plant A strategy. You've seen this one before.
Ooh.
Missed Molly for Tesses, far from ideal, but should be able to contain the Glocks. They lose Kicksand. That's going to start pulling, rotates away, but Shush denies the bomb plant. And so there we go. Couple more rounds for Heroic, I guess. But this one, it's a Pain victory teed up, locked, loaded, and ready to go. They play with Glocks there so they could bring the rifles out straight away. This is still looking to be one of the most dominant wins in the major so far.
Absolutely. And at the most integral stage. In a 1-2 game, rather. With more to do. So much more for Heroic. Nothing to lose. They run up top mid. They invite themselves to the fight. Pain show 2 rifles, no commitment for the Danes. Nerds gets out. Pain come under. Smoke swapped. Bigazera gets connector. Bigazera v Nerds. I know who my money's on.
Awkward timing, but Nikolas will bail him out. At least deal with the rather large threat of Bigazera playing through that con smoke. Only scary thing about Heroic is they now feel like a team with nothing left to lose.
There's a gap, but sooner the better for Nissim. That con smoke will fade and leave him open to 2 players. Tesses, dry fight succeeds. Nerds, Nikolas set up to succeed as well, and they find this round clean and easy. Kawes hoping for a kill on the way out. He'll get that, but no more.
And even if every single individual recovers for Heroic, they're never going to be one massive play from Bigazera away from elimination. That's the scary thing here. Even if in a few minutes' time, everyone on Heroic is feeling at 100% confidence, 100% faith that they've got this, sometimes it's just out of your hands when you're up against someone like a Bigazera. And so that threat will never go away. A mammoth task ahead of them. 9 more rounds in a row would be needed. They have to go flawless themselves on the CT side.
Yeah.
So we won't entertain it yet. Instead, just feels like Pain have to find that one round, that one recipe.
And these ecos are such a nice way to do it as well, because you really can just let yourself off the leash. Run through a smoke. Push a Molotov. Jump round a corner. Pain blocked at the B site. They lose their quick mid split from Big Uzera. That drawing board is dragged out. Gotta admire how passive Heroic are able to play. Trigger fingers itching. No hurry to get these antis over the line. I say that Nikodos jumps out the window, gives them a gun, they get back in.
Weapon retrieve for Cowers, and they hear him moving around. They know that he's threading the needle through the backline. Nert's got to keep his wits about him here. He's in danger of getting pincered over in the connector, and Cowers will pick that kill up with the pistols. They've battled their way into a 3-on-3. This mini comeback for Heroic might be exactly that.
Too late.
Molly comes out too late and not in the right spot. NQZ allowed to get that bomb planted. No denial. It might just be the pistols finding it for Pain Gaming unless a hero can emerge. Double kill out of Shush. And that leaves it all on Cowers, the one who got the ball rolling. The man who sat bottom of the board for Pain Gaming.
Good grenade.
Now the one to try and take it over the line and send Heroic out of the tournament, but Shush with the stick will safeguard that round. And a good time for Shush to come alive there and stop them from falling down to the pistols of Pain.
Yeah, some overswings there in the post one, right? That Tech 9 on Tetris going out into the open. Could have played off the rifle up close, but it's, you know, you want to believe it won't matter at this point. I can't believe Nikodos does that. Just jumps up into the window. But crisis averted for one more round for Heroic. Tesses, he's done all he can really in the series. It's felt like he was the only one really performing on Nuke. And that feels the same, but can the rest of these Warriors warm up? Ooh.
Ooh, you don't want to start to get the old trembly hands here if you're Pain.
You want to call it now? 12-12?
Every bone in my body says no. But, you know...
What about your gut?
Oh, dude, it's the pressure of this situation. Getting that last round is deceptively hard. I still want to think that Pain have got this in the bag. Maybe they're feeling the same way, and sometimes that can be a threat onto itself. You saw that earlier on in the G2 Ecstatic game. Admittedly, not as great a lead. So Pain slow it right down.
It's the match point aspect. It's so tantalizing knowing that you can just push it over the line.
And they played a very aggressive game so far, one where they were really just trying to KO Heroic. So going back to this slower, more methodical style is a hard thing to do. NQZ and Lux are both farmed up in at ramp. Cowers once again trying to be the spark that ignites this final round for Pain Gaming. With only 25 seconds left in a 2v4. Wait, the molly just burnt out Nerds. I don't know what just happened there. That's given them a bit of a leg up. There's still this backstab coming in from Kicksan. That's the thing that should safeguard the round. Cowers plants the bomb. Kicksan won't get there to deny it in time. And so Big Azera, 1v3, mollied in Palace and spammed out by Tesses. Heroic maintain control over the CT side.
Heroic are making it look like it's not a 12-5 game. They're making it look like it's just a normal match right now. They're playing off each other very nicely. The communication looks to be flowing. That reset of switching sides has definitely helped them a lot. Nikodos hitting his shots. Kicksan very active, getting these flanks. And like we've said the whole way through, Heroic have nothing to lose but faith. First timeout for Pain.
If you're Heroic and you see them calling in their first timeout, there's that part of you that's like, they are feeling the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing a little slower. They're playing a little more cautious. And, you know, it's a sign of the times. You also don't want to overdo it with a hyper-aggressive round, but it's only CT rounds in this match. That is insanity. It feels different. It feels wrong when you see it like that. Mirage.
We're only one crazy big Azera round away from having this over and done with. But if that round never materializes...
5 deaths in a row with no kills in this half. Ikados hits his opener. But contact out ramp. This could be nice. There's a back turn. It's a good off angle, but just finds nothing. Nerds is still looking at Palace right now. They're on the Tetris. He is almost open for the taking. Did they spot him? It doesn't look like it. They might just creep right past with absolutely no knowledge. His paranoia of the Palace unfounded. Nerds can end this round here and now. The longer he waits, the less they expect. Nerds sees one in his crosshair. Ready to take the kill and then swing for more. There's one. Nerds ending it, looking for 6. And it should be easy for Heroic now. Only Nissim in mid. Dinked. And soon to be dead. Step by step, Heroic walk that treacherous path.
And there's this little voice inside of you if you're Heroic, and you're saying, oh, are we about to do one of the greatest comebacks ever? Still a ways away from making it happen, but you were dead on in that last round where you said the communication is flowing, the individuals are stepping up, they're all on the same page for once, instead of being this disjointed mess that Pain were able to make them crumble into in that first half. This was the Heroic you paid to see. And if anything, I think it's going to make it hurt more if it comes up against them, because then you're going to be left with this feeling of, man, what if we were just doing this but a little bit sooner? What if we brought our A game to Mirage a little bit sooner? Because waiting till your opponent has 12 before showing up to play is certainly a bold strategy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that one pays off. It's forced to save.
That's now 6 in a row on this CT side.
That's now 18 in a row on CT sides.
Pain are clearly nervous.
Yeah, they definitely are. Like, we're seeing a real slowdown on this T side.
And this is where, you know, the lack of experience in these high-pressure games can cost you.
You want to talk about Pain having trouble closing the game, all you have to do is look to last night against the Mongols, right? That 12-10 round with a 2v4 going back against them. The 12-11 round where they miss a shot on a defuse. They still closed it in overtime, but it took some time. That should have been a locked-out game for Pain. And they had trouble ending it, Harry. Now, not to say I expected an issue here, but can Pain put it to bed? Can they do what they're meant to?
We've had this recovery from all the Danes. Nikodos, Shush, and Tesses looking good across the last few rounds. Nerds slowly but surely finding his form again. Said it earlier on, had his 5th worst rated game or map ever in that previous of Nuke. He was a non-factor. Looked like it was going to be more of the same here.
Oh, that could have been a huge opening kill. There's only a minute on the clock and there's almost no util. They really would have liked a 5v4. They read the nade well and avoid it. And maybe this tempts them to boost up knowing Tessus is low, but we still have that AWP back on B and a rotation coming towards the A side. 3 strong on this site. Cowers in Palace. And info getting gained on A as Heroic shuffle up the defense. Or Nertz's position is pivotal. Can't give a gun away for nothing.
Oh god, not with Nikodos dying either. They line up for Nerds. So a nice free double kill down in Connector and the bomb at his feet. He's looking to safeguard it.
Wow.
And he won't let Pain Gaming in. It's just Lux left up in this one. The Deagle shut down by Nerds as he goes on a tear. 4 kills. Heroic, are they really doing this? Are they really trying this?
One step at a time. One by one.
That's how they have to take it, but they're making a very compelling case right now. Pain do not want to be remembered as the team that had the 12-0, ready to eliminate Heroic, and then let it slip away from them.
Yeah, that just opens up a 3rd map, right? That just opens up more play in this series. And that would be, well, you called 13-0 the most devastating loss, but this would be the most devastating loss. We are still not quite there.
I mean, it's a 5-round game now, and every single time Pain are losing, they're down to pistols, they're relegated down to hero guns. Like, each one of these rounds is hitting like a 2-for-1, especially with the lack of bomb plants. And so Heroic, They feel like they can do this.
Yeah, it's not like these rounds are close, that's a thing.
Big Azera's been beat up early on over in middle. He's now low on health. He's been one of these hero figures, but even he struggled to get it going on the T side. Kicksan up close, bottom of the board, and that jump, that could have been everything. That could have been the opener. Instead, Kicksan comes out with the reply. They deal with Lux up through short. NQZ, Big Azera, 2v4, and worlds apart as Big Azera sets his sight on the flank to try win the game. He's cooking something here, but Shush will read it. Shush will deal with him.
Got to save.
And NQZ is relegated to the sidelines.
That is now 8 rounds in a row where Big Azera has not gotten a kill. He was pivotal. He was unstoppable on the CT side. He was running towards Heroic fearlessly.
Pain need another pause. They need to kind of mentally bring themselves back into this because they're going through the motions. They're playing this slow game, playing in a Heroic's hands. They're not winning any of the openers. It feels like they're all freaking out that they are actually going to lose this. And if that's how you're feeling, if that's what you're thinking, that will reflect in how you play. As we said, Heroic have got nothing left to lose, man. Sure, it's elimination on the line, but at the 0-12 down, it's like, well, what else do we do but try? Let's just play our A game, do our thing, try get on the same page for once. And now they are believing that they could do this unthinkable task of 0-12 down.
Yeah, with every round Heroic get, that seesaw only weighs further in their direction. It picks Pain up off of the ground and it puts Heroic firmly on their feet.
Even saving the AWP here puts you in like a bit of a weird spot. You're going to be partial buying around it, so you know you at least have some legs to stand on here. And I hope this is that Pain pause. It's not. They play on.
It's only pistols around the AWP, so got to set up NQZ, give him a boost, maybe a top mid, let him go for a spawn-based pick, whatever he's feeling right now. He needs to just go for that opening kill. He's going to look towards B. It's been Kicksan jumping here a while. They know that, but Kicksan, these are very safe jumps. Using his technique effectively to avoid dying early, and he won't shoot the AWP blindly, not wanting to give away that information. Meanwhile, we have an A execute, if you can call it that. It's a couple of smokes, it's a flash, but might even get them a bomb plant, to be honest. Heroic are playing very passive on the bomb site.
Big Azera is the experienced man in this Pain squad, and so I am expecting that if anyone can save them, it's got to be him. Cowers has been trying. He's been trying his damnedest, man, across these last few rounds, but it's Big Azera who's gone missing, and so he needs something.
Good smokes.
From the veteran player. Nissim opens on the Deagle. This is one of the best spots that Pain have been in, and it's on a D ground. But they won't get in with that bomb yet. They won't get that bomb planted yet. Shush deals with them from the spawn. They try to close in on him. They try to pressure him, but Shush is not feeling that pressure yet. Finally deked back from Lux, and now it's just this hero AWP saved from the last round on the back of NQZ to try and give it a go. Plants available, but even the window on that is swiftly closing as Kicksan moves up through the spawn. NQZ's a dead man, shot in the side. A 3-round game now. Heroic are still closing this gap. They are trying to do the unthinkable, and we just have to sit here and watch.
This hurts. I feel like Pain just aren't on the same page in that call, right? They get full smokes down. Short Shush is putting pressure on, but he puts that mid-site smoke, which if anything gives room for Pain to get a plant. They get the bomb all the way up to triple. They don't take it. They fight, and they get isolated into 1v1s by Shush, who plays that to perfection. Don't get me wrong. But Pain, that round needed to be more. That had the potential for more with a player out backside, with a smoke giving them room. They won't take the better option. They will take a timeout. They need it. Absolutely frazzled as Heroic pull the comeback of dreams. If you're just joining us, this was a 12-0 CT side for Pain. Heroic are replicating.
It just shouldn't be happening like this,
I've never seen this before.
It shouldn't have, like this. This would take the cake for all-time choke if it happens.
Yeah.
And that's what's running through Pain's mind right now. They're all thinking it. No one wants to say it. Maybe they should, just to clear the air.
Laugh it off. If they can close it now, danger on the ramp. Shush gives it up. There's an AWP that connects, a double kill. Cowiz comes in. They're going to chase down this AWP. Stuck under Palace. Nikodos fights out the king of the castle on top now. Nissim smokes himself. He can't punish. And Nikodos is given a second chance.
Bigazera. Look on the minimap. He's trying to make the play that wins the game right now. Running it through B. They've fully taken Heroic out of the site. If Bigazera can maintain control of the B site till that bomb gets there, Pain are in their best spot yet.
They got to go.
Best chance yet. The bomb's moving in on the back of NQZ.
Run.
Bigazera holding the fort. Heroic have pieced together what is happening here.
There's still a lurk on ramp. This could be really, really awkward. Where if this ramp timing comes in too late, they're going to quickly get that bomb down and go for more peaks. Bigazera.
This is for all the marbles, man. This is for everything. Bigazera, back of the site. Good place for him. Good space for him. Nails that trade at least, but it sacrifices NQZ. Nissim nowhere to be found yet, and with Bigazera dead, if they get on that bomb, Nissim will not get there in time. But they clear the site. They've got no idea. They don't expect this. Now Nikodos is on the angle, just looks away. Nissim's coming through. Oh, he's going to get them off the bomb. Just has Nikodos left to find. This could be it. They might save themselves. And with a missed shot from Nikodos, the comeback stopped in its tracks. And Heroic are done.
They said come to Brazil, but instead Brazil arrives to Copenhagen and not just qualifies, but displays quality against European CS. Pain aren't just here to earn more regional spots. They're here for the playoffs, and now at 2-2, they sit right away, one win from that top 8. For Heroic, it will be a question of what if, what could that game have been?
Yeah, it could have been so much for the Danes, for Heroic. A slow start from Nerds, one that he was never able to break free of. And it wasn't until the scoreline read 12-0 that they even showed up to play in this series. And they had us right there. They strung us along the whole time, but they weren't able to do good on a 12-0 finish. And so that's how it comes undone for Heroic. They attempted the impossible, and they came up short. For Pain, I don't think that team has ever breathed quite the same sigh of relief. We were all sat here thinking it. We were all thinking, oh my God, they're actually going to lose this. But credit to Bigazera. We said it had to be him to kind of step up and reorganize the pieces to bring everyone back into a game that was rapidly building to be one of the most memorable chokes ever. And he cooks up the perfect one in that last round. They fall for the A play. Bigazera opens up the route into that B site, and so what a glorious last-minute save from Pain to stop that going to overtime.
That's the only way you can look at it, really. And commiserations to Heroic, who, of course, eliminated the last Danish core gone from Copenhagen. And what a sad way, because I feel like we all, especially after that comeback, we know that's not the level that Heroic have brought to this event. They've actually played far better. They ran through clean on the opening stage. They defeated Eternal Fire dominantly. They opened Elimination by dropping FaZe as well. Like, we know this Heroic team could be a top 8 team, but with a start so slow on their map pick, with the whole team being absent on Nuke, this was never going to happen, not at 1-2. So commiserations to Heroic. They play a great tournament, but this major is not for them.
Yeah, you know, I don't care how fast you are. If the starting gun's already gone off and you've gotten lapped and then you decide to get going, you were always going to have a rough time, right? Credit to Nissim as well in this final round. Like,
what a way
in box on the 1v2 that wins it. It was Bigazera's call, but it's Nissim to actually style it out in the clutch. And so talk about, you know, proving yourself in the heat of battle there.
He plays that so late, it almost feels like it's going to go wrong. And that's 9 rounds. On those 9 rounds, by the way, Bigazera does not get a kill after he goes 21-4 in the first half. And then he gets the 1 kill, he gets the read, he gets the open bomb site. And Nissim, him and Bigazera, the first and the 6th rated player of the opening stage, come through with a closing clutch.
And you might never see this again. A 22-round game where there is 1 T-side round, and it's that round that wins it.
That was an entertaining game. We've got to give it to Pain. Like, they gave us something to talk about. A 13-0 is fun. But man, that one delivered just as well, I think.
Oh, hands down. You know, I'm very, very glad that they were able to bring it all back home in the end. And now they get to keep battling through it 2-2, right? Commiserations to Heroic, who nearly landed some sick comeback. But yeah, we're actually going to hear from Heroic and how they felt about that one. We got Kicksan standing by.
Thank you, Hugo and Harry. I've got Kicksan with me here, and these kind of games are always tough, right? And especially for you guys who'd been on quite a good set of performance, even just coming into the major. This series, though, I'm just going to have to start on this Mirage. To go down 12-0 at that point, were you feeling extra pressure? Were you feeling that stress? What was going through your minds?
Maybe we felt a little bit of pressure, but still, in my opinion, it shouldn't go 12-0 because it's our pick, our best map. So, yeah, I think they just got the first few rounds and then they got a lot of momentum and it was hard for us to adapt to their playstyle. So, yeah, they played great and that's it.
And looking at their playstyle, was it so much more different than what you expected? Because it felt and it looked like to us, the Big Zero was just kind of playing off his own feeling and pushing you guys non-stop and you really couldn't get anything going.
Yeah, I think usually they don't play like this, but I think after winning the first map and getting a good start on the second one gave them a lot of confidence. So obviously they will keep doing the things that are working for them. And it was hard for us to adapt to that playstyle, as already said. So it was a rough half.
And even on the Nuke, right, it did seem at times that maybe you guys were playing a bit scared against them, which was giving them opportunities. Did you feel that at all?
Yeah, we played a lot of advantage situations in a wrong way. We had 4v2, 5v4s, and a lot of situations like that. And I felt like we had a good game plan. Like all the time we knew where they are. We just couldn't get the kills and the rounds. But we had a good understanding of how they're playing.
And what does it feel like right now to go from how you played in the opening stage where we were so excited, we were so impressed with what Heroic had to offer, and then come through like this, obviously even like the overtime game against Cole? Is this very disappointing for the standards you set yourself and how you wanted to play here?
Yeah, obviously it's disappointing, especially after that great performances in the opening stage and then the Legends stage we started with a win against FaZe. So obviously the expectations were bigger, but it is what it is. We just have to keep going and we'll be back for the next tournament.
And in terms of that, we've been very positive about what you've shown. We've been very positive about what this new Heroic looks like. Is this just a kind of telling sign of what you need to work on and where you're not at?
Yeah, I think we will learn a lot from these few games that we lost here. We already know where the mistakes are, and we will just try to work on them and fix them for the next time.
That's what it's about, Kixon. Thank you very much for your words. Harry, Hugo, back to you.
Yeah, I actually really like that interview out of Kickstand. You know, always a class act, and I think I share in his feeling, like the disappointment and the idea that, you know, they know what they did wrong. They know where the mistakes were. I believe him when he says it because I don't think these were some like tiny, you know, micro differences. It didn't feel like this was Heroic's time, and I hope that they do go away and now kind of look over what happened to lead to this point after such a strong start, after beating FaZe in the opening round of the elimination stage. It felt like it was right there for the taking, and then at the first sign of issues, at the first sign of a setback, this Heroic squad just immediately plummeted.
Yeah, I hope this isn't this game. I fear it will be, but I hope this game isn't the takeaway for this Heroic team, because I feel like they've been one of the brightest sparks coming into this season and one of the best debuts from a new roster with their run at Katowice and some of the wins they took there, and coming into this major the way they got here. I think that's the best part about this Heroic. They looked so strong so quickly, and I hope they do keep that up, because yeah, sure, 12-0 sucks, but, you know, at the end of the day, that happens in MR12, and look how quickly it happened. It felt like Heroic were just being flooded in that map. So, I mean, amazing game from Pain. I want to hear what they have to say.
I got Big Yazer with me after what was more than an impressive game out of you guys. I want to just cast your mind back, right, to that Mongols game where it looked like you were not going to win because them two very crucial rounds didn't go your way. And then you come into this against Heroic, which is on paper arguably a much better team. Nuke, we know you're good for. But this Mirage, 12-0. And it wasn't how you normally play. So what were you calling? What were you doing?
I have to say, before the game, we changed some things. Yeah, and I told for them, guys, let's fight mid. If I go mid, the A guy is missing. I told him, go mid with me, just bait me. But I was so insane on mid. So yeah, we are just fighting mid and let's go. If it's A, guys, let's go. Everyone go A and flash for the friend and this kind of stuff, you know.
And you guys were on an absolute tear. The communication was good, the individual performances was good as well. But then they started to claw back some rounds, and it was basically a half of just a lot of CT rounds, and you only needed one. Were you starting to get nervous? Were you starting to think of any maybe negative thoughts coming to your head? What was the mood like in the team?
Yeah, we were like I think, afraid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to say, because 12-0 and it's coming round after rounds, and we are getting like fear, you know. And I was every moment saying to them, guys, let's go up, let's. Yeah, we were like that. Yeah, we were like that. Let's go.
Yeah, and then that's what we were seeing. It was more than let's go, though. I want to look at this as a thing, because not many teams can change the way you do and then play together straight like that, where you said you tried to change it just going into this map, and it seemed to throw Heroic completely off. Why is it that you can do this and still play so well? Because normally you'd see more mistakes than you would see success from something like this.
I don't know. I think everyone here trusts each other, so I think that's a key. And I don't know. I think the boys just believe a lot on me, and I think it helps a lot for me.
Now, we're not quite sure who you would play going into the matchup tomorrow, right? But that would be the final chance, your goal to get to the playoffs, which would be insane and so impressive to be able to achieve. No matter who you play, though, how much would it mean to you to be able to achieve that and get to playoffs?
Means a lot, a lot, a lot. I never imagined to be right here, right now, and have a chance tomorrow is so huge for me. I have no words.
You don't care who you face?
I don't care.
You're just going to do the same again? Yeah. Do what you do best?
Yeah, I will. We.
Well, thank you very much for your time, man. A great performance here. Good luck tomorrow. Hugo and Harry, it seems to be the Pain way.
Wow, what a great interview from Big Azera. I absolutely love that guy. Nice guy. Firstly, just a humble king. He just seems like genuinely surprised that he's so sick. I like that he admits that they were scared of the comeback. But I really love that interview. You know, it's great that the team believe in him, because they really should. You know, he's looking to make the deepest run he ever has. He's looking to bring a new look Pain roster there after you thought their time in the sun was over. And on top of that, he's doing it all while being this instrumental piece. And now he's got the whole weight of the region, of the nation on him, right? Brazil looking on. This guy is proven to be the new face of leadership down in Brazil, which is just a crazy sentiment. I don't know if that's even fully dawned on Big Azera yet, just how many hopes they're carrying with them as they try to battle through to the playoffs.
Sure, Brazil got a lot of teams into this major, but can you imagine the Pain would be sat here at 2-2 right now, whereas we say goodbye to, you know, Coldzera in Legacy and Fallen and Furia and Imperial as well, all gone. Like, the way that Pain have done this against EU opposition, I think that's another, again, as we said it in the cast, a really important takeaway, which is the matchups they've had. Even though they haven't necessarily played all the tier 1 teams and proven rosters, they've been playing EU teams the whole way through. And what do we love to say? We love to say that EU is the best region. Well, Pain right now are punching above their weight. And I think no matter who they play tomorrow, they're going to give them a run for the money. Those 2-2 matchups are going to be brutal, Harry. G2 confirmed there. FaZe confirmed there. Pain will join them. And the teams on your left side, Imperial, Ecstatic, Heroic, all go home empty-handed.
Yeah, brutal day. It always is as we start saying goodbye to squads. But I don't know, man. I'm still caught up in the majesty of Big Azera, this game, and how sick this all is. Dude, I don't know. I really hope Pain finds success tomorrow. I would really love for them to make it into the playoffs, even if that means sacrificing one of these big dog teams. I hope it happens.
A very entertaining team to get behind. And if I'm correct, I think Cloud9, Na'Vi are still going on the other stream, so maybe you should hop over to there and check that out. It's a final 2-1 game as well to find out who will be through and who will be playing tomorrow in that stock of teams that we just showed you. So go over and join for the last game of the day here. And tomorrow we'll be back at 1 p.m. Central European time for the final matches of the Elimination Stage.
one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.